You're watching the Citizen Science Podcast, where everyday sky watchers from across the globe become frontline researchers, working together to uncover the greatest cosmic revelation of our time. We are a worldwide team of citizen scientists, equipped with nothing but cameras, curiosity, and courage. And together we are documenting the undeniable presence of a binary twin solar system. The same system Samuel Hofman began revealing after breaking his silence following a 30-year non-disclosure agreement imposed by the government. These aren't just random cloud formations. These perfectly curved clouds that stretch across the sky are showing up more and more all over the world. But here's the thing, clouds don't curve like that. They don't bend in perfect curves across the entire sky. That kind of curve, that's not random. That's not weather modification. That's the shape of something huge. These are the atmospheric edges of nearby planets, massive bodies from our binary twin solar system that are passing extremely close to Earth. You're literally seeing the outline of their skies. Most people are still being told it's just clouds or geoengineering, but these formations go beyond that. This isn't just a strange cloud. It's the sky of another world overlapping with ours. Here's what's really happening. We live in an electrical universe, not one ruled by gravity. These other planets in our binary system don't need to crash into us to come close. They're moving along an electromagnetic path that passes right between Earth and our suns, which means we're ultimately seeing the dark sides of these binary planets, big curved shadows, and skies that don't look like Earth's anymore. In fact, they're passing so close by Earth that most of the clouds we see are actually clouds from the atmospheres of these other planets. That's right, other planets have clouds too. This is the very reason why in recent years we started to see new and different clouds that we've never seen before. And that's why they push so hard to blame everything on weather modification. They need people distracted. They need people thinking man-made, so they don't realize we're surrounded by an entire solar system of planets that we're purposefully not being told about. Open your eyes, look at the curves. The truth is literally undeniable.
Oh boy, that was exciting. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. I am Rebecca, one of your mini hosts, and I'm happy you are here. I'm happy to be here myself. My goodness, I hope one show, let's see, 131 now is not a sign of anything bad, but we had all kinds of technical troubles to begin with, so we'll overcome that. But anyway, I just take it that was not the video I was supposed to show, even though it's one of our new favorites. We'll watch it later. We can do that. But anyway, I'm happy that you all are here. We have a big show for everybody. And like I said, show 131. I was thinking earlier, actually, about what a big deal this is. You know, I mean, here we are getting together, and how special it is that we are able to do this, talking about what we're talking about, and nobody else is talking about it. I don't know. It just kind of like all sunk in. It does that at times. So anyway, but I'm just happy to be with my friends. It's been a stressful week for me, and I know others. I'm feeling something. I don't know. I've had all kinds of situations. It's like, I'm just happy that we're all together. That's what I'm trying to say. And speaking of together, let's go ahead and bring Sam on here and see how he's doing up in Montana. Hey, Sam. How are you?
Hello. Yeah, it has been a very, very stressful week for me as well. There's been, well, you know, we went into that conjunction, and it is definitely we're reevaluating our crap through our brains, and I always refer to it as clearing of the shelf, and we're going through some really uncomfortable moments in our life and regurgitating them only to get them out of the way for the new era that is beginning, because it's not the end, it's a beginning of a new era. And I'm happy to be here, and wow, a week went by, and show 131 today is the 6th of September. Oh my God, how time is flying by. And you know, another week full of horrible, crazy going on around the world in political and weather and science, and I've been checking into 3i Atlas and all of that.
What if a lot of the crazy stuff that is put on TV is, you know, for a lot of reasons, but to get people looking at the sky. I mean, they're just so occupied. I got to do this. I got to be here. I got to, you know, and then nobody's like paying attention to the sky or the weather. They don't even know what's going on around the world at all. So it's just
there's a huge
distraction being portrayed to hide this.
Well, yeah, we're in Barnum and Bailey's three-ring circus, and meanwhile, you know, the big activities aren't going on in the rings. It's going on under the bleachers as they're robbing our wallets and everything else, and all sorts of other things. Yeah.
You know what? So, I feel like when you're at the top, when you're at the whenever it gets crazy, whenever
the ringmaster loses control of one of the three rings, they bring in the clowns. And I posted that this week. We're now seeing the clown. Yeah, the clown car, the circus, all of that. Yeah,
like a nice word for it, but anyway.
Yeah, it's a circus.
But yeah, it's
a planetary circus.
You all know what a circus is.
Yeah, welcome to the House of Fun. Now you've come of age.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Anyway,
and freaky week. I mean, the planets and the asteroids and all. You know, we're seeing things that we've never seen before. We're seeing behavior. I think I saw a good shot of the base cloud of the Saturn's yellow moon. And yeah, it has a sort of a drop snorkel. It sort of has a ring. It sort of has an open core, but it doesn't. It's different than the rest of them. So I'm still, you know, I'm not going to, you know, leap across the street and say this is exactly what it is. But I'm seeing new stuff that we've not seen as far as Saturn's yellow moon. And then, of course, the asteroids are going crazy. And there's a lot of really great captures out there this week of freaky ass lightning that I'm sure you've seen as well, because you're posting that on your WoW account.
So many videos.
And you know that falls right into what we've been calling, you know. But
Sorry. No, well, we
No.
were talking before the show about the lightning and the fires. Like it's to me, when I think lightning, I automatically think fires. It's just,
Forest fires, yes.
and then the fires are just nonstop, like the floods are. Anyway, I know you all know this.
And for everybody out there, up here in Montana, we have horrible, absolutely horrible smoke. My throat is burning, my sinuses are burning, my eyes are burning. I have my kids, we all have sore throats in the house. We're filtering the air. I've got this big, air filter running, and I am literally having to wash my eyes about every hour to get all the particulate out of my eyelashes. And it's really, we cannot eat. Now there's a graph that says, bad air quality, horrible air, hazardous, if you can see a mile, but you can't even see a mile here. If I look out my window, I cannot see the mountains directly across the valley, which is less than a mile. You can't see the tops of them at all. So it's so smoky here, and it's horrible, and there's some weird ass weather going around. And not only that, there's a huge circular rotation going on in Hudson Bay, Canada right now, which is also freaky weather. And then there's freaky weather going on in Australia and Africa and South America and Europe and Russia and China and everywhere. It's insane what's going on out there. And they're trying to call the weather forecast for this year. And every one of the meteorologists out there going, well, we're in between El Nino and La Nina. And that's also not normal either, because usually the influx is either one or the other. But we're in this mid-weird hyper state. And then a major East Coast storm is happening today and yesterday and tomorrow because of that same stuff that's coming up out of the Pacific Ocean over the Mexican Rockies into the Gulf of Mexico, over Texas, all the way up to the East Coast and Maine. And we've been talking about that, for the last, 10 shows. And that is the different part of the weather that we're going to experience this year that we've never seen before in our history, recorded history of the United States. So we're going to see some really dire shit coming up. It's crazy what's going on. It's absolutely
never a dull moment.
It's unheard of new weather. The meteorologists don't even know what to make of it, and yet they're of course trying to not be crazy. And I saw some BB 333 stuff this week. Have you noticed
how, I don't know, there's a lot of younger, like you're getting younger and younger, the weather, and you don't see a lot of the older ones who have a really solid memory of. Are you sure it's not us getting older and older? And I was watching a whole bunch of old war movies and westerns this week, and the stress level, when I get stressed out, and believe me, I was and am. I got shit going on here at home, money wise. But anyway, when that stress stuff, I go back to the old movies to distract me. And I was watching the skies in these old war movies and these old westerns, and our skies are nothing in comparison to what happened in the the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. People, I mean, you really have got to go back and look for this. If you don't believe me, why are you here? But it's so stellarly, absolutely important that this is completely freakish weather, people. And you need to listen to this. It's dangerous. It is. It's 60 mile an hour winds on the East Coast yesterday. I remember back in the 80s, strong winds used to be 30 miles an hour. And now everybody, it's only 60 miles an hour. Yeah, right. Tell that to your lawn furniture as it's rolling down the street. Yeah, I saw somewhere in Oklahoma, they, I don't know, over 100,000 people were without power just because of wind.
Yep. There was a huge storm in Texas this week. There was a huge storm that blew in across Arizona, New Mexico into Texas. And of course, Arkansas is having a storm today. They're getting some lightning and some nasty, and everybody hunker down. And that's what, you have to pay attention to the weather. If you're a property owner or anything, you have to pay attention to the weather because it's dire. And then the folks in India and Pakistan and Turkey and there's more earthquakes. Another major earthquake in Turkey this week, and lots of shit happening, people. And they're going on. They're still talking about that 8.8 that went off in Kamchatka, and then the 3 volcanoes blew up in that area immediately after. But that seismic wave that occurred from that earthquake that went through the Pacific tectonic plate harmonically went on for like a week to 10 days, and then it quieted down. But now they're still watching a new reaction, including the Earth humming and Schumann resonance and a geological, let's see what they called it, micro harmonic frequencies, tectonic micro frequency. And they're just now starting to think, well, maybe that's a real thing. Well, like, duh, no shit. We're this big ball of liquid with a dry outer crust on it, but the inside of our planet is still liquid and molten, and they're not taking into account the electrical universe and the fact that Earth is very electric, and so are all the other planets, by the way. And anyway. Hi everybody. I'm glad you're back for another week of Sam. Welcome to Sam's craziness. I really had a rough week. And I may have bombed a few people with this, that, and the other thing with my neurosis, and I do apologize. But you're my friend, so I guess maybe you'll forgive me. Anyway, I know we have people in the green room, and
I know. I just remembered something important, so bear with me. But
okay.
Cool. Let's go. Yeah, we're all good. It's show 131. I mean, this. I'm interested to see how this show is gonna. There have been shows, and thankfully, I can't remember which number. It didn't, haunt me that bad. But there have been shows where the whole show is just problematic. Like.
Yeah.
I can, anyway, like one show I lost my internet and I was gone.
Gremlins. Blame it on Gremlins.
Time, so yeah, it's just something about that. Anyway, we'll see. I don't want to talk bad. No negativity.
Of course, look up, for you YouTubers out there, look up Gremlins and Bugs Bunny, the cartoon.
No, it's
Bugs Bunny cartoon with Gremlins.
But
by the way, the logo reminds me of the drawing of Scooby-Doo. And
okay, well, I'll pull it up in a second, but yeah.
Okay, yes, and I like the Led Zeppelin t-shirt in Las Vegas, and your t-shirt, and Gillian's t-shirt, and Jesus' t-shirt.
I know. Let's pull it up real quick. Yeah, and then I'll pull it back up in a minute, but I'm sure everybody wants to dissect themselves. But yeah, it was fun making that, and I'll just say it took a while,
way too long.
Because basically you have to build each person and their personality and this and that before ChatGPT will know who they are. And I got to where I could just say, line up in this order, these people's names, and it knew exactly who I was talking about. I didn't have to.
We have to give a name to our friend, our 7 foot tall purple atomic four-headed. What are we going to call him? We got to give him a name.
Yeah, you know what? Now, I always pictured him being a lot littler than that. But I could definitely change that. I felt like he was a little too tall. He is.
The Pleiadian. I believe he was a Pleiadian. The ET that I talked to looked very human, but he had a very elongated head. But he was 7 foot tall, so it's entirely within the realm of anything is possible. I mean, spin the little bit wheel, and you're going to have an alien with with tendrils and crazy mouth. Go ahead.
Yeah, and all of the it got to where I had to take the alien out because it was just too much. Like they had him standing behind you.
You see the comment section at the bottom.
Scary looking.
Sharon is here, and she's saying, "I'm the alien head in the pic." There you go. Sharon, that's right. That was your cosplay mask this year. Yeah, I get it.
You. And it was purple, just like that. So
there you go. Sources talking to us again.
Things just happen like that. Yeah.
Source provide.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, and we'll have Jesus explain his part of the picture. I thought he had something very interesting to add as well.
Good segue, by the way. Hell of a horrible, weird week. What a weird week.
See what's going on in Utah. There he is. Hey, Jesus.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, that picture couldn't be more accurate. I mean, that's 2 coffees. I was telling Rebecca and Sam backstage that wasn't even 2 days ago. I ordered I was getting ready for work, and then I just ordered off my phone. I'm like, "Hey Siri, order coffee," right? Because there's the app, you could just do that, technology. But by the time I got to the coffee shop, they had two. It was two coffees, and so I was like, I'll take them both. Just give them to both to me. And yes, I did drink them both. So
Yeah.
uh,
And there you are. I didn't know that.
I guess the universe or something knows more than they let on.
That's freaky.
And it is. It really is, because this
Yeah.
is when
I
I
keep
saw
telling
this,
you
I was
guys
like,
that source provides.
mind
Source
went
provides.
my mind went just there. I was like, God, I just literally had 2 cups of coffee with me the other day, and it wasn't the first time. I occasionally buy 2 at a time because I get so busy at work, and I know I'm gonna drink another cup of coffee, so I buy 2 at a time. So yeah,
Yeah. Well,
on.
I make 2 cups at a time because one doesn't last that long,
I
and
mean,
then
you're gonna drink it. So by the time that I drink my first one, the second one is just right at the right temperature, just perfect. So,
there you go. I know.
Speaking of coffee, I was watching several videos for this is about the 4th run on that. There is a whole bunch of coffee. There's like 7 different major coffee companies that are being accused of adding things to your coffee that you don't want in there. So I would recommend to everyone, if you're going to dive off that pier, take a look at some of the smaller regional local coffee companies who provide coffee in your area.
Perk of my job is that I meet a lot of different people, but I recently found a Colombian guy who actually imports coffee. I mean, I don't know the details of all that, but let's just say that he gets fresh coffee beans, and he says he can even buy it. He can even get it to me raw. So I was like,
there you go.
What?
Then you roast your own.
I just want the coffee bean, and then I'll grind it up myself and make a coffee.
Right. That was what I was referring to.
Yeah. We could cut out
buy it in whole bean. At the stores they give you those bulk whole bean ones, and those are covered with less chemicals, because the ground coffee, even especially with Walmart instant coffee, they're putting all kinds of flavor additives because they're. By the way, people, and I've been noticing this for about a decade now, since the transition of the climate change, coffee quality has direly dropped. Now we can talk about the immigrant issue, where there's lots of folks from South America that are working, Guatemala, etc., Venezuela. They're working their way north because they're talking political. But do you know that there's a serious climate shift going on in South America, and those coffee beans are not growing like they used to, nor are bananas, and so what's going on? And we talk about this all the time. This climate migration and crop management transition that is going on right now on Earth is very serious, people. Damn it, we're not joking.
And
this is freaking happening. We're documented.
Sam, I really do suspect that a lot of these food prices that we're seeing are more related to that than they are to inflation.
Well, it's also, it happened locally here. My local place where we can take out order for hamburgers just added another $5 to our hamburger, and I'm not kidding. Went up $5.
Yeah, I recently
one hamburger and French fries is now $15.
Yeah. I usually buy a 10-pound tube of hamburger meat, right? And it's usually $30. So it's a good, because it's $3 a pound, right? I went to the store last week, and they went up to $40 now.
Yeah, not only that, the quality of the meat has gone down, and it's old, and it tastes horrible when you cook it.
Oh yeah.
Have to add all the other crap.
Oh yeah, and I'm seeing that everywhere too. So we're
my local butcher in Missoula, the meat quality went way down.
And I was saying that last week, Sam, that when I'm at that age where going out for me is going to the farmer's market. I love the farmer's market. Now,
me too.
Whatever. I love going to, but I'll talk to some of the people there, right? And a lot of these people have such interesting things to say about how they've had to adapt to a lot of their growing methods. They've had to change, and they've had to adapt because they pin it down to climate change, right? That it's too hot or it's too cool. I don't usually bring this up when I'm talking to them because it's just, but they do tell me a lot of interesting things about how certain things aren't growing the same way. So they have to make some minor adjustments. And some of the things that they're growing.
Last year, my grapevines produced no grapes. This year, my grapes I have a bumper crop of grapes this year. Last year, I had none.
Well, yes, and that's what they was telling me, is that tomatoes not growing very well at all. So tomatoes are so scarce.
Right.
When I go to the farmer's market and they look like crap. But he's telling me that broccoli is just growing. He says he's growing it 2 or 3 cycles every summer, like every growing season. He says it just grows.
Well, we can bring up the second star. It is creating a different. If we now remember the human eye and plants and everything, we exist off that prism effect and the breakdown of how light shines through our atmosphere and breaks into a prism effect. Now that will affect certain plants. It'll affect the bees. That's why in the early 2000s, bees were blind because the light had changed. And they talked about the science they didn't understand. They were all worried about what's it doing. What happened was the light had changed all the way back in like 2005, 2006, 2007, because that second star was on the way, and it changed our whole solar system all the way as of 2010, 2011. People, you've got to realize we are already well over a decade into a dire, drastic change. And if you have not done the research,
my grass outside, Sam, it doesn't die. It's a green all year long.
Lucky you, we're right up here.
It does not go yellow and dead and dry. It stays green.
From Missoula going east into Idaho, we have a small blip, but we have an extreme drought in a small area of western Montana. But we've been judged extreme drought, and I have areas of my yard that is absolutely fried. And then I have my chestnut tree, the entire southern side of my chestnut tree is fried, totally yellow. So if a chestnut tree, which are very strong and this is like a 30-year-old chestnut tree, it's not a newbie. This thing is fried this year. So people, the sunlight. Yeah, look at this. You can see the 2 suns, people. This is freaking happening.
I've been really trying to catch it on camera, Sam, but I'm seeing it. Like I today.
Oh yeah.
And I sent the video. Real. I sent the video to Rebecca today.
Thank you,
from yesterday, and I'm not sure if it might be just something reflecting by the sun. It's on the. What is it, like 4 o'clock? So it might have been just an asteroid, but I swear I'm seeing it. There's so much going on lately, but I just can't catch it on camera. I cannot catch it.
I'm going to step up on my soapbox in the middle of the piazza.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry for talking over you. I'm going to step up on my soapbox in the piazza and go, people, the second star routine is so God dang, I put dang in there, Carol Ann. God dang important. You guys have to get ready for what's coming. And I talked to a couple of people and they were going, oh, I know the aliens are coming to save us. And I was like, no, we're not, we're not going to be that damn lucky. And there's no mothership coming to get us. What we're about to go through with this second star, people, is climate change beyond your wildest dreams. And this last year and this year is just the beginning of the really bad stuff. And it's going to, and I don't want to go there. We lost Jesus briefly. I don't want to go there, but we're going to see a dire change in everything that we know is real right now, people. Really, really, you have to listen. You have to listen. That's why I'm here doing this. for free. Go ahead.
I mean, to me, it just seems realistic to expect things are going to get worse. That seems so. You're not supposed to think negative, but it's realistic. I mean, and the realistic part is it's negative, the things that are happening. But I'm not trying to think it negative. But anyway.
Yeah, it is. It's so blatantly, and this is what we've done for the last 15 years. We've been watching these cycles. We've been gathering the information. We've been correlating it through scientific means with serious rules. I mean, the Citizen Science Podcast. We are not amateurs. We are worldwide serious citizen scientists. You have to listen. Go ahead, please.
Well, let's get Gillian in here. Let's see if she's ready. No. Well, she'll be back in a moment. I don't know. I don't see her. I didn't want to leave her. Oh, hey, there she is. Okay. I didn't want to, leave her hanging. So let's see what is going on with Gillian, our friend in Scotland. Here, I see the top of her head is all I can see.
What?
Oh, hey, girl. Hey, Gillian.
I don't know what's going on with that picture.
Maybe you need to exit and come back. Try that.
There.
Or maybe you need to turn your phone. Rotate your phone.
Is that better?
No.
Hey, we expect technical difficulties every show.
It looks like your triplets right there. No, okay, so is your phone turned or your tablet turned the same way as it's always turned? Or can you rotate it?
Okay, see, I don't know what's happening with the picture.
Why don't you maybe leave and come back in?
Go out and come back.
Yeah, but
oh, hey, Jesus, where'd he go? Hey, Hazy, I didn't even know you were down there.
I don't know if it was my internet, but it just kicked me off.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that. Well, okay, yeah, you leave and come back.
Okay.
Try that. Something's
Dude,
up.
you got to get a Led Zeppelin poster on that wall, Jesus. That blank wall to your right is.
Yeah, that's my thinking cap. That's all I've decorated.
There you go.
Wow.
I downsize because I'm working on the other room. I have to fix this and fix that, and so I moved.
I see a black light and some good, some good velvet black light posters, a good Led Zeppelin poster.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in this room. I like it. You
are an owner of one of the original caps.
It's smaller, but it's a lot more functional. So I don't know. I might stay in this room. I kind of like it, honestly. I like that it's smaller, easier to manage.
Sound quality's good.
And I like the view in the back. And that right there, I've caught some great video on that window.
There you go.
It's perfect to my north. So it's right on my northeast view. So I get a lot of action in my room. So
you're the proud owner of one of the original thinking caps. Wow. Yeah, and I bet you don't wear it because you want to save it, right?
Of course. I have worn it though. When I went to Phenomicon, I did wear it.
There you go. Yeah. Did anybody comment? Oh, hey, you're wearing your thinking cap.
I had a few comments. I had a few people ask me about the Montana Skywatcher on the back, and of course I led them to it. I had a few conversations with some people, but it was I had a few really positive reviews with that. Wow.
I still wear mine. I look like I'm a farmer from eastern Montana. That hat is so dusty and dirty, and I've washed it 3 times already. But I only ordered so many of them, and oh my God, they were expensive then. I can't even imagine what they would cost now. And I may do another run if I ever get rich enough to do so, and we'll get rid of And I didn't sell. I had so many made, and I didn't sell them to people. I sent them to everybody, and I didn't think Rebecca wanted to wear one. That's why she did not get one.
You're right. I've never been a hat girl.
Right. You
never,
don't strike me as a hat girl.
I don't think your hair would allow a hat.
Oh, right. Yeah. Every time I think they look cute on other ladies. But every time I tried it, I can't.
I think you're more of a beanie person.
No,
I think a beanie. I think a beanie with a thinking beanie.
I know. I've tried
a beret. It's all purple beret. Raspberry beret.
I'm not a hat person. But I see Gillian is here. Let's get her back in here, and it looks normal. So let's see. Yes, look at there she is. That's way better. Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Is that better?
Yeah, now we can be comfortable.
Oh boy, I'm glad. That's
my came in with my rainbows because I am in love with rainbows this week. Just the most beautiful rainbow thing happened the other day. Oh my goodness, Sam! It was like serious cluster of asteroids. I put it in my reels, and there was 3 golden balls above the rainbow, and you could see that they were going to make a rainbow, but it hadn't rained. But this glowing moved from the south to the east, all the way around to the back up north, and then it was caught between northeast at the back. It was just the most beautiful thing.
Yeah, we're going to see. Okay, we've got the full moon thing coming with the corn moon, the corn harvest moon, and then we've got this quote unquote half eclipsed moon thingy coming on. So I think I sent a copy of it somewhere. Can you remember? I was going through too much too quick today. So we have some planetary hooboo going on, and there's going to be a lot of crazy shit in the next few months, people. And again, back to that lightning.
There's been, oh my god, I you know, I don't even want to get started right now, because we have our greetings
middle of the show.
But there's so much to talk about. There's so much happening.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can't believe. I'm sure that Sam, we need to come up with some new names this week, because that cluster of little golden ball things. I mean, and just the humongous sight of Uri. It was just, I stood there and stared at it. I thought, now I understand why I felt like I had to get up at
Lorraine and Asteroid
a.m.
They've all been highly cited, and they're now illuminating. There's a whole bunch of angle changes to the light because now they're going beyond Earth, and so we're seeing a lot more of their facial side illumination. Where before we just always saw the dark sides of everything, and now that they're going beyond us even farther, it's just the show is going to get just better and better and better with every passing day.
Insanity, but
the colors and the insane sky stuff that we've never seen in our entire life, not through my adult or youth history. Remember, I'm older than most everyone listening today. And people, the skies we have today are nothing compared to what they were in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s.
How are you missing this? God, how are you missing this? Jeez, I've been
and that's how Rebecca showed in the startup, that the new startup that she produced last week. It explains that these are not the old skies, and that this is really happening, people. You have to get on board with this. And God, I've said that 10,000 times. You have to get on board with the reality that we are pilgrims in a foreign land here, you guys. The skies are nowhere near normal.
A lot more than you do now, Sam. I've been getting a lot of your old videos thrown at me on YouTube. On my news feed, they just keep coming up. So I've been watching them, and you used to use that a lot. Like, we got to get on board. You got to get on board with this. You got to get on board with. I think that's probably where I picked it up at. But yeah, you used to.
Well, I run through my hashtags or my catchphrases for so long. I try not to repeat them for to drive people nuts. But maybe I should have stuck to. We are. It's like I always say this all the time too. We are no longer in Kansas, Toto. We are. This is not anything compared to what it used to be, and the amazing Saturn's yellow moon base cloud and all of this and the bubbly shit and everything going on the right hand side of the sun. We have never seen a Saturn this close, this big, this huge, this lightning refractive. Nepesity's blasting. This week we saw the bottom of Nepesity again, wreak havoc all around the world. And then Uri's coming in, then the asteroids, and this we're in a 180-day cycle, lightning discharge shit. Oh God, here we go. Oh, by the way, we were talking about this as well. The Skull asteroid is making a new appearance, and it is crossing under, and it's low horizontal, and it's actually going from the left-hand side of the sun to just past the right-hand side of the sun. And Joel, thank you. Great videos this week. I sent Rebecca a copy of it, and she has a live video of it as well, and I hope she shares it and downloads it. So I didn't send you a lot this morning because I was like spinning, trying to deal with my teenagers at the same time. Pardon me, I'm drinking Coca-Cola. Go ahead. Yeah, crazy shit this week, people.
I'll get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And let me show you one picture real quick.
If anything, you got to share Joel's video.
I will. Okay, Joel Sap.
Okay.
Look at that.
What's that?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Well, okay. Let's cover the criteria. What do we know is in that area?
Matim.
Right, Matim.
Okay.
And
I have a matching one to this week.
Wow.
Very cool stuff.
Now the core of this blue, it is not behind the sun. It is cutting into the sun, because if you look at the actual white on this picture of the circle of the white, I'm going to blow it up even bigger.
See, I was just going to ask that. It looks like it's behind.
It has a line through it on the top, and then there's a flat edge. But there's a definite visible line of dots.
My picture is going to explain this picture, because I got the same thing. I got the same thing a couple of days, but it was. I see what you're saying, Sam. So to the naked eye, it looked like the sun was in front of Matim, just like this. But when I took the picture and I actually zoomed in and kind of messed with the brightness, I noticed that it was actually cutting off the sun, but the sunlight was kind of it was
smearing.
It was flaring out, so it looked like the sun was in front of Matim, but it actually wasn't. It was Matim cutting off.
That is the light anomaly that you were talking about in the green room before the show. That is what's going on. That Matim is cutting into and in front of the sun from the upper left. It's going to be bigger, smaller, etc.
Yeah, I shared that in a really cool video I took just a couple of days ago.
Mr. BB333 put on some stuff where he was showing these multiplex haloings that are going on, and what your average science would say, oh, those are noctilucent clouds, through ice crystals. No, and you have to learn. You really have to, if you're new at this, you have to learn the difference between what they call a sundog, which is the first thing any sky watcher learns, and that's like so basic level. But it's far more than that, and we are seeing a light cutoff. We are seeing that the light is hazy and wrong, and then there's this flaring going on one edge and not on the other, and not fully, or a multiplex, planetary refractive haloing that is going on in front of our very eyes. And these are the signs in the skies for you religious people out there. These are the signs in the skies that are telling you, damn it, this shit is freaking real. And yes, I am a little more animated this week than I was last week, but my throat's on fire, so I'm gonna.
This week has been absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, I had a rough week. I had an emotional. I don't talk about this very often, but I'm suffering from, and Rebecca and I were talking about this before, I am suffering from the realization that goes all the way back to 1980, where the government told me I couldn't tell you about this shit way back then. And I always felt that if people knew the realities and the truths that I know, that I'm not even allowed to tell everything here, but if people knew really what's going on, it will change your life. And I know that it has changed all of you guys' lives in the education that you've gotten on this journey. And we're still fully not with all the answers, but we know far more than anyone out there. And if you don't listen to us and you take and like and subscribe and share a copy of this with everybody you freaking know, then we're doing our bit. Are you doing yours?
Sometimes, and I don't mean to sound cocky here, but sometimes I think that we're teaching NASA. I swear, like we've been doing this.
Oh, I bet we are.
Over this so much that
I bet we are.
Sometimes I feel like somebody at NASA is watching us and learning.
Well, yeah, we have evidence of that.
At least learning from ground. Like I'm sure they have a bird's eye view from up there, but a lot of what they may be learning from us is the view from down here.
You remember the Western movie, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly? We don't need no stinking badges. We don't need that damn plaque on the wall. Yes, I have my science lab coat with my Led Zeppelin t-shirt underneath. We have earned every step of this.
As I was saying on last week's show, Sam, of that, they were saying how a lot of the science breakthroughs have come from people that just took this up as whose main profession had nothing to do with science. They just picked it up as a hobby, and because they weren't constrained by the bullshit that has become of science, where you piggyback off your peers.
Well, that's why we do this for free, and we don't have corporate sponsoring.
Yeah,
and
we try not to. We're not bound by any. We're not bound by any
money raising resources has. We're not trying to sell you anything. We're not asking you for subscription fees on Spotify or whatever.
When you do something out of loving it, when you love your job, you're going to excel at it. When you love what you do, you're going to become the best at it, because it comes from a desire to do it, not just for money, or not this week, for money at all. I mean, we don't do this for money, but what I mean is that
this week I went through the psychologist
as opposed to for a paycheck. There's so much more learning involved, and so much because you're gonna put your mind to it, and you're gonna find a way. I mean, gosh, everything that I've learned, not just science wise, but I've learned how to work with cameras. I've learned how to edit certain videos a certain way. I have learned so much just from this that I can there's a lot that I've learned that I can practical application out in the world in a lot of ways.
Let's talk about what you've learned from the sociological aspects of just trying to fathom the fact that there's two stars and two solar systems that are conjoined in the binary solar system, and then dealing with the social ramifications of that.
The psychological part of it, Sam, of understanding how humans respond to it. The belief systems that humans have been programmed into, when you're on the outside looking in, as we are, when we see the lies that are told daily to cover this,
and
stuff,
we become insiders.
We see it on a daily basis, and we see how people behave. I was in one of the videos that I was seeing from you, how you were saying how when people when you challenge people's belief system, they lose it. They get, not everybody can accept somebody challenging their belief system. It's the reason for a lot of wars. It's the reasons why this information hasn't taken hold completely. It's just the way we behave when we believe something is extraordinary. I still to this day, I'm still trying to figure out why we behave the way we do, but programming is bitch, like it is. It really is.
Well, I got that reaction from the U.S. government top level scientists.
Yeah, that's what you were talking about. That's exactly.
I got my unwanted vacation to the East Coast, and they put me in a think tank scenario, and they were grilling me.
Well, look,
and
even the people that invited you there, Sam, had a hard time accepting what you were teaching them.
They physically got really, actually, absolutely doggone down, knock your teeth in the dirt, pissed off at me. I'll just drop a name, Dr. Ali, and you go look up who he is, with an R in there someplace. And I haven't fully named him, but I mean, he actually got so mad at me that he was nose to nose screaming at me, spitting in my face, because he was screaming so loud that he couldn't keep the sputtle inside of his own mouth. And to this day, I remember watching the dandruff flakes drop off his red hair. And that is the number one thing to this day where I don't seek revenge. I seek, I told you so.
Yeah.
It took him 3 years to even stand on the platform that I started at age 17.
Well, that's the problem with science, Sam. It's not just a problem with science; it's a problem with human beings. It doesn't just start at science; it starts prior to that. It starts from your schooling, from wherever it is that programmed you from day one. That's where it starts. And the problem is that our belief system are really getting in the way of major of any breakthroughs. Our reluctance of deviating from Einstein's theory of special relativity, that we just that most scientists just refuse to get past that. They just refuse to get past that. I had a discussion with
the government wasting the piggybacking. Oh my God, the piggybacking with everybody.
Well, see,
I took Einstein on.
That's the problem. That's what I mean about how because we are not bound by that. We tend to make more breakthroughs because we're not bound by any of that bullshit. We're not bound by doing things a certain way, or else you're going to get fired, or else you're going to lose funding, or else the science community.
Right, the 10-year funding. That's the biggie. And we have a set of rules.
I had a drunken argument. Last time I drank was in last New Year's. This last New Year's, I had a few drinks, and I had a discussion with a friend of mine who always argues with me. Well, we stopped talking about this because we're so far apart. But they were arguing with me how they were telling me that it offends them when I say that Einstein was wrong. Okay. At least, by the fourth time that they said this, I'm like, okay, will you explain to me Einstein's theory of special relativity? Crickets. They didn't know what Einstein's theory of special relativity even meant. But because it's been programmed to them their entire freaking lives, Einstein.
Okay, well, let's break it down.
Even though they don't, this is a very religious thing to do, because I did the same thing to one of my mother-in-law. She used to say that I was a sinner because I didn't get married in the Catholic Church. And then I started asking her about the Catholic Church, and she knew jack shit about the Catholic Church. Most people just repeat what they were taught their whole lives. They don't really understand what their belief system really means. They just know that it's there and it's been thrust upon them, right? So they just kind of go with it, but they don't really understand it, Sam. Because
the theory of relativity is imagined.
The look on my friend's face when I told him, will you explain to us Einstein's theory of special relativity? And she literally turned red. I think she got really angry with me because I put her on the spot, but she kind of asked for it. She kind of, and I knew that was
relativity has to do with time travel or space travel.
I knew it. Because most people just parry what they've been told their whole life.
They don't have the facts.
They don't question
you do that in politics
nothing. They just kind of go with it, and that's a huge problem. That is a huge problem,
Well, Fox News told me that. Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's exactly.
By the way, Fox News is regime news. Do not watch Fox News unless you really want to become a zombie.
It's always been that way. It's gotten worse, but it's always been that way.
Oh God, Fox News is horrible. Anyway, hi Rebecca, how are you?
Hey, I feel like it's time to say hi to everybody.
Yeah, I think we did.
Yeah, I was kind of like getting ready for that.
So let's go ahead and see who else here and what's going on in that side of the world. Let's see. On my end, at least, hey, Sharon Holloway is first in line. So hi, Sharon.
Hi,
good to see you.
All the way down under.
I already knew she was here, but it's good to see her again after a tough week. Sorry to hear that. Right. I had one too. It's been it's a contemplation week.
We are going to be going through an emotional grinder, and what's really weird is like the floodgates are open and you have no way to stall this emotional wave of guilt and what the hell am I doing. And by the way, On the flip side of that coin is, if
Hi,
you
Shadow.
stop trying new projects and if you stop trying to talk to too many people, you won't be overstressed. Right now, there's a turn in the mystic for all of us who are growing and developing our minds into the new cosmic, that we don't have to tell everybody everything we know. So we can hold back a little bit to be a little bit calmer for ourselves. That's what's happening right now. It's a new reevaluation of trying to share with all those people out there when they may not necessarily deserve the information. And instead, what we need to do is smile and go, gosh, wouldn't you like to know? And then let it sit and be comfortable in that, rather than trying to forcefully or emergency, like, because we really all care about letting all these people know these important things. And yet, guess what? Not everybody deserves it. And I've always tried to teach this a little bit by hinting and doing metaphors and hinting. Because when somebody discovers information on their own because of a quest of hinting, they will value the information and learn it and memorize it to a greater extent than if you just hand them the answer. And I still stand by that to this day.
And honestly, Sam, I love that that's how I learned. Because I wouldn't be here if you had just dumped, info dumped on me. I probably
There's no way.
Like I would have went.
Well, we've learned in the last 15 years. Well, we'd have to send a few cargo ships across from China to even barely dump the information that Montana Skywatcher and members like you, Jesus, have learned over the decade, 15 years. There's so much information that we've learned because we've had such a strict policy of sharing the information around the world. And we've all learned this together, and we've been the correlation site for everyone and sharing information. And of course, we can talk. I'm still loving that picture that you made last week, Rebecca, with me in the ponytail. And that's what blows me away so bad about all of this is the accuracy of my drawings, and I'm still in awe and amazement. And I'm another member in the group, and I'm not necessarily the leader, or although I am the center of the beginning of the information.
Feature
I think all the heart and soul of the machine.
Yeah, but without you guys, without all those people around the world, our story wouldn't be as intense as it is. We would not be where we are without Opetty or people in New Zealand, and James and Joel and all of our friends, and there's Freaky Peach and all you guys.
I am that Patty can't join us. I really hate that there's that language barrier. I really would love Fred to be on the show.
Well, even if he would just send us a photograph of him, and then Petty, if you are listening, send us a photograph of you, and we'll mention you and put a picture of you up, because you are a strong member, and all of us, like Alex in Germany and Thomas and all of our real strong advocate friends that we've all grown to love and rely on, because the credible people over the years have come through strongly through their work. And we all love to say, and we actually got to the point where we're weekly counting on them. Then we're actually looking forward to them when they post the next time.
But it's so great. It's so great to see that that evolution. Now that I'm no longer a newbie, that it's interesting to see the new people kind of start.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Yeah.
And then how they evolve and get better at what they do. I love seeing that.
And what I do in remote viewing is I look in my mind, just like this picture. I look in my mind and I sit there and I think, okay, where are the planets in my head? And over the years, because the government told me that I could, B, the Pleiadian told me that I would, C, here we are doing it on a weekly, monthly, yearly, multi-decade long accuracy, undeniable, And I'm not trying to brag. I'm talking about the facts because I don't even know how I do it. But I've been connected to this. I have traveled with these asteroids all my life since childhood, in nightmares and dreams or whatever you want to call it. I've had multiple extraterrestrial visitations. I see spirits. I know things. I read inside people in ways that I can't explain. That I always thought that it was normal. But only entering the internet, in 2008, 2009, even before that I was on the internet, but only when we finally got to 2008, 2009, where we started to be able to communicate to each other. And then like the connection, like Gillian will attest to the fact that I could actually see into her home. And I actually knew things about Gillian and et cetera. And, I can smell Jesus's meatball sitting in his home. And, these are just a few examples. And, indigos don't do tests. Goonies do not,
I think there's a part of this that is research and doing your homework based. But I do feel that there's a part of this that is beyond explanation. Because, and a lot of us, everyone here will tell you the same thing. There's times where you're just sitting at home in your room watching TV and something tells you to go outside. I don't know where it comes from. I can't explain it. A lot of what I have learned, Sam, just comes to me. Like it's not something that I could reason.
Well, yeah, but which is why you found your way here in the first place. But do you realize how much you've already in the last decade? How much you've grown, because you have changed and you have become more spiritual, and you've also become more trusting in your personal spirituality and yourself. And you are listening to you, and that is the thing that everybody needs to actually listen. When the inside of your gut tells you to do something, people, damn it, do it. Yeah. Trust you. I mean, a lot of us, I do this weekly. I go through this like, oh God, I'm telling people shit. Am I on track? Because I'm concerned. I am not here. I'm not a charlatan. I'm not a con man. I'm not a snake oil salesman. I don't make any money doing this. I'm flat ass broke, by the way.
Well, and that's why we're here, Sam. Because if we had any ulterior motives, we wouldn't deserve to understand this information.
Right. Because we earned this, and all of you guys have earned it.
I don't think this information is just like I don't think some evil person is just. No. I really do feel that when learning certain things, I don't think this information is just kind of given to just some monster.
No, there's a cosmic reason for this.
There has to
those
be,
of you who are out now listening.
It has to be someone that's because everyone here, I feel, is so kind-hearted and so real and so loyal and so all those good things. I've never gone a battle from any of you. I've never felt like I got cheated or mistreated or disrespected in any way. It's always
I was attacked by remote viewing. I'm kidding.
It's always been just such a real amazing bunch of human beings, and
this is why.
I think that's one of the reasons that we're all here is because we have
you guys have to give yourself far more credit. And this is what part of what the Pleiadian told me, and this is where I started arguing with him. He said, well, you're going to attract people and they're going to hear your voice, and I would like you guys to share that with the newbies as well. What happened to you when you guys first met me? I was told by the Pleiadian that people would be automatically drawn to me for whatever reason. It's called audible glamour in Dungeons and Dragons. They knew me. They knew my voice. They knew I was telling the truth. And I need everybody out there to listen. We didn't make this shit up. This shit is real. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. Go ahead, please. Tell these guys.
That was what stood out when I found your first interview. I just, like anybody else, went to YouTube and I type in Nibiru, and I just click on videos, and there was Sam, giving his interview with Radio Wasteland, and it was his enthusiasm that stood out. I'm like, he's kind of interesting to listen to, and I would clean house and listen to you. Anyway, that's how it all started. But
there is something magnetic about Sam's.
Right, you can tell it meant something. Like he's talking
not just his voice, but I mean,
I seen it. Understanding the skies. That was my first experience. That first week when we met, Jesus, you, me, and Matthew all met on that same week. Then you phoned me accidentally. That's the first American voice I heard on my phone ever. I nearly dropped the thing. It was early in the morning. It was 7 a.m, you crazy thing.
Oh, by the way, Matthew commented, I think not on last week's show, but on the week's show before. Matthew is a longtime friend and early member of Montana Skywatcher, and he rose to glory and shine in his work. And we miss you dearly, Matthew. We would love to see you again, and maybe you can come on the show. And even if you don't speak good English or whatever, I don't know exactly if I think he does.
He does. He's very soft-spoken, and he's really perfectly
I think he's shy. I think he's very shy, and he had a hard scenario go on in the middle of our activities together, and I don't blame him a second for going and jumping back into his life instead of social media, not for 1 second. But we miss you, Matthew, and anyway, since you mentioned him, I had to say that because I did read his comments on the YouTube Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube page. Because every week I go and I read all the comments.
He's never completely disappeared. He just really stopped posting and stuff. But he always posts his memories, or he comments, or he likes. But I've always seen him always in the background somehow. He never completely.
He's always there somewhere.
He's always there somehow. Yeah. And if not him, Ruby, his wife, is around too.
Hi, Ruby.
So they're always around some one way or another. So he never.
Carol Ann says Matthew was always there.
I think he just. I think he just prioritized family after his loss. Is what.
Well, I don't blame him for a second.
I don't blame him either.
May the gods bless him for his sanity in walking away from some of the stuff that we put up with on an hourly and daily basis. Bless you for being forthright and seeing, it's important to walk away from this insanity. By the way, I went, speaking of the bad week, I was reassessing our drive obsession in sociological terms, which follows neurosis, which follows paranoia, which follows schizophrenia. So, and I was trying to weigh my role right now if I have achieved neurosis above and beyond obsession.
There's a fine line, Sam, between genius and mad, and mathematics.
Yep, the fine red line. Yeah, that's referred to as the thin red line. And that was where I was all week, was like, am I now on that side of that thin red line, or am I on that side? It's like, oh God, and I'm trying to grind this shit through my head that I see coming, and I bomb people with metaphor music, trying to, to tell you and not to admit to, my own shortcomings emotionally, and I hopefully I don't come off as stark raving mad, although I am Coreticus Potts and Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Look that one up.
I've said it before, so we have to be just a little bit mad to even fathom what's happening. We have to.
I see Dave there.
We have to be just a little bit mad to not drive ourselves mad. But I mean, going back real quick, Sam, when I first came across you, it was you were calling out Steve Olson. It was hilarious. It was so funny. You were like, this, if you want to do science, let's get together. And you're like, this comment goes out to you. It was like you just like put it was just the most funny and hilarious. I was like, I want to hear more of this guy, because you just put him on the spot, because up until that point, Steve Wilson was really getting on my nerves. Like, he really was, because he gives more questions than answers. He doesn't give you any answers. He never did. it was more bullshit after bullshit and more Jesus.
Well, you forget that he had all those money raisers for rockets and cameras, and he started pulling in the religious dollar.
It was just like at that point I was just so fed up with Steve Olson, right? And then I heard
he took in thousands and thousands of dollars.
And then I heard you calling him out like that. I was like, wow, that is. First of all, I was like, he said everything I was just thinking about this freaking guy. But at the moment, I was like, I wasn't satisfied with the answers that I was getting to all my questions. And then I come across that, and I was like, I need to listen to this guy because I was so desperate for answers. Because as I've said before, I didn't find you right away. It took me over a year to find you.
Well, then there was the other money boys that were associated with him.
That whole time was really uncomfortable for me, Sam. Not knowing was very uncomfortable because I knew something was happening, but I just could not. I was starting to drive myself mad, like I really was. I was taking videos and photographs. I don't know where that came from, but that was the only thing that when I started noticing things didn't make sense, that's the first thing I did. I started taking pictures and video, right? And then I started posting it on YouTube, and then I started asking questions, and I went down a bunch of rabbit holes until I found you. And then once I found you, I was like, it took me a few months of listening to you and Jamie, and then I was satisfied. I was like, I think I found the answers to my questions. And then after that, it's just been a hell of a wild ride. God, it's been so cool. It's been a hell of a ride. But
well, we broke the barrier beyond basic observation, and then started culminating the observation with rules. And then remember, we were, one of the strong rules was you cannot post anything that is off topic, period, or it will be removed. And I spent a great deal of time, 8 to 10 hours a day, removing everybody's crap. Oh, the red planet and all of this Planet X crap. And then don't forget Planet X News and the other part of the Money Boys, and how they were brief members at Montana Skywatchers for about 3 weeks, and then they saw this money avenue that they could hop onto, and this big turned into a surfboard, turned into a yacht for these people, and they made a whole bunch of money off of a bunch of negative shit. Meanwhile, they were farming us for a long time, and then they finally got mad at me because I called them out, which I thought I was being highly diplomatic rather than saying what I really thought. But anyway, yeah, we had a long time history. I mean, and look how many different cycles of all kinds of other shit that we've gone through, along with different people and trolls and troll groups, and 5 devoted sites just to downing me, or Rebecca and I were being posted with poop hats, and they went after a lot of us for a long time.
Yeah,
and,
I honestly, these people you're talking about, I can't think of any of them. Like, where are they at now? They're like nowhere.
I haven't seen any of them.
Who has a podcast? Who has 131 shows, 800 hours of showtime? How many pictures have we?
Because we again,
not even worth mentioning.
Because we're doing it for different reasons, Rebecca. We're doing
it genuinely. They're not even we're not the same.
No,
we are not the same. The end. No, I feel like we're giving them credit for something that they're not even. They're nowhere. They're just like a flash in the pan. No lasting power.
Started out and against experimental. I agree with you. Like I initially liked Steve too, but I think what happened is that a lot of people started out looking for truth, and then somehow along the way they realized that they could make money, and then they kind of just went that way, and then everything that they had started out to do just kind of went out the window. And this is why in the end I didn't trust you, because at one point it just became more about money than it became about the actual science.
Yeah.
Right.
And also, it was always more questions, and
You know
we
what?
never got anything concrete. It was never an answer. It was always just more questions and more questions. I was like, I have enough questions. I don't want more questions. I want some freaking answers, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. They're gone. I don't know of any of them that you're talking about now doing anything relevant.
Yeah, I don't even.
So, the end. You know.
Well, I mean, who else talks about the binary solar system, the electric universe? You know, I saw again in the questions on some of the YouTube. You know, they're always wondering, well, where do these names come from? These names come from research and from word of mouth from off-world folks. Nobody, and we talk about this all the time in private conversations between all of us. And I throw this out on you know, as my poker hand is, I go, okay, here's my card to turn in. My information comes from off-world people. Nobody else has this. No one else has the names and the planetary descriptions and the colors and the hand drawings of all of this information that we have been watching for 15 years that they may have discovered 5 weeks ago or 5 minutes ago. Nobody has the information that we have, and we have it because we've been focused scientifically, hardcore, every day for 15 years, people. 15 years.
We didn't, and we never deviated from the main goal. We never deviated from that. We never got distracted, and I feel like a lot of these other people got really distracted with other stuff, you know, like the fake sun and all this other.
Well, do you guys remember? Do you guys remember in the early years how hard it was for me to even talk about the Federation orb or the cubes, even though I knew about them? Because I can see them. I know they're here in my mind. And Source, we talk about Source all the time. Source leads me to find things on purpose, because I have spent generations in my own mind, and in my, if you believe in Buddhism, in my reincarnation, to get here to this information that I am here, this is my job. This is my freaking job to share to you guys, and this is my one thing. This is what I'm here to do. And if you don't listen to me, and this is part of that transition constellation stepping that we just went through as of the 30th of the month, I now have to be a little bit more forceful in my opinion. I'm not trying to brag in any way, shape, and form. What I'm trying to do is inform you of the time-proven facts, because that's what we do. We have correlated this information. We don't make it up. We don't hyper imagine anything. We make mistakes, but the immense mountain of information that we have gathered, all the
word mistakes is right, Sam. I think it's more of sometimes we don't know the answer yet, because things develop in a certain way that you kind of have to wait and see how it develops, you know, like is Saturn's yellow moon's base cloud, is Saturn's base cloud.
Experimental.
In fact, one of the videos that I was seeing of yours, one of your old videos, you were saying how you had no idea about a Saturn's base cloud because it was still so far away that you
we never saw it before.
You didn't know.
I got a couple of pictures this week that were so unusual that, you know, I'm putting them in the file log, going, look what we got here. And, you know, I think about things time before I publicly talk about them, because I try to be as responsible, and I try not to spread rumors or create suppositions, and that's been a strong rule with me. I mean, I have pardon the expression, empirical science on purpose, and I try to prove things.
You can't make a claim until you know that it's been clear, that it's been vetted, you know. And I think we, you know, if we were the type that would do that, we would lose all credibility eventually. You know, you just can't. That's not a good way of working.
Hey guys, I'm gonna
Let's
bring
say hello to
Christopher on.
everybody.
Christopher's here. He made
It's
it.
Christopher here.
Yeah,
He's
Who
here.
else is here?
I feel like he thinks we forgot him. So I don't want him to feel
my
that way.
nose is
So
burning.
yeah.
There's so much
there a
smoke
lot
in the air. My
of people
nose is
today? I
burning.
can't see
all the
numbers.
way.
I can't see numbers on YouTube today. How many people are here?
44 at
It
least.
just says
Oh, boy.
2 on mine.
Oh, I
Right.
think,
I love
Okay.
all
I like
45
him.
of you.
are you on
All
the
right,
wrong
we'll
line?
get back to the comment. The comments are all over the place. Every time I switch screens and come back, the order changes. So
Yeah, it's weird. isn't it?
Anyway,
I'll just go and stick it
that's
on and
okay.
off again.
It's no big deal. Here we go. Hey, Vegas man, Mr. Vegas. Hey, Chris. How are
Hey guys, can you hear me?
you? Yeah, we can hear
Yes,
you.
we
How
can
are
hear you.
you?
Hey everybody, I just apparently I don't know how to tell time and I've lost all sense of like what 10 minutes is actually supposed to be and all over the place.
Yeah, well, it's been that kind of day or
Yeah.
week.
We're all guilty of that to some extent.
I know, right? It's like I got this, we have this car now, so usually I'm walking all over the place. So I'm thinking, okay, I can drive to the store real quick. It'll take me 5 minutes. No. I mean, I could have walked to the store faster than, and got home with time to spare. And yeah, trying to deal with the people in the parking lot and all this stuff. Anyway, I'm excited for today's show.
Me too.
Love is a mini
I hadn't-
splendor.
This
See
is
your
great.
picture? There you are. Sporting the Vegas shirt.
Oh, I like the Vegas shirt. I like
I
Jesus'
feel-
beard.
I
And
know.
Sam's
I
finger.
should point
Oh,
out,
the Led
I
Zeppelin
did
shirt.
not.
That's cool.
I did not request
You have been
for a
warned.
picture of me on my own shirt, but that's what I got. That's what I'm supposed
I
to
like
It
it.
reminds me. It reminds me of
Got your
Scooby-Doo
picture on
drawing
your
and
shirt.
Star Wars.
Right?
I mean,
Okay.
we're
I've
Star
got an
Wars
alien
people.
on mine.
That's it. That's it.
And
Speaking of which, I hate to interrupt, but what is your Jedi report for this week, Rebecca?
We are at the same I was last week.
Oh,
Shame,
I'm on number 4.
boo.
I know.
Hey,
I know.
Zeus, where
How
are
do you
you
like
on your
it?
Star Wars?
hey, look, I got a DVD player today.
great.
Wow. Progress.
I wanted to show this yesterday. Last week, but I was
Nice.
working. So, but Sharon, thank you, Sharon. Sharon,
That's nice. Very
Like
nice.
Sharon.
really
Yeah.
nice of her. You know, she
That's
gave me
very
the
nice. Yeah.
That's
whole-
amazing. Look at that. That's just
So I did
gorgeous.
get a DVD player yesterday, so I will start today watching these. So
Sweet.
Yeah.
Good. Right.
thank you, Sharon.
God,
And-
you guys gotta catch up. Dang, Skippy. Dang, Gumby.
I know.
You got
We'll
some
have
work
to
to
Bo.
do.
compare notes. Let's
Yeah,
compare
you gotta
notes.
catch right up with the rest of us.
Y'all got to do some binge watching. What's going on here?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I
what
mean,
am I
are
talking
you
about?
liking the
I'm only at
storyline,
number
Rebecca?
4
Or
on the librarians. I better just like my
A
partner
little,
too.
yeah. But thanks to Taylor.
Naughty step,
Thanks to-
cool.
naughty step.
I
Sorry,
know.
teacher.
like I said, I don't understand. I've never really grasped sci-fi movies very well.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
I
cool.
don't know why. It just that away. Anyway. But if somebody is helping me, point things that I don't know. It
That's why,
helps having him.
that's why you're getting your much needed space training.
Oh yeah.
I know.
She's
I
a
think I'm learning
Padawan learner or something like that. What is it called?
something
Right,
about the
exactly.
alien.
Right, and what I'm trying to expose you to, Rebecca, what I'm trying to show you is the size of off-world information, because we as humans, we look at us as finitely the only people here, and when we see ET, there's 7 guys, those little green-eyed big guys flying around one little tiny spacecraft saucer, and that's not what's going on.
Mhm.
There
I
are
figured.
so many factions here right now. They're here watching the Super Bowl. They are here watching the passing
Circus.
of the planet. And
They
yeah, it
probably
is
think-
the circus.
These people
That
are
is the Super Bowl.
ridiculous. These people.
Well, and
don't-
people talk about, who are in the cubes, and we don't even talk about that very often. And the fact that the Anunnaki are the people on Nibiru and Theru. They're another race that is attached to us, and we'll go into the details only if you guys want to hear about it. But we still have other parts of the show to get with. But there's so much off-world information that we don't regularly talk about, nor do we even go back for our new people to tell them how all of this shit started. There is such a huge story. There's no way that we could have 3 shipping container cargo ships from China to bring all of that answer in one show. And Christopher, he's new, and there, you go ahead, Christopher. Tell them how much information we have cataloged.
I that's what I tried to explain to a lot of people, especially like just people making random comments on TikTok, like some of the videos I'll post. I try to explain to them, if you're really wanting to learn about the information and what's really happening in our skies and the truth, you're gonna have to put in a little effort to learn the entire timeline, the basic timeline. Once you learn all of that and you have the baseline information, then you can start getting into the bigger stuff. And it just takes time, and there is a huge reward at the end of all of that. This is It's absolutely incredible.
Absolutely. It is one of those. It's one of those homework assignments that's worth every page that you read. Like, it's worth every page that you read.
Like, this is the class I'd want to go to. Right.
This was the class growing up. I would have ended up with 3 PhDs, man.
No.
Well, by the way, as now that you are an expert on the show, we could start calling you, doctor, and you guys that's why you guys are the experts, because we don't need no stinking badges, but you guys have earned your place in this science. We talk about the background information that's going on with our friends, and we talk about, hi Sharon. Sharon is trying to go to a reporter in Australia. All of you guys, and I was telling Christopher this just the other day, and I said, Christopher, you are far more than what you know right now, and you have to trust me on that. I know more than I'm telling you.
Oh yeah.
But I don't give all of the answers. I try to do metaphors on purpose for a reason. Right. Because you guys I am so amazed with Rebecca. I'm so amazed with Jesus. I am truly amazed by you, sir. Christopher, thank you. And I was having one of those mental health moments last time we were talking, because I was dealing with my benefits and then cutting me off again and all of that shit. So I was like, I had a rough week.
Yeah,
and I am going. Well, they're talking about, people are talking about, making me more famous than I already am, and I'm semi-famous. I hope. I think people actually do know who Samuel Hofman is, that guy, the crazy Nibiru guy, by now. I mean, if you've been around for a decade, you have to be partially exposed to me. But the point with it is I am suffering from the worries and the why fors and the what ifs really bad again. And this is part of that planetary.
I knew something that was going to happen. So one day something's going to happen. Is that overnight? And I know that this information can't stay this small forever. It has to break free. It will break free, right? Have you wrapped your mind? We are not making this up. Have you hear me out? Have you wrapped your mind around it? Because we're gonna be on the sidelines and we're gonna be right there with you, but it's gonna be you. Like you're gonna be like center stage. Are you really ready for that? Like, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm not now. And this is why I'm grinding. This is why I'm weighing that psychological, mental evaluation this week, where I'm talking, okay, the one thing, obsession, neurosis, paranoia, schizophrenia, which is the levels of insanity. I study psychology, and I'm weighing, like I said, the thin red line. Which side of the line am I on this week? And I'm sitting here trying to stay normal, do the job that
You're eating
No, I mean, exactly the bingo. You win a cookie. Yeah. Or okay, my attempt at being normal, and my obsession, and not going into neurosis where I'm thinking of it constantly beyond all else. Followed by paranoia, because then you get worried that maybe you're undervalued.
I'm guilty of neurosis. I really am, and I think all people are.
Yeah, it's not easy putting that mask up, Sam. Right? I mean, you have this whole other side that you're holding back for a good reason, and you have to put up this, this wall, and I don't want to say you have to put on a mask and a smile for everybody. That's but this whole situation that's occurring is so big. It's so much bigger than all of us, and it's just like sometimes when I talk about it, I start shaking because it's once you're into this and you know about it. It's there's no words for it. It's monumental. It's unprecedented.
It's paradigm shifting, as Nicole has said before.
Right.
Hello, Stacy.
Like it completely will change everything, every aspect of your life. And you have said a few times now, Chris, that when you first begin with the realization that this was real, that you kind of break down crying. And, I think it was for all of us.
I've done it.
We all had that a very similar thing, Maybe we dealt with it or cope with it differently, right?
Sure.
But we all had that moment where we were thrust with emotion and we didn't really know. It's a lot to take in. Like, it is a lot to take in, So that emotional part of it is a huge part of it, I'm just been curious. Have you figured out what exactly was it? Was it fear? Was it a little bit of everything, or what do you have you put those feelings into perspective yet? Because
I'm still battling with all of it. It gets to the point where you have to finally just decide, because it's like every time I'm seeing what's occurring in the sky, I'm seeing it with my eyes. It's right in front of me. There's no doubt about it. But my brain is telling me, "What are you doing? You're being ridiculous. Go back to reading the news
but you can't. Once you see it, you can't go back. You just can't.
Right. You can't.
Normal just goes out the window, and you will never. And that's a big part of the mind screw.
Right, and it's been like like last night we had
part of the mind fuck is that
you
really
it is.
You pass a threshold. It's like opening Pandora's box, right? You can't close that thing. Like, it's done. Like, you just crossed into the unknown, and that's it. Like, you can never go back.
Oh, that's a pretty.
And that's difficult. Like, initially, that is a shock to the system, like a complete shock to the system. Thank you, Carol. And it's just.
And then when you see what you see, that's where the tears of joy and elation overtake you. That, oh my God, there is so much more.
Right.
This is real. I mean, this isn't Saturday morning cartoon new edition of Spider-Man is coming out. No, this is the whole freaking Harry Potter series. I mean, there's just so much more.
I gotta say something.
That's where I break down into tears.
I gotta tell Caroline thank you. And
hi, Caroline.
I just got to show you all this picture, because doesn't that cat look like Mittens?
Yeah.
Did you think it was Mittens? Because I did.
I did.
It's actually an option, a sticker on the app I use for my phone. Anyway, but I got.
She's been leaving the house and doing modeling on her own.
And I'm like, how do they know what mittens looks like? How do they
Even
know?
even the look on her eyes, the way she kind
Even
of
the little white bit on her face.
That
Even
little
like
corner on her nose, yes, I know, because she.
yeah, the pink and everything. That's pretty wild.
I know. It's a
They don't
cat.
just.
It's like
I guess they don't just listen to us. They watch our pets too,
Nah.
Um,
and they know that I drink
was-
2 cups of coffee.
That was weird,
and
but cool.
so
Yeah, she needs her own little thing. Yeah. Thank you, Carol Ann. Yes.
thank you,
I
Carol.
thought she'd get a kick out of that. All right. I have been all over, up and down the chat. I think I've pulled everybody up at least once that's been here. This is a weird show already. Kind of weird. Anyway, it's nice, but
It's been
you
a
know,
roller
it's
coaster of
we're
a
off
week,
track a little
guys. It's been a roller coaster
Yeah.
of a week. You know, there's been emotions. Like some of the things that are happening have had me so excited and on edge at the same time because
I've
it's
got something to say about all this as well. I've been listening to all of you guys, and you're all venting totally because everybody's obviously had their moment. And it's
Oh, yeah.
just like a vent. Anyway,
right.
here's my vent. My vent is that every
Rick.
time something negative pops up,
Yeah.
the most beautiful and incredible thing will happen in the sky or to you inside yourself. Like you'll have a realization, or you'll look up there and you're like,
I was telling you
go
that
on a whole
recently,
brand
Julie?
new research
We
vent,
were talking about
and you
that,
come up with a
remember?
new thing, and you just
Yeah.
you just feel
Me
like you're
neither.
going to pop, and
Yeah,
then there's
last-
nobody to talk to, and
Yeah,
then Sam
last
said,
week-
"No, we're on a quiet week."
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Julian, remember last week we were talking about it when we were you had been sick and then I had been sick. I was talking about how every time that I feel like I get sick and then I get better, it's like some kind of realization comes to me, you know. So
Yeah, you just said that. That's true.
You know, there's that balance. I guess that balance, the universe will always balance itself out, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm a firm believer of that. But I
We
do
have
think that
entered.
good things are always followed by bad shit, you know.
We are entering a new galactic plane. Our solar system moves like a radio wave every approximately. I don't have all the full
That's the
details,
other
but
thing.
every 300,000 years, according to the Mayan calendar, we go from the bottom of the solar system, our galaxy, excuse me. Our solar system goes from the bottom of the galaxy through the middle of the galaxy to the upper part of the galaxy. And now recently we have entered that galactic new electrical cloud, which is also affecting our brains. Earth, everything around us is all being affected by it. Now we're also in the middle and the transition of the Lionsgate constellation alignment, where all of our planets are aligned right now. All Earth, all 8 out of 8 are aligned right now. And Jupiter and Saturn and Venus are visible in the night sky. Very large, by the way.
Awesome.
Yeah, they are
For normal standard.
I'm really loving that
We're
alignment.
coming up to a moon, full moon. That's a corn moon, which is a harvest transition moon, seasonal transition. We're moving in our orbit into heading toward the winter orbit, and I've already noticed the arc of the sun alignment change.
I was going to just say that, Sam. I've already noticed the sun is moving into that winter orbit already.
Right, and it moved quickly in the last 3 or 4 days.
Right. And now, are we at the peak of the 180-day cycle now, or?
We're at the tail of the 100.
Okay,
this is now as
been getting
Yuri
wild.
goes over the top of him, as Yuri goes over the top of us for this end of the cycle. The proximity, now remember, the stuff underneath Yuri is far closer to us as well. And this is where all that freak lightning is coming from, which I'm sure Rebecca has at least 3 or 4 videos of. We are by the way, and also the Skull asteroid is back early for Halloween this year.
I knew it. I could swear I saw it recently.
Oh, we're gonna have a Halloween from hell. We're gonna see massive storms and electrical phenomenon and planetary internal electrical fluidical lava volcano earthquake shit going on from now to doomsday, pardon the expression.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went out on the beach today and we heard there were some ripping waves coming in, and here they come.
Yeah.
Get ready to ride, man.
I have something to ask Sam. Before I forget, that's another thing this week. It's like so many things to forget because you see so many. You know how you've said, watch the librarians. I've suddenly a new kind of perception of how you think about.
Where are you at? What season?
But anyway, I found this thing. For you. But I think I also shared it to Lorna. It was about Terence Howard. He had talked about the periodic table being like spirals and all the chemicals all joined together because they're all part of each other. And all I could think about was how you had told us that our systems are like atoms and they're all tiny, one within the other within the other.
Right.
So this is all beautiful. No wonder you couldn't have a periodic table. It's too beautiful, and it's not even that one they showed us. Why would you want something?
Yeah,
like that?
The other day somebody was asking me about the age of the planets. Are they all the same age? And yes, they all did form. It took like 2.5 million years for once our solar system went burp, or our binary solar system went burp with two atoms, and the compound that we are became what it is, and then the formation, the solidification, and the cooling, where it became protons, neutrons, and electrons. Because anytime you have a chemistry exchange or a change in chemistry, either through paradoxal or through transition of proton and neutron exchange with other exterior influences, that is the thing that is missing with Einstein. He looked at everything as gravitational, but in actuality, we are chemistry equation in effect. That takes millions and billions of years. By our timeline, we're on the microcosm of all of that. And our solar systems and our binary solar system is a chemistry equation, and it's stable. That's why there's repetitive passings of, and in a binary solar system, the two stars orbit separately, and then every so often they come into a binary planetary discharge pattern, which is also normal, which keeps it in balance. Now, if it was paradoxal, it would break up, and then you'd see, a schizoid galactic explosion or whatever, a supernova, blah, blah, blah. So our binary system is a chemistry equation. Our planets are made up of atomic structures laid out in a shell-structured atomic chemistry equation.
So that's what I've been.
And that is the unification model that Einstein never understood.
He was always thinking, I didn't understand that. That's so beautiful. That is so beautiful. It's so gosh darn beautiful. See, I'm saying pretty words, but the helical spirals made me think about it. I thought, even music and notes, and they always said, like, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And the Word and music and sound and energy, it's so amazing, Sam.
And in basic physics, sound equals light equals matter. Harmonics.
Beautiful.
That's
big
what's going on with our planet. People are talking about the lava and the volcanoes and the tectonic plates and the weather. All of that is connected to that harmonic. And we talk about the transition since the 8.5 earthquake in Kamchatka on I believe it was July 9th. You can check I could be wrong. This memory trying to reach back into a dark closet with cobwebs compared to what I've learned in the last month. It caused a harmonic offput in our human resonance electrical that they've never seen before. And that wave went on for weeks, all throughout the Cascades and the whole lava region from Mexico, Los Angeles, all the way up into Alaska. And the tectonic plate, the Pacific plate, is more. Wow. This is the movement of the atomic plates. Look at that.
Sam,
wow.
speaking of movement, so I keep trying to explain to people that you have to have a different perspective of this. Now, look, yes,
Red asteroid.
this is not
Red asteroid. Red
this is
asteroid.
not good for us here on Earth. There's going to
The
be
Bethany.
issues. There's going to be problems, yes, but when you look at it as a whole compound thing, as you said, we're a compound. This is the way it's supposed to happen. Like yeah, we're in the middle of the storm and we're caught up in, but in order for things to continue as they are, this is the way it happens, right? I've explained it before, like volcanoes. Yeah, they're destructive, but then after they destroy everything, the land becomes very fertile and it becomes very lush.
Where does silver come from? Where does gold come from?
Exactly.
Where
And
does
that's where I
lead
was
and manganese?
That's where I was going, Sam. That's where I was going. Hear me out. Do you know that we're already seeing it here in Utah? There's been rumors already. There's been a lot of talk that there's a gold rush here in Utah. That there's parts where people are starting to find gold, and a lot of it. Like there was somebody that said that
well, now with the advent of this new LiDAR radar technology from space that's coming through, they're discovering deposits of gold you wouldn't believe. But not only that, but you got to remember who's parked upstairs of us.
Well, that's what I mean, Sam. What I think is that, as you have mentioned before, is the reason why the Nibiruians are here and all that, waiting for the commodities and shit, is because Earth.
Do you guys want to talk about that?
We have the tectonic plates shifting, and you have all these things to rebuild those elements and those precious metals that the entire universe, that all these people depend on, right? Why we're the worker bees down, right? But
we are
you're already seeing it because we are having a lot of plate tectonic shifts, even though none of it is being talked about on the news, but we're already having a lot of those shifts. We're seeing a lot of it already, and we're already seeing a lot of those changes.
In 3,654 years from now, this is going to happen again, and they're going to come back by and want these commodities.
Exactly.
Now, these commodities are being picked up right now. And that is reflective in the stock market prices. And if you know the background, I'm not going to give you all the answers behind this. Look, that's Atu's moon right there discharging.
Well, we're producing the most gold ever yet. It is at a high.
You can say that again, Tracy.
Like okay.
And now you got 3,000.
The supply.
I'll tell you the price of gold
is not mathing right now, right? Supply and demand is not mathing.
On the stock market, gold is selling $3,639.80, up 0.92% today. It's going up, people. Plus, I will reiterate for the 800th time, gold on the stock market is supposed to be directly representative of supply and demand, which is the same thing as oil markets. Per price per barrel, etc. And the harder it is to refine, the more the price goes up. Well, the problem with what's going on is we are producing more gold than we have ever produced in the entire history of mankind. And guess what? Currently, the value of gold is the highest it's ever been in recorded history. So therefore, that does not match the spectrum of supply and demand. So what is going on?
You have to ask yourself what is really going on, because the math here of supply and demand is not working out.
It's ass backwards. Wow. It's ass backwards. Gold should be 92 cents an ounce, and it's 3,600 and what? I'll go back again. 3,000. Where to go? 3,600. $39. No,
I guess I don't want you to talk about gold because
right.
They're doing the robot.
I mean, that's not like
shit.
Well, that is the number one commodity, and they're picking up tons of it.
That's what all this really is about, guys. Is why we're here, why
You know why?
we deal with what we deal with on a daily. This is our lives. Is we're a
Yeah,
small
plasma ball.
cog in an enormous wheel that we don't even know we are a part of.
We are a rock-type planet. We have mining deposits in the soft metals group. Because of our placement in this chemistry equation, we produce soft metals from mercury to copper to gold to silver to you name it. And that is what makes Earth so special. And because of that,
Absolutely.
they came here, they mined it themselves, found out it would be much easier to have an indigenous tribe. So they upgraded humans, people, and we can hopefully not get me blurbled out too bad, but I'm speaking in generics. And I know the off-world information. I know why, when, what, where, how. And that doesn't grow on the internet tree.
Nope.
And I've spent 15 years learning even more from day one till even the last 47 years learning, trying to deal with this topic and not lose my mind and end up in a rubber room and in a straitjacket.
Sure.
So and go ahead, Christopher.
No, I stand by, and I watched from the sidelines too, and I see other. I'm not going to say any groups or names, but there are people out there that have all the answers ready to go for you in a nice, gift wrapped box, right? And it just, when you're saying that you're still learning on a daily basis, and you have brought all of this information together, and there's really no holes in it, but you're still sitting here saying that you're learning continuously. It's just it's genuine where you're coming from, and I appreciate that.
Well, we're all sharing this information behind the scenes and on our show and stuff. We can't wait to talk to each other.
Well, there's that saying, Chris. People say that be wary of those that tell you that they know everything, that they know all the truth. Yeah. Nobody does. Nobody does. Right. Like you have, if you ain't humble enough to say, I know so much, and but I know I don't know even more than that, then you're gonna end up like everybody else, stuck on Einstein.
Yeah.
You better get right with Jesus.
Yeah. Well.
And
I love that one.
Get right.
And I think it's what makes this group different is that we are. I think that we're really open-minded to those kind of things, where most of the world seems to really struggle in that area. New information is not easily accepted, and we're not an evidence-based society. We're not. We're not.
Oh, God, no.
I have shown people things that you cannot deny, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to some people. It does not matter. If it contradicts what you grew up believing, the amount of evidence that you present does not matter. I was telling this to Matt.
That's what faith is about. Faith. Having faith. If you believe it, if you can't even see it, there's no proof. It doesn't matter what anybody says. It's because of faith.
Absolutely.
That's what I was telling Matthew Eagle recently. I haven't seen him today, but I was telling him was it yesterday? I was like, he says that he's having a hard time with his family. I'm like, this is what this information coming across this information, it's gonna humble you into realizing that it doesn't matter what you tell people or how you tell them or how you present your evidence. It doesn't matter. Some people are not going to get on board regardless of the evidence. And that part of all this teaches you patience. It has to, because or else you're going to drive yourself nuts. It's going to teach you patience. It's going to teach you to humble yourself and just realize the human situation right now, or it's just so screwed in a big way. We are so screwed. We have been led astray for so long that letting go of those
We've become comfortable in it.
yeah,
We've
yes,
completely forgotten, what
exactly.
what who we are, and this. It's not good.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Well, we are who most people are, whoever they, what we've been told. Like that's the thing, is that most people just can't look past that. Again, I was saying a story before you got on here, Chris. I had an argument. It was a drunken argument. I was drinking with somebody, which I rarely do, but this was last year. But they were arguing to me that they would get that it offends. They told me it offends me when you say that Einstein was wrong. And I'm like,
Oh,
my rebuttal to that, Chris, was, so what was? Could you explain to me Einstein's theory of special relativity? And I got crickets. They didn't know, because
right,
it facts don't matter. Like the only thing that matters at that point, they didn't even know. They could not explain to me Einstein's theory of special relativity, because they didn't know. They only knew, they were only parroting. They
They're
were
only
only
saying the words, man. They
sure,
don't know what it
they were
means.
just repeating what they've been told their whole lives, but they don't really know. They don't really understand what they believe in. They just believe in it because that's what they've been told to believe. But it doesn't come from a place of learning. It doesn't come from being educated on something. It doesn't come from research. It doesn't come from any of that. It just comes from, my grandpa did this, his grandpa before that did it, and so on and so forth. And that's where our belief systems come from.
right.
And to get people out of those belief systems is a bitch. Like, not everybody can do it. Like unfortunately, not everybody's as open.
I'm going to give you the basis of my paper that I wrote in 1978. Now, I believed that we had our star and we had our solar system, but our star, I did a calculation using circumference and mass, and I looked a bunch of stuff up, and I did not believe that our star, Sol, the little dwarf yellow star, could hold all the planets the way that they were, and it struck me as odd. And then in my era, back in the 70s, Isaac Asimov magazine was on the coffee table at my home. My parents were science orientated, and they were also, educated and hooked up with the University of Montana, et cetera, and state senators and all of this.
Yep.
So we had Isaac Asimov on the coffee table. So I grew up reading that stuff, and I had also heard the stories about how Neptune and everything, the orbit of Neptune was upset by something, and this is where the whole basis of Planet X came from, where they were saying there was some influencing body that had to be affecting Neptune and Pluto.
Right.
And so this is where the origins of that, and there was also the cross reference from the 50s of Velikovsky and worlds in collision and all of this, and Einstein, et cetera, on. And the science of the day in the 70s. Then in the 80s came out a whole bunch of other science and other misinformation having to do with Planet X. But anyway, going back to that, so therefore, and once I learned the periodic chart and chemistry, I've always believed that stars were actually atoms.
Sure.
And because, there has to be one set of rules, and that was the Einstein relativity. God, I'm trying to think of the exact term. The equaling things to what happens in space versus what happens in your tabletop in front of you. And that was the separation that he never understood. And that the fact is that everything is connected, and we don't deal wholly on gravity, because we deal, even our air is electric, and our water is electric, and we are electric, and our Earth is electric, and our solar system is electric, and our universe is electric. It's all connected to each other. And that's the thing he didn't understand, and he didn't mix chemistry. chemistry equation. We are in a functioning electrical chemistry equation that exists in our dimension. And we are one galaxy out of billions of galaxies. People, you have to think way
it's just
bigger.
amazing.
So,
it's just
Absolutely.
what we are is we're a soft metal group's proton or new proton, because it's positively charged, because we have a liquid core, we have an atmosphere, blah blah blah. So we're a proton, and on this proton, because we're in the Goldilocks zone, this proton can create soft metals and be actually mined, that which is what makes this planet special out of both of the two connective solar systems, which is why humans exist. Thank you, Sharon. That is exactly right.
Yeah,
it has to do with black holes, time travel. It's a very large, relativity has a very large equation, many equations balanced around it, and that was and of course it describes gravity as the curvature of the four-dimensional space-time. That is not how it works. And we talk about, instead of the dinner plate that rotates around with gravity doing its thing and pulling everything in from our solar system or outside of it, that's not how it works.
Fabric,
because our star is traveling, and all the static planets that are connected electrically are following behind it through virgin space every minute of the day, rather than sitting in one spot and rotating like a dinner plate. That is what Einstein got wrong. We are constantly following our star in a spiral rotation, except we have two stars connected around an electron cluster, which is Nibiru, and the two stars follow around Nibiru with spiraling solar systems that cross places every 3,654 years.
And how incredible is that? Can you imagine? You can just try and picture it in your head, how big that feels, but it's not even big in the context of the universe. How many universes are there even? It's just
billions.
It's just incredible. I mean, watching Carl Sagan when I grew up really helped to keep my mind open. I think anybody who listened to that man talking with such passion about space really desperately wanted to get off this ball and go and look and see it.
Yeah, I was reading that stuff at age 12. My dad was, of course, my dad passed away or left his house before he passed away. But when my dad left his house, our house was filled with 3 stories of books. I mean, we had books in the attic, we had books in the second story, we had books everywhere. And unfortunately, I didn't get to pick and choose the ones I wanted. No, they didn't even tell me they were clearing it. But anyway, I missed out on a lot of family history. But it's truly a sad tale. But the thing is, there's so much more than, I mean, Einstein is so old, and there's been many other scientists that have even been way smarter than him, and yet everybody chooses their hero, the guy that couldn't tie his shoes or comb his hair, and he was taken away, stolen from the Germans.
Well, there has been science, Sam, that disproves Einstein, but the science community kind of ignores it because it contradicts what they have established, right? And again, that's a big problem with science, is that we're so stubborn as humans.
It's so rigid. It's so controlled and so rigid.
Well, yeah, and also think about this, Gillian. Can you imagine if you dedicated your entire life to Einstein's theory, and then one day it's proven completely wrong?
Yeah, somebody walks in and tears up the paper.
I mean, that's going to be a shock to the system, first of all. You know, this is the reason why people who do this kind of stuff for a living, I'm wary of them. Like anybody who does it for a living, whose entire life depends on this job, like, of course, they're not going to deviate, because their job, their livelihood depends on them playing the game the way they wrote the game. But that's
tenure and academia. The empirical science academia tenure refunding, or you're going to lose your professorship or
Yeah.
your lecture tour, and that's why I have never volunteered to even be part of what. They brought me to the government, and then they got mad at me, and I went, "Screw you! If you're not going to listen to me, you invited me here, and
You would
yet
have
now
ended
you're
up.
mad
You
at
would have
me
ended
because
up
I
right
told
on
you."
that on the Einstein wagon as well, Sam. Had you stuck around, that's probably what would have happened. They would have beat. They would
Well,
have beat Einstein's into you.
well, no,
Tried.
actually,
Right.
when they did my eval and my psych profile, they actually came to me and told me that I was well over 20 points higher IQ wise than Einstein. And then when I told them, the binary electrical thing, they go, "What, you think you're smarter than Einstein?" And because I throw out gravity. Gravity is only
There you go.
a connective force of electrical.
Like they literally just told you you're smarter than Einstein, yet
Right.
they still can't get past Einstein. Like you gotta,
Right.
like we're so, if these are the people that are running shit, we're screwed. Like we're so screwed. If we can't even get scientists to agree on one thing, because I'll tell you, like Sam, you said it before, like it's really rare to find scientists that completely agree on one thing. It's always
Yeah. You can go to the Geneva Convention
it's
and you'll have
it's
100 scientists there all talking about their theories. I mean, anyway, younger Dryas or anything.
and it all came down, and it all come like even but so somebody put it and I shared this last week. There's people who are born greatness with greatness. There are people who achieve greatness, and then there are people who have greatness thrust upon them, and that's what happened to Einstein, right? That's really. I'm not saying that he wasn't great. He was a smart guy. I'm not.
Well,
By
okay,
no means am I
God,
taking it. But what I mean is that a lot of what happened to Einstein was really just he was as much of a victim as he was a winner.
all right,
Right? He was.
all right.
He was.
I'm going to get us really flagged.
And all of a
I'm
sudden
going to
he
get us
became-
really flagged. The U.S. government abducted him from Germany because he was a top level title clerk scientist, and he took most of his stuff from what he learned from the title company that he worked for logging in. I can't pull the damn name out, but anyway, patents, the patent office in Germany, and he was studying
was
science.
so
He was
right.
very smart.
That alone makes me very suspicious. That alone just.
But anyway, they took him, and this is what they were offering me when they handed me the keys to my car and the keys to my house day one, and said, "You will live on this Air Force base, and here's your." And they tried to give me a K car. Talk about the worst damn thing you could give anybody. That was back again. Look up a 1980 K car.
Okay.
Ugly.
I mean, you'll laugh your ass off. Dodge K car, Plymouth Dodge, whatever. Look it up. That was back in the gas crisis days. Anyway, and so they were going to have me living on an Air Force base and be a puppet for them. And then they wanted to send me to Bologna, Italy, for the Far-Seeing Academy because of my far-seeing abilities. Because I rate highly on the pattern recognition and psychic scores because of my bloodline. And then and then the Sumer bump and all of that, and whom I am and what I'm doing now. And I think it was a level of control because they wanted to stop me from better things yet to come, which is what we're doing now.
I never thought of it that way, actually, Sam.
Well, I try to, I often wonder, we were talking about this earlier where, in the green room, I often wonder what it would have been if I would have actually said, okay, fine, deport me, because that was part of what they were threatening me with in 1980. They were saying, we're going to deport your entire family back to Holland because, I have dual citizenship. My parents were Dutch nationals who came over here after World War II because my father was in a slave labor camp during, World War II and all of that. So they got religious citizenship to be immigrate to the United States, and came through Ellis Island like everybody and all of that.
Yep.
So they were threatening to deport me and my whole family back to Holland if I said word one, and that was part of the 30-year non-disclosure agreement. And that's when I found out that the U.S. government isn't necessarily concerned with the rights of the citizens, and that is part of my post-traumatic stress disorder that I go through with dealing with this topic and speaking in public. Because when I first started doing this, I was so programmed that I would sweat bullets. I would be wearing a wet T-shirt typing to you guys in the early days.
Wow, Sam.
You've gotten more comfortable, son. And I've noticed, again, I've been watching some of your older videos all week. I have noticed that you're way more open than you used to be. There's a lot of things,
it's kind of the planetary alignment time. We were, I have to get past some of my personal fears, and there's some background stuff going on that's kind of pushing me farther to the bridge. I'm not going to say the edge because there's a bridge there, but it's it's a rope bridge, and are you afraid of heights? We've all got to go across this bridge together. Raiders of the Lost Ark and all of that shit. And my life is like 3 sci-fi movies wrapped up into one. It's insane. You wouldn't believe the amount of ghosts I've been seeing flying through my freaking house lately. Oh my God. And I try not to pay attention to it. And it's just, there's so much going on. And we talk about neurosis. And I mean, oh God, don't let me get paranoia, There's just so much going on.
In my culture, they always told us that if you do come across ghosts, ask them what they need, because usually they're in need of something. If they're presenting themselves to you, it's because they may be in need of your help somehow. I've never gone that way. If I see a ghost, I'm just gonna go the other way. I'm not gonna ask. I'm not gonna start a conversation.
Right.
What's this dude talking about? Velikovsky.
That's what they always told us growing up. It's always told us.
I have a sidebar news story, and you can look this up for any of you that have watched political. And I wish I could even quote the video it's from, but President Trump, and I swear this is verbatim from what I saw. He was doing a hosting for the Republican Party in the now cemented over Rose Garden. And about a minute and a half into his speech, an orb of an ex-dead president flies, like Abraham Lincoln's ghost or something, literally flies right in front of him on the video. And I watched it like 5 times. And there was a ghost that flew in front of him going, "Shut up, you bastard!" I mean, he fucked him. He cemented over the Rose Garden, for God's sakes, and he's now calling it.
I bet you, like,
White House.
Presidents are rolling in their grave right now.
Yeah. And I'm watching him do his speech, and this freaking ghost orb flies right in front of him. It's like, I saw that. And I rewinded it, on YouTube like 5 times. Yeah, that's a freaking ghost. Yeah, that's a freaking ghost. Yeah, that's a freaking ghost. And it's just, oh Christ. And I've been seeing actual side faces and full body apparitions lately, and it's just like, you got to be kidding me. Yeah, I don't want to see this shit, and yet,
of course you don't.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is a question that comes out of left field, but like, they don't play a part in any of this, dude. Do you think? I mean, if you're saying that you're seeing,
they're still connected to it also. Power, okay, energy does not ever die.
It can only be it cannot be destroyed,
if I was to
be transformed, right?
Right. And if I was to bend modern man's religion without going into too much detail about what the truth is from off-world information, which I do have, I know what the truth is. And let me explain that they don't go to heaven as quickly as one would assume, which is why we see many spirits in many different periods of clothing, because not everyone is taken to quote unquote heaven at the same time or within any given short period of time. So if you're going to die, people, be ready to walk around for a while.
You're saying that heaven, as in heaven and hell, like, or you just
no, I'm when I'm saying heaven, I'm talking reincarnation.
Okay.
We go to a state of holding, and then we're reincarnated back, which is how we all learn and learn and learn and learn and learn and then grow and then become what the Buddhists would call bodhisattva, where you become enlightened enough to move to your next transitory stages, which most of everybody would work on.
That's what I always thought. I was like, I don't know why. I always felt like a lot of this that I've learned, I kind of feel like some of it's already been there. You know, like there was something in the previous life that I didn't complete, and then now it's like a continuation. I don't know why. That's always been a thought of mine. Like, I don't feel like this is my first life. I feel like it's like a continuation of a past life or something. I don't know why.
I have direct memories of being told that I would do this generations ago.
I felt like an old soul. Like, I don't feel. I feel like I'm just
which is why you're here.
I've always been an old soul. Even when I was a kid, I was always like that old kid.
Which is why you're here. And it takes and you all you got to do is study Buddhism, and it is or Taoism or Hinduism or off-world religions. Christianity has a lot of that, but it's all point of view manipulation from Rome, unfortunately. And we've been led into a rather uncomfortable position. But if you are a Christian, you can transcend your religion to realize that there's not just one God, but there's demigods in between, and then work on that notion.
So what
there
is
are
that?
so
There's
many
a God
factors.
name. Like, what can we call a God name? I mean, people ask me that all the time. Like,
Sound.
what's
Just
a God's name?
whatever. It's a tonal inflection, which is what they're all religions into the word, the sound, and it's like I try to teach you guys about Om chanting, and you go Om, and you do the A E I O U vowels in the back of your throat, as well as the subtones, and that's the harmonic vibration where you match the air around you, and that same tone that you create goes out through the universe and connects and never stops. That is the complete connection to everything all the way across time and space. And that is source that comes back to teach you once you accept that it's there.
How do you know you weren't lied to?
Because it happens so often, you can't argue with it anymore.
Right.
When see, now I see things happening ahead of time often. It's not something you can, I want to do. It just happens. But I'll be sitting there at the table, and like I'll get the intonation that my daughter just walked out, but she didn't. And I look at second look, and she's not there. And then you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there she walks out. You see things twice.
Sure.
That's interesting.
And that's part of, there's something to, the more that you believe in source, the more that you believe in connective responsibility to listen to your inner self, and that inner voice, the correct ones, not the freaky ones, which is, of course, schizophrenia. But if you listen to the inner voice when it speaks to you, and you follow those intonations and the pictures and the whatever, or the smells or the touch or the textures, you start to listen to them, the more you hear, the more it guides you, the more it teaches you, the more you learn from it. And then before you know it, you get to draw a monthly sight drawing and know where all the planets are. In a nutshell.
All about knowing how to listen is throughout the years of doing this, it's what I've it's what I've come to summation of it all is you have to learn how to listen to the universe. Sometimes it's louder than other times. Sometimes it's very subtle. You have to learn the language. You have to learn, and I think that's a good thing for everybody. We all have different. I was telling my younger brother that his love language is a little different, but you have to catch up on those things. You know, like you have to learn how to listen. And the last 5 years of my life, you know, I've been doing that more and more, and it's never led me astray. You know, like you really should listen to that thing. You know, some people call it voice, that voice in your head, or whatever. Just listen to it. You know, something tells you to get up and go outside because of the, you know, go. You never know. Like a lot of my best captures have come that way. You know, just my intuition of just going outside. I know that's happened to you, Chris. Like I know it has. I know it's happened to Jim. I know it's happened to all of us. You know, so just listen to those little subtle things, and they'll never lead you astray.
Right? It's just,
You know, and when the dogs in the neighborhood are barking, or all of a sudden the crickets shut up, or the wind changes, or you know, or you see sea trails across the sky, and they're covering something up there. So you know, spend the next half hour looking, because you know it's going to come right out from behind it. I promise you. And this is really, and you know, they're doing that for. I mean, our air is so full of crap you wouldn't believe, from the Alaska or Kamchatka, or all the volcanoes around the planet going off. There's so much crap in the air that we can't really see what's going on, and some of that, you know, is also man-made. Not a large portion of it, but I mean, our air is full of crap. I'm sitting here, you know, gravel throat from hell up here in Montana, and I can't see a mile away. And we are in extreme air quality warnings going off on the TV everywhere.
I can only imagine what you're missing, Sam, because it has been absolutely bananas here. Like it has been, God, it has been so crazy.
Wow.
Like those the shadowings, the dark, and it's funny because it's like you get like those dark, right? You get the dark sides. Well, it's more illuminating because
I think he locked up,
right? But it's very reflective. Like it's very reflective. Like I've been having to take videos with my eyes closed, like just like know it's. But I have to close my eyes.
That flaring just does your head in.
You don't know what you're taking a picture of. You can't even see. Can't see in front of you.
Dude.
Can't see the screen.
Black sunglasses.
Well, even if it's shadowed up there, right? Because you have Yuri going over the top of us. Or you've seen Atu's moon. It's just so crazy, but they're reflecting light. And it hurts. Like it really hurts to look up there, even with my glasses on. Even my glasses.
Red stars.
Wow.
Well, you know what amazes me is that so many people in 2011. There was a period of time in 2011 where if you walked outside and you looked at your window tinting on your car, you could see the circles inside the glass. Now, we've never in history ever been able to see that, and it went on for months. And that is when the second star became highly visible to most of Earth. And that first extra 70% of UV rating hit Earth, and they just, you know, chalked up to holes in the ozone layer. And that's not what happened. And that's the same time all the planets in the solar system tipped. All their axis is tipped. And they started glowing on the North Pole and the South Pole with all this electrical illuminated mystery aurora borealis on all the normal planets, people. And it's all documented. You know, you go all the way back then. And we've been screaming about this event since 2011, 2010. And the rising up of Nibiru from Antarctica. And this is where Montana Skywatcher tried to warn everybody since 2010. And this is quite real. And they're right here.
That picture that we just saw there, that's exactly what I've been seeing. Well, today, that, and then Sorry, Sam. I don't mean to interrupt you there, but just wanted to throw that in there. But it's if you're not watching this right now, you are missing. I just don't. I get how there's times where it's subtle and it's easy to miss, but lately you have to be brain dead, really completely brain dead, to not notice or not question. Oh, but the thing is that people really just don't look up. Like they just do not look up. Like I have been when I went to my doctor's like 2 weeks ago. There was a bunch of us that were sitting outside, right? Because they were after COVID, everything's a little weird, right? So there was a bunch of us just waiting in line outside. And there was so much happening up there. I was just sitting there, just staring. But I also looked around the crowd to see if anybody, and it's always the same thing. Nobody even glances up there. Nobody. I swear there are people that probably go days without looking up at the sky. Like they literally just like their peripheral vision will just stay at eye level, but they just don't look up, and I just don't get it. I will never understand it. Never get it. I will never understand it. My brother,
everybody's looking at their phone.
My brother
holding on to their kids.
My brother tells me he finds the sky so boring that he just cannot bring himself to even bother looking up there. And I'm like, you watch The View, all right? You watch The View, all right? That's your idea of entertainment. And right now you're missing one of the most incredible shows.
Texas Cube, Longbox Cube, the Skull,
right. Yeah,
Lead Asteroid. Red asteroid, green asteroid.
What you're talking about, Sam, how it was being cut off, but it still looks like.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like that.
Who's that? Yuri.
Yeah, that's the Yuri.
Wow.
Oh,
that's Atu's moon. That's looking underneath the bottom of Atu's moon. And the rainbow is because the light is shining underneath the planet. Again, the side of Uri, see the dark line? Incredible. That's the edge of the light angle.
Beautiful.
There again, the edge of Uri.
Uri is so dominant.
And she's coming overhead all the way through October and December.
Oh.
As we move into our winter orbit. See those are the straight lines of Uri and the light shining in the side. Now wow.
Look at that.
That is the tan asteroid that looks like when it's going over the head of it, it has wings, which is where the legend of the dragon came from. This is Atu's moon. And etc. This is the bottom of Uri. That's why it's white. Now, in the green edge, you see the sun on the right hand side was the side edge of Saru.
Okay.
Which asteroid is that? The red asteroid, Sam?
I think I would say that is Lorraine.
Lorraine.
Too small for the red. Too small for the tan.
Wow.
That is the red asteroid, dead center, with the 3 or 4 or 5 little ones around it spiraling.
Is it on the right side, Sam? I have not seen the drawing.
It is moving in shots from minor underneath left to beyond right.
Okay.
This is a pinch between big planets, between Uri on one side and Saru on the other.
Wow.
This is the light shining underneath underneath Uri.
Wow.
Bottom of necessity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bottom of the sun shining under necessity.
Zigzag crown.
Again necessity.
Okay.
Now the orange-yellow is the core of Saru. After sunset, this is again the bottom of Nepacity.
Wow. I can't
Big
imagine.
3 asteroids are on the left.
So pretty.
Backlit crescent flare. Oh no, this
That's
is
the right one.
this is Pappy.
See, I get confused. See, I get confused by that one. That one sometimes I'm like, is that an asteroid, or am I seeing back?
It's a smaller asteroid at the bottom left-hand side of the group of the Tan and Lorraine and Pappy and the Salamander asteroid group, but they're partially sticking out farther than the rest of all the crap that's behind them. That's the side edge of Isatum. This is again the bottom of Nepacity, I think. Weird.
Whoa.
This again is okay. Wow. I'm gonna say Tan asteroid.
Cool.
And Pappy is the one in front of the Tan. And this is the bottom edge of the bottom of Uri Reach, the asteroid bottom. Larger than normal. Okay.
Andrea, it's like Papi, like Puerto Rican Papi. You know, it's not like Pappy, it's Papi.
Pappy.
Papi. Like,
Well, I was told it was Papi, Pappy.
Yeah, Papi.
But
Yeah,
Pappy, yeah, right.
Yeah. Like hey, Papi, you know, and like that Puerto Rican
that's
kind of
an asteroid. Wait a minute. Wait. Where's the sun coming from?
It's an asteroid.
Asteroid in front of Atu's moon. That is the long box cube. Wow, look at that.
No.
That is freaky odd. That is a cool shot. Man, that's going to take some staring at. That is, of course, asteroid behavior. This is the blue sun effect of the blue asteroid and Matim being in proximity to the sun.
I was seeing a video from the Thunderbolts project about the turquoise sun, how it pops up in history a lot. The turquoise sun. Why does that happen, Sam? Why does it look like that? Is it
refractive color? Well, or it could have a spectrum issue, how it's being broken down into prism through the atmosphere, or it could have a refractive light because the blue asteroid currently and the blue, very bright blue.
But it's not an effect that would happen prior to this system coming close to us, right? Like it wouldn't. That wouldn't happen.
Right.
Okay,
Exactly.
So,
unless there's some
how it's been brought up many times throughout history. I have yet to finish that video. I just kind of started it, but they were talking about how the turquoise sun, and I was like, we've seen the turquoise sun a lot. Like I've seen that color.
Everything to the right of the camera is Saru. That's the bottom of Saru.
And there's the base clouds that when I was new, everybody was talking about. It was the mothership. They always refer to the mothership.
That's still going on.
It drove me nuts how everybody kept.
There's another one.
Oh, look, there's a twin one. That's nuts.
Oh, Perunc, look at that.
Yeah, there's the Mr. MBB, whatever picture.
Okay. Oh, cool.
Looks like a giant tentacle across the sky.
Wow.
Nepacity. Over Kansas, y'all. That is Atu's moon. Axis tipping because it's going beyond from the right-hand side when you're looking away from the sun to the left-hand side.
Again, the cutoff, and it looks like it's behind the sun, but it's not. That is
the top half is a refractive light. The bottom half is the real sun, and this is Saru going over the top of the sun.
A cool video. I'm sure Rebecca will show it later, but a cool video of a Tim doing this. Very same effect.
Yeah, we can watch that now. Actually.
Cool.
So let's do that. Cool. All right. I got back like right in time. Like it's like I couldn't planned it any better.
Were you on cat duty?
Yeah, I go in there to get coffee, and then Princess wants to eat, and then Diana in stages. Diana, then Skinny, then Mittens, and then Princess wanted to eat again.
They're on their own schedule, huh?
Yeah, because they see another one eating, and they're like, "Oh, I'll want to eat too," you know. Anyway, okay, let's see. Let's pull up your video. You had a bunch of good ones. I don't know. I found several.
So I sent you one that was like 2 minutes, but it was like a bunch of like 5 of them. I was like, I'm just gonna send it all. It was just throughout the week. Everything that I saw throughout the week.
I think.
But the other last 2 happened like that very same morning that I sent it to you.
Yeah. And then
the ones with Matim happened just the day before.
Sweet. All right. Well, let's check it out.
Yesterday, actually. It was an interesting week. Very interesting week. I like that.
Yeah, there's this stuff, this shiny stuff.
Okay, there you go. Matim, see
how it looks? Cutting in.
Yeah, and it looks like it's behind the sun, right? But it's not.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
It's just flaring out.
That's Kim.
It's just flaring out that way.
Hey, that reminds me real quick. Sam, did you get your donation from Jerry? Now that he's here, I just want to make sure, confirm.
Yeah, you sent that to me, and I sent you a letter back.
Okay. I just want him to know you got it.
Cool. This right here has been happening all week long, guys, where these planets are just cutting off the sun right to the right, just barely off to the right of the sun. Like, it's been there for days. Every day this week that's been happening.
This Saturn, yellow moon.
And this is on my window that I'm talking about right here. Like, I've been catching some really cool
yeah, what's with the giant blue balls? I wonder what those things are, eh?
Yeah. It's been an interesting week. Again, look at how the blue moves away, guys. You know, that's not our sky. They're blue.
Yeah, their sky moves with them. And then our sky will go the other way.
And that's the back side of the planet, the dark side, the nighttime side of that planet.
Amazing. Sometimes you see lights on them.
The darkness, guys, like, it's just so unmistakable how it's been happening. Just like, it is just so dark up there. I'm like, how are you not paying attention to this? It's just crazy. It's crazy to me.
It's so phenomenal when you can see them just turning like that with their big fingers, like. Ooh.
And then you can see the progression of it too. Like, the longer you sit there, the bigger they get. Like, you'll start out and you'll be like.
They're so big you can't even get your camera to take pictures.
You'll see like a basketball, right? And then the longer you sit there, before you know it, it just takes up the entire freaking sky.
Yeah, and you wish your camera phone was this big.
Yeah.
That's me. I've been running for the tablet all week because nothing was big enough.
This is a little older, but those first two or three ones have been from this week.
Hey, Dabaloo.
Okay.
Hey, Dabaloo's here. Hey,
Dabaloo.
Hey, Alexander. I'll get it.
Ring of that too.
Yeah, look,
that's
it's
an
got
actual
belly
ring.
band on. You can see an add to his belly band a lot as well.
It's been an interesting. It's been a weird cycle. It's like nothing, and then followed by some very dramatic happenings. But I'll go like a week, sometimes 2, and then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose.
Last night we had this electric storm. I've never seen anything like it, and it wasn't above us, but it surrounded the entire city. You know, we're in a valley, we're surrounded by mountains.
Wow.
And
gee, I wish.
4 or 5. It lasted for hours on it. There wasn't 10 seconds that went by where there wasn't a flash going on, and there was not one thunder crack the whole night. It was just lightning everywhere and no thunder. It was the wildest thing. It was so
I
cool.
remember in South Africa before I left, there was a night like that, and there was all the colors of the rainbow all the way around. Beautiful.
And then you're out there in the desert. It's not like you get a lot of weather, you know.
Right. It was just, it's like, and not just like lightning bolts. It's just like this. It's just crazy, and it starts from the bottom, and it like starts going upwards, and it's these pulses of light, and oh wow! When you look at some of the pictures that we took, you're not seeing with your eyes, but you finally get a look at your photos, and there's so much going on.
An interesting month. All this is from all month long. It's been an interesting month. Again, those first 4 videos were from this week, probably the last couple of days, and I encourage everybody check out the eastern skies at sunrise. There's just no way you can miss it. There's no way you can miss it. Just start recording your eastern skies right in the morning at sunrise. Just post just after sunrise. It is just the most fascinating stuff you'll see as they're going past Earth, guys. It is a hell of a show. Like, we are seeing one hell of a show. You have got to get on board. Gotta get on board, because right now we're seeing facial illuminations that you're not gonna get to see. Then, like, this is gonna be something that's gonna happen for the next few years, and then it's gone. Like, done. Like if you don't catch it now, you're gonna have to catch it in the next 3,500 whatever years.
Right.
And this is a once in a lifetime occurrence event.
Hope
This
you
is
reincarnate.
an
Yep.
event that you have got to. You've got to get your head out of the sand, guys. A lot happening. There's so much happening.
Hey, Tara, thank you. That is awesome. Oh, I did that one. Darn it.
I believe Alexander was asking for us to watch his video.
I will. Okay.
Cool.
Yes. I know. I do know that. I forgot. I didn't forget. But I know. I'm like, I gotta do this. No, I gotta do that. No. Okay. Help.
We'll get to it.
I know. I'm gonna combust or something. All right. I don't know if we did that one or not, but let's do that one for Tara, because I know she wants dancing cats. She prefers dancing cats. I think most people do, except that one person.
I love dancing cats.
Like, what's his name? I have no idea, but he didn't like cats. I know that.
Yeah,
much.
You're in the wrong place if you don't like cats, buddy.
I know. Bye.
I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, let me find one for Jesus. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, can't do that one.
Thank you all who have donated today. Thank you, guys. I think we've had like 7 so far. That's awesome.
For Jesus. Oh no.
Yeah, that's how we keep it running. And if we don't, then things don't do well. Of course, our economy is, we're coming up to that third quarter. Oh God, here we go.
Oh boy, here we go with that.
I remember what a recession feels like. I lived through the early 70s, and
we're just around the corner. Depression, so we're just around the corner, right?
Oh, you know what, guys?
Yeah, well, that'll be the fourth quarter.
Hey, the dancing. These guys are fine.
I know.
Dancing disco ball is fine. Yeah.
I know. That looks like a place to be.
I like that.
There's one on the right. She's got moves.
Yes. Oh man. Yeah. That looks like fun to me. So
Yeah,
right?
I'd walk in if I saw them having fun. I mean, yes, I'll go.
Absolutely.
East
that sunrise, guys. East that sunrise. Make that your homework assignment.
Yeah, somebody here, y'all.
There's somebody here.
Sorry, somebody's here. Ding dong. I need a ding dong voice.
Ding dong.
We have Sharon is here.
Awesome.
Sharon's here.
Have
So
you
sorry, Sharon.
forgotten, Rebecca, you have your applause and you have your laughter button and your applause button.
I need a ding dong button. Wouldn't that be helpful?
Yeah.
We have
Yeah, we
drum
just
roll,
got to get a
but
multi-button.
that could work.
There you go.
That's the doorbell.
We have a one.
All right. Awesome.
Introducing from Australia, in the corner wearing the brown tan shorts, Super Sharon.
Oh my God. Yeah, let's find out. Hey, Sharon. There she is.
Hey.
You guys are amazing. Hello.
Hey, Sharon.
Good to see you.
What an intro. Thank you. How are we all?
Well, there's our other co-host.
In your sweater. You see, you look all warm and toasty over there.
Yells are dancing
yes.
cats.
One of my favorites, my lovely warm jacket. Yes.
Are you cold?
Now remember, everybody, it is spring in Australia.
Right.
We've had to have the house open because yesterday afternoon my nephew decided he wanted to cook something in the microwave.
Oh, no.
And he overstepped the time. And it wasn't until all the smoke detectors went off and the house was full of smoke that we realised you don't cook it like that.
Oh, no.
So we've been airing the house out a bit. So if you love the smell of overburnt toast, going through everything.
Radioactive toast.
Yeah. Radioactive toast.
Oh, it was a toast.
I know the smell. It's pretty bad.
I like it a little burnt, but not,
Well, it wasn't exactly toast. It was a pizza pocket. I don't know if you have pizza pockets or pastry on the outside.
Yeah.
Anyway,
then you have burning flesh. Your pepperoni becomes a light.
Yeah. Well, they even melted the plastic plate it was on, so. And I had to get the pleasure of doing the frisbee out the front yard, up, gone.
I remember when my dad put the chip pot on fire. He threw chips in with some water in them, and it went whoosh.
Oh no! Happy Father's Day from Australia.
Oh,
Cool.
Father's Day.
Happy Farmer's Day.
Happy Father's Day.
I was like Father's Day.
Did you say Farmer's Day or Father's Day? I think I'm going
Father's Day.
Okay. Happy Father's Day.
Father's Day, not Farmer's Day. The farmers are getting shafted here really badly.
Sorry,
farmers.
Yeah, here too.
Not the best way,
It doesn't matter what industry either, whether it's producing fruit, vegetables, animals, everything. It's going to hell.
Yeah, our world trade market is crashing, people.
Yeah. Stock up, people. Stock up if you can. Even a couple of cans extra every week if you can afford it.
Mm-hmm.
Extra
try and hide
rice.
stuff in the cupboards, man. Pasta and rice and stuff like that.
And then you can learn the other stuff too, like how they preserve food underground. You can store a lot of fruit and vegetables for years underground if you know the right techniques.
Oh,
I wonder where I can dig a hole in the garden. Maybe I can get the dogs to help.
Even if you get yourself a what do they call them, one of those 55-gallon drums with a lid, anything that's airtight, you can pack those and you can keep food in them forever.
But make sure they're always fresh, never prior used for any chemicals or anything like that.
Correct.
Right.
Yep. There are ways
by
to
God,
get around.
do not use pickle buckets. I suffered that in the Y2K scenario where I had hundreds of pounds of pickle flour.
Really?
Oh man.
Gnarly. That must have been gross.
Hundreds. Good.
Yeah, I had about 200 pounds of flour, and I stored those bags in pickle buckets that were used, and I paid like 25 cents for them.
Hello, Caroline. Missed you.
So all of the flour ended up tasting like dill pickles. Now, after your second or third loaf of dill pickle bread,
I was just thinking that you must have had pickle loaf.
Yeah, pickle.
you know, and don't forget the dill pickle pancakes. Dill pickle pancakes are not edible.
Nice.
So I ended up trying to give it away and end up
Okay.
in the garbage. Yeah.
So we're gonna watch
So
Alexander's.
if you're gonna store
It's 1
food,
in the morning.
if you're gonna store food, make sure you use brand new containers, not used containers. Otherwise,
Moral
you
of
could
the
either
story,
poison yourself
Dan.
or ruin. Yeah.
Whoa.
So,
Beanie, look at that. A little bean. Huh?
Alexander's in
Ah.
Germany, FYI.
Yes. I've been
Wow.
seeing a little
cut off
blue
point on the
dot
left-hand
to
side of the
sun.
sun. That's
Yes.
with Tim
Yeah, I
cutting in
think
with
everyone's seen that
Fury
this
on the
weekend.
side of it.
There's a match to my Matin one.
And mine. That stuff.
And that, of course, is
And
the
he's
moon
got
at
it at
11:50
night.
p.m.
Yeah, that's at
Look
night.
how small it is. And yet yesterday it was so big again. So it's done its wobble, come back
Yeah,
in again.
no, I think Earth is wobbling again, and I think that, the part of the tectonic plate movement and the volcanic activity is all directly related to. Boy, look at that! There's something
Look at
floating
it.
up there by itself.
Yeah.
Look at that. What the heck
Is
is
an
that?
aeroplane?
That's moving. That's moving. No, I'm talking about the gray circular
look at that
ball,
wee
which
ball.
could easily be the Federation, or maybe.
It's
A
been there
ball.
for a while, up there for at least 2 weeks now.
Now, I do have to admit that Jupiter and Saturn and Venus are highly visible right now. So we have to kind of remember that they're in the proximity. So depending on which direction we're looking, if this is east,
They'd be
that could be
brighter
one of
than
our
that
normal
too.
planets.
Like
Yeah,
something
Wouldn't
that
that
they
could
brighter
big.
than
easily
that?
be Saturn or Jupiter.
That's big.
Like I said,
That's
right
big,
now, Saturn and Jupiter and Venus and all of that's lined up in the Lionsgate constellation, which is very powerful. It rarely happens, and which is part of why we're all going through the crazy brain thing, et cetera, et cetera. Me included.
Look at these funky little black dark clouds that float around everywhere. Hey, look, there's that bobbin. Ooh. Yeah, there's a bobbin. Look.
Oh, okay. Sam,
That's
Whoa.
moving.
Alexander said it is the moon, not the sun.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I knew that we were looking
Oh,
at the moon.
Said 11:50 at night. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 11:50 p.m. So I knew that.
It's everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Now, if this is going east, then it could easily be one of our normal planets. Because there's Venus and Jupiter and Saturn in the eastern sky right now.
But they'd be more to the horizon at sunset. Not this high.
Well, it depends on where you are.
11:50.
Depends on where you are on the planet, too. He's in Germany. He's up in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, but they'd still be on the
Up here.
horizon, wouldn't they?
They're closer to the Arctic Circle than you are, of course. But
True. Yeah, we're on the arse end of the planet.
But it does appear to be moving quite quickly.
Yeah, it looks like
And-
it's got a tail.
So I would say that's a closer object that we're looking at right now.
The heck
And it
is
could
that?
entirely be, well, we know the Federation orb is always running around. the Death Star.
Even be the cube.
Well, no, it's
Yeah,
too
it
small to
looks
be the cube.
cubey. It looks cubey there.
Yeah, but
Maybe
the cubes
pixelated.
don't move around. The cubes stay where they are, and they would be currently very large. But something that small could easily be a Federation orb or a passing asteroid, but it's going the wrong way for the rest of everything. So that's why I'm saying it's not an asteroid. It's most likely
Just
some sort of
sort
orb,
of staying in the one
and it's moving
spot.
too quickly for the planets. The background planets don't move that fast compared
No.
to each other.
Pixelated.
It's a process of elimination, blah, blah, blah. You work through it.
Thank you, Alexander.
Thank you, Alexander.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
As
awesome.
always, Alex. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
have
dreaming
such a
about
sinus
bobbins
headache right now.
I got a weird pop up. I gotta take a picture of it.
All right, I'm doing it, everybody. Ricola. I got to do a Ricola. I have a really bad sinus
Do
headache.
it. Do it.
You get a pop
Yes,
up and you're like,
Alexander, I did look at the time and date.
Screenshot.
yeah. It's like, what is this about?
Who's that? Evidence.
Yeah, it's like StreamYard is wanting to control my YouTube account. It said,
What?
I know.
We will
That's what it
control
said.
you.
They want StreamYard wants control of. I don't even know what they're talking about. Why? Anyway,
What you talking about, Willis?
Right?
Yeah, it's kind of bold. All right. Well, that was.
Bizarre. Everything's
Well,
bizarre.
I hope-
I know it's show 131. That's why.
Right?
That's plugging them.
Well, they're putting new things in place.
It is.
There's new stuff on Facebook. There's new upgrades that are. I think I absolutely believe that we're being filtered and and stopped,
manipulated
installed,
and pushed
you name
into
it.
corners.
Yeah.
Three
I
monkeys?
think we're being screwed with. Our
Right.
view counts are being messed with. Our comments are being erased. Our feeds are being stalled. I mean, my news feed is 10 days old. Come on.
Yeah, it's weird.
Sam, you answered one of my PMs yesterday, and I was like, what is he? He's answering me one that I think I sent you like 3 weeks ago. And I was
That's
like,
all right. At least you got an answer.
I was like, did he not? I know it's not that you didn't that you didn't
Yeah.
see it. I know that's not what's going on here.
That means I didn't get it until now. And then I answered it.
like you are not at all in my feed, like whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like
It's been taken out
it always
again.
used to be that I would post something and then Sam would eventually either comment or like or something. Nothing. I'm getting crickets from Sam, and I know it's not him. I know it's not. I know that's not it. But my feed, as far as Sam and even Rebecca, like mostly Sam, but even Rebecca, it's rare. Rebecca a little bit more is on my feed, but I don't get as much as I should because they're the ones that should be on my news feed even more than anybody because of the.
I got a bizarre thing
I really-
happen today.
Yeah.
Just watch out for this in case you guys get it too. You know how we're very much into our pictures. I got some flash thing about this big, and it went, we found 397 of your pictures that you deleted 6 years ago. Now, this is
On
my
the
new
cloud.
one that's like
Damn.
2 years old or 3 years old.
Don't open it.
So, obviously everything is blended into my other older Google
Sure.
accounts, all my other Google pictures.
Well,
So, of
were
course,
they-
I'm thinking maybe it is some of my pictures. Should I go
Right.
and look? And then when it became too difficult and they kept asking me to give away more and more of my free rights, I
Nope.
thought, wait a minute, this is too weird. If I press this
No,
button, I'm
they're
going to...
getting good at playing on your emotions
Yeah,
to
they are.
gain access.
Yeah, they are.
And that's what they're doing. They're who doesn't want to see photos from 6 years ago that you may have lost?
My
Here's-
favorite one to this
Right,
day.
I mean-
397 of your deleted pictures. Do you want to see them?
Don't open stuff that
Honestly,
you didn't recognize, Jillian, because if
A
they
really
if they
bad
were
one is
deleted, if they were deleted, they were deleted. The only way that you could recover them, when I delete, so on both, I use Google Photos and Apple Photos because I don't like putting my eggs all in one
Yeah, well,
basket.
this was supposedly
Yep.
from Google Photos, you
But every
see.
time that I delete something, it
Oh.
goes into a folder, and that folder lasts about 30 days. I think I could do 30 or 60
Yeah.
days. And then after those 30 days, they're permanently deleted, right?
Well, that was my
But
understanding,
in
that you
those
would
30
never see
days,
anything again.
but in those 30 days,
Then
I
don't.
could, if I want to recover one of those, I will. But it's really rare because I really rarely delete anything. I got plenty. I pay for extra
Yeah,
memory.
you probably got about
Right.
50 of the same one.
I do. I
You
go when I
ain't
make
Google
when I
now?
make a video. It's like I edit it. But by the time I'm done with the final video, there's like 5 other ones that are
Yeah.
incomplete that I did this, and then I was like, okay, I don't like that, so I gotta change it. So there's like
Or you
always-
want to change a
there's
word
always
on
the
the thing that
main
you've done.
one, but there's always like 5 other ones that were just rough drafts that I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna use that one, and I end up using this one. But I never delete nothing. It's really rare because I have a
I've got a
terabyte.
thing where I really can't. I can't delete videos,
Well,
and my whole
I
phone is jammed up just now.
well,
So I have to go back and
that's
choose.
why I keep telling you, like, you need to use an external, like a cloud or something. Google Photos, they've never failed me. Again, I don't keep my eggs all in one basket. I keep Apple and Google. In fact, now I got Prime Photos, and then now I got I got like 4 of them now. I only pay
But
for.
aren't they all linked? Imagine if they all
They
just
are
crashed.
all
That's why
linked.
I got a flash drive
I
thing.
like that they're all available in different clouds because, again, I don't like putting my eggs all in one basket, but I do keep it.
I know.
I've said this before. I do keep a thumb drive where I keep all my
Yeah, I've
really.
got the thumb drive thing, and I've got Google Photos.
But I do pay for a terabyte a month, Google Photos.
Yeah.
And a terabyte on Apple Photos, because when you overuse your memory on your phone, it could really mess with your memory, and it's just going to be really glitchy, your phone. So
Yeah, the phone is really upset. It's like,
yeah. So
it's
try
so
to
pissed off
upload.
with me today that it won't move. It won't take another
Back
picture.
back up your photos on Google Photos. They give you like 200 gigabytes free. And then if you
Yeah,
need
but it's
more-
stuffed as well. That's my problem.
I hope you guys realize that everything you upload your photos to becomes their property.
That's the
yeah,
thing.
Of course.
Well, I mean,
That's why I got the flash drive thingy to plug into the phone.
and it's also why I put my name on everything that I put up there too. I not my name, but I either tag it. I either put citizen
Watermark it.
or something. So there's
Thank you.
always a way back to us. You know.
But that's the way the information is being disseminated now. They'll look for the most interesting and things that they want to see, and they'll capture them and they'll safeguard them and call them their intellectual property. This is how they're working away the system now, degrading everything that we've worked so hard for in regards to
It's kind of
keeping
what
open
we do
channels.
to a point. We do a little of that, because when people send photos in the Montana Skywatcher, it does become our intellectual scientific property as well. So
Correct.
it's point of view, but yeah, and it is, once you publish it anywhere on the internet, it is intellectual property.
Free for all.
So,
Yep.
It's
and
public
I
domain.
told you, put your
Once it's
watermark.
out there, it's public
watermark it.
domain. Like it is.
Right, public domain. Watermark
It does become public domain. Yeah, I do
Mhm.
feel what you're referring to, Sharon, is that in the event that they want to disappear these photos, they can without any legal recourse from the owner, the original owner of that picture. And that's
They
again
can scrub anything.
another one of the reasons why I like to keep some stuff on a thumb drive that's external from everything, from all this technology, where they could just reach in and do whatever.
Same.
Snatch it. Yeah, but that's what I felt like they were trying to do. That if I agreed to
Just
that
put it-
last thing that they asked me, I would be giving up or
It's-
making like
It's
making
good that you
little
stopped.
channels into my phone where they would
It's
come
good
in
that
and
you
take my
said.
stuff.
You probably would have given them access to your information. So yeah, never.
That sounds
open
like
like
the
that.
old adage of these people that send you messages. Your computer has been corrupt. You need to contact Microsoft right now.
Yes.
It's such a generic way of writing. Like even the like sometimes I get people playing off as they're Caucasian, and they speak to me in such bad English, and I'm like, you're not white, you're not American, but you on your profile picture, your profile picture is a white person from Oklahoma, right? But your English is that of somebody in the Middle East somewhere, or out God knows where.
That's
And I'm like, if you're gonna scam people, maybe at least learn the language that you're gonna scam.
Yeah, they
thing
always
is
give
that-
themselves away by the language.
Right,
That's
and
why
they
Although we
sell us
shouldn't
these
tell them that.
expensive, devices,
VPN.
right? They should have everybody. There should be a course that is for free when you purchase these computers or phones or something like that.
Yeah.
For internet security, everyone should understand basic internet security. Protect yourself when you're using the internet. I mean, how many people use the same password over all of your devices and all of the websites that you log into? Do you use the same
I'm
password?
kind of guilty of that
You're
one.
supposed to use a different
not gonna
password for
lie.
everything. I can't remember all those passwords, but
But then you got that option on your phone where you can save your passwords as well.
And they have, there's like all your passwords just for the taking, really,
And it's a list of all your apps, and you just go in the app and it tells you what the password is.
Right.
So
Where?
If they get a hold of that, then
you gotta admit, it's a hell of a lot of trust. It is a hell of a lot of trust that you.
And when you go through identity theft, it's just it's a
management.
It's a horrible
security
experience.
management.
Security management. That's all right. I have to put everything off because tomorrow they're going to be doing an emergency alert here.
Oh, okay.
So all the chumpsticks that didn't know that their phone had a off button on the SOS thing, all their devices, their devices at home, their devices in their bags or wherever, all going to start going off at 3 p.m.
What's the alert for?
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Gillian, what's the alert for?
Emergency alert, because the government's really worried about warning us about earthquakes and things. Because as you know, the UK has lots of really big earthquakes. So, or it might be just like World War III or something. I don't know.
There's also a massive increase in cluster earthquakes going on around the area.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Saying that all of a sudden I'm getting a bunch of notifications about earthquakes that I didn't from Google.
There's also an earthquake off button on your phone. I found that one out yesterday too. You can put all that stuff off.
I've been getting
but then they say that you're stupid doing it because you won't be warned.
I've been getting notifications once or twice a day for the past week, and I'm like, where is this coming from? I haven't even bothered looking it up, but I know it's earthquake notifications. I'm like, when did I sign up for this?
It's in your phone. Yeah.
Wow. That's a good time to
Well, there was a 3.0 in the new Madrid today.
Yep.
In Missouri.
I'll be right back.
Apparently Northern Nevada's been having a whole bunch of, storm of, earthquakes and seismic activity going on.
There's a cluster series going off in Nevada. There's a whole bunch going on in Montana, a whole bunch in Utah. Los Angeles today had like 56 just today.
Earthquake alert.
Los Angeles. Yeah. And they're going off everywhere around the planet. Our tectonic plates are moving, people, and they're floating and they're wiggling, and
it's higher
than the proximity of the planet. Way, and that's why they're getting
the strength,
and of course they're
them
downgrading them too. And they're not telling us the whole truth of what's going on.
Wow.
And they're kind of spastic right now. They don't know what's coming.
Goodness me.
Yeah, that was Vietnam all the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, they've been getting bombarded with everything.
Yeah, storm after storm. There's another hurricane on the way towards the U.S. as well. They're not sure of the path yet, but it's halfway between Africa and the Caribbean, or the Caribbean.
Has France been getting stuff as well? Because I
Hey,
mean,
free
there's
cement.
Italy.
Look, everybody, free cement.
Oh,
Yeah, free
it's like a
landscaping.
tidal wave. Cement tidal wave.
Free rock.
Firefly too. Look at that.
Oh, look at the
Sludge.
wind.
Oh.
I can smell the dirt.
Yeah.
Normal weather, everybody. Normal weather. Sideways, you can't even see across the street.
Where's that? Oh, Brazil. Yeah, they've been getting hammered too, man.
Yeah.
They've got that red earth that just washes right off. Oh my sweet Lord, look at that. Those cars will never work again.
Right?
All that water ends up somewhere.
Yeah, where's it all going? It must be like going downhill. That's
If
insane.
only we
Where'd
were
that come
smart
from?
like the Romans. If only we would sequester our water.
Well, then you got other countries that are building thousands of dams, trying to contain it all.
And those things blow up. But
They didn't make a lot of dams. They rerouted a lot through, stonework but they didn't make a lot of dams, and they understood downhill vortexes and things in a way that we don't even really deal with science. There are towns at the bottom of gullies.
Yeah, we have one here called Jindabyne, and they actually flooded the whole town.
Wow.
Because you can go across Jindabyne Lake, and the steeple of the church hangs out of the water. You can actually row up to it and touch it. And they flooded a whole town to create this lake. So what did they flood the town for?
Yeah,
Was it
done a
just for
bunch
the
of that
water
here,
supply?
Sure.
Makes you wonder, what are they
That-
hiding
Monument
under
to
the water?
Ramsey.
They did that in the town my dad grew up in. It was the town of Keystone, and now it's Keystone Lake.
Yep.
You know?
Wow.
So,
that's shocking. Wow.
All their valuables destroyed. That's the worst part. Even
Not
the clothes on their back, all they've
and
got.
all the mud.
Not the
They're up to their knees in mud.
Right.
It's like
Trying to get the TV upstairs.
Oh, bugger the TV. Get the
Oh,
fridge
what's that?
upstairs.
For Grandpa.
Downtown Nashville. Birds follow electromagnetic.
Woo, look at those red
that
colors.
green
in the sky.
lighting that went on this week.
What's going on, man?
There was a video of some really weird green things going off in the sky above as well, and I forgot about that. I should have sent you a copy of that today because it was
Yeah, there
really
was that
freaky.
Laser light.
Somebody showed a red thing up in the sky, and then after a wee while it turned to purple, and it was purple and blue.
Mm.
Mental. That was
Teddy,
at
they're
3 in
not
the
messing
morning
with
or
it.
something like that. 3 in
Teddy,
the
they're
morning
not
seems to
messing
be
with
our
it.
morning. Sorry, Sharon.
I just said, how do you know they're not messing with us?
Right.
Somebody's sticking out wavelengths in the middle of the night going, oh, let's make the surfs up. You haven't had enough sleep. Yay.
Because if you look at those clips, it's highly covered in cloud as well. So they've got plenty of opportunity to hide behind the cloud to do that. So is it craft or is it us? You know, you can bounce things off satellites now, so you do anything up there. They've got so much tech that we don't know about.
Hang on.
It's
Just
been
going to go
surprising.
back to
We haven't seen any real videos lately of Starlink, for example. We haven't seen anything about Starlink at all.
No.
And
Well,
I've
very
seen
quiet. The
Starlink
only
by
thing that
eye before.
Yeah, the only thing I know about Starlink is they've made it available on all cruise lines now.
Oh,
And you have to pay
Well,
through the
it's only
nose.
500
Something
for
like,
the startup.
yeah, it's like
This
$50 a day
volcanic
to use
activity,
Starlink.
everything is breaking and moving and shifting right now, even in our homes. And I hear my water jug just suddenly gurgle because I know that there's another tremor that's coming from Idaho, and the ground is rocking and rolling underneath me up here in Montana. It's going around me. Fortunately, I live in a kind of a cove of it, and tectonic earthquake wise. So people get ready. I mean, everything's moving. Everything. The earthquakes are unbelievable, and the storms and the rain and the ice and the snow and the fires and you name it. It's all way accelerated, people.
Have an evac
including
plan.
the hatred and the anger and the war and all of that.
Have a meeting point, an evac plan, and a to-go bag.
Yeah. Right. If a bug out bag and of course, never store your water in cheap plastic bottles. Don't drink that stuff they sell at the stores. Get the big 5-gallon hard plastic that's not going to erode and cause cancer.
If you don't drink water, go and get those filter straws.
Oh yeah,
that too.
Fantastic.
If you can order one, by God, get one. And put all your camping supplies in one area. That way, in case your house does crash, you know what room where everything is, and then you go dig in that pile, and then you can survive. And have sleeping bags for every member of your family, and a spare pair of boots and shoes and clothing and pants, and etc. And on and on and on down the list, including, don't forget, toothbrush, toothpaste, and dental floss, etc. And you would be amazed and don't forget, if your power is off, you wouldn't believe the amount of water you need to flush your daily toilet. And it's a serious. You don't want to get rid of your drinking water. So if the emergency alert does go off, you should maybe fill up your bathtub.
If you have one.
Right.
Yeah, but that's only going to get you by a few days. Then what?
Right. And then the containers, if you were to go to your nearest river, which might be soiled, then you're going to have find something that you can boil your water in. Or you're going to have to collect it from the air through a slow process of humidification collection in the morning on the bottom of a piece of plastic with a rock in the middle of it.
Yeah.
So you got to think about these things. What would it take? What would, how would we get by? What would I cook? What would I cook? Where would I cook?
How do I stay safe so other people don't come and take what I decide for my family? There's so many factors involved.
You guys ever see them old? I'm not talking about the new version of War of the Worlds. I'm talking about the old one. Probably in the 90s, but it was with Tom Cruise, right? The Tom Cruise version one. But in that movie, it shows that there was more danger coming from the people than the actual aliens that were thinking. Because people, when people are hungry, here's what I always think about what you say, Sam, about how good and evil is not a thing. It's always agenda. When you're hungry, you will do things that you never thought you'd be capable of doing. And we're all capable. Be hungry enough and you'll become a monster. You'll become that person that you see in horror movies. We're all capable of doing it. We're all, given the right or wrong circumstances, we're all some crazy ass people. Like, we really are.
Yeah.
That movie shows you that when shit hits the fan, it's the people. It's the people in need, the people that are hungry, the people that are thirsty that you really got to.
And who are the first to suffer? Is this the elderly, the affirmed, and the children?
Exactly.
They're the ones we need to look after first.
Yeah.
And the old adage is, oh no, if the injured has to stay behind. They're going to pull the rest of the team behind. Bugger that philosophy. Pick up. Help.
Yeah.
If you
And
can.
you can't do it alone.
Within your
That's
means.
the thing.
Exactly.
It's going to take a community, and this is why you said this before too, Sam. We'll quote you again, but it takes a community. Like, we're not going to get out of this. We have to build communities. We have to build that trust. We have to build groups, because that's the only way we're going to make it. We can't. You can't grow enough crops just by one person, and like to feed a whole entire. Like, you need help. Like, it has to be a community. Like, that's the only way. So we have to, we have to learn to get along. We have to learn to play nice. We have to. And right now we're doing a horrible job at it. We really are.
Yeah, but we can't take that responsibility on ourselves. There's 8 billion people on this planet, and they can be on either side of the fence. For every good, there's evil. It has to be balanced. So it's those that stand up when it's important that counts, Jesus.
Well, this is why I talk about living in highly populated areas, and that's why I don't.
If I had my way, I'd be in the bush.
It's the thing I weigh regularly. I think about this scenario all the time, that we are going to go in. We already are in food shortage, and now we're being nationally boycotted. All of our farmers are not going to be able to sell their crop to the world market this year, by the way, everybody. And that's the first time that's happened in 80 years. And we're also having Dust Bowl era behavior going on in the Southwest from that big, huge sandstorm. That I encourage you watch the videos on Rebecca's new WOW channel on YouTube.
Yeah, amazing.
OMG WOW, right?
OMG WOW. Yeah. Speaking of that, we can watch that while we're visiting.
Yeah, to those people that keep asking me, if these planets were close, wouldn't we be affected? Good God, you really, you are so behind if you think nothing is happening in the world.
It's because the media only shares a small sector. Your local news is your local weather. If
those squeeze in 20 seconds of it between politics and sports and Hollywood entertainment, and then they'll squeeze a little 20-second. Oh yeah, we had earthquakes in this here, and then they'll move on to Taylor Swift or some shit.
I keep seeing clips of the earthquake in Turkey from 4 or 5 years ago. They're still examining that one.
Oh, the funny thing is, I love this week,
guys.
Remember we talked last week about the radioactive shrimp?
Yes.
Well, the media has now turned that into that evil, horrible, mean, nasty countries are intentionally sending that to us.
Yeah.
Rather than the fact that anybody who is eating shrimp off the coast of Japan right now is going to get radioactive shrimp because of Fukushima, that they still continue to dump the radioactive materials into the ocean. Rather than
remember they eat more than shrimp.
How long is that?
Oh yeah, well,
Jesus.
Since 2011.
Jesus.
That's why the citizens brought out that clip where they had that nuclear meltdown with the fish with 3 eyes and things. They're hints, dudes.
Yeah,
they're
and
hints.
why,
everything's in your face. You just have to look for the symbols.
The national NOAA announced years ago, only one time for about a week, that no one should eat any fish whatsoever that is coming out of the Pacific Ocean, period. Now remember, if you live in the California area, if you live in the Oregon, Washington,
I don't care for seafood.
It's one of the most heavily fished oceans in the world, the Pacific.
Really?
Yep. Well, unfortunately, the Orientals don't follow the same pollution control rules and fishing rights rules. They they pull up everything that's alive, and they eat
drag
everything,
their
even
nets
some
on
of
the
some of their
bottom. They
boats.
pull everything. They wreck ecosystems from coastline to coastline.
And
No responsibility given.
it's just like God.
Parasites.
They-
Parasites. Sam, you keep getting cut off.
Yep, everything.
You keep
It's
getting
like the
cut off.
mining
I'm
now.
sorry.
It's
Hey,
like
never-
it's like you mentioned the gold at the moment. Why have all of these mining industries all of a sudden gone, we've got to get this gold, we've got to get this gold? We've had 3 or 4 big mining magnates in Australia pick up new deposits in the last month.
Really?
Yep.
There's an urgency
All
for
around the world.
gold, guys.
Yeah, well, because the overlords, mom and dad, are here to pick up the commodities. Period, and
Yep.
the price now makes it absolutely worthwhile. Because prior, there were, I know what gold is. That years ago in my father, I've been in gold mines,
Yep.
and what it took and the price of what they got out of the mountain for digging it was not valuable enough to do so. But now
No.
it's 5 times what it was, and so it's way more valuable to go after this deposit. And with this LiDAR, they are finding these deposits even easier, and larger deposits they never knew existed.
Yeah, because they've got more access to the old river channels and the old volcanic core tubes.
Right.
But I can't see the value in a mining company digging halfway through China to get 8 ounces per ton. 8 ounces per ton, guys.
Well,
That's just a little
That's a
bit.
lot of soil to move.
Not like
Can you
this hard rock.
Can you imagine doing that the old-fashioned way, Sam? No wonder they put us. No wonder they created humans. Holy shit!
If you want to see that process, for you YouTubers out there, look up Mount Baker Mining and Metal, MBMM, on YouTube. And there's a guy that does actually do. I watch regularly. He does hard rock mining, and then of course there's also Ghost Town Living with Brent Underwood, I believe is his last name, on YouTube. Another person I watch, where he owns a ghost town for silver mining.
Everything.
That boils all the way back down to original sin and why man is greedy. And if you've ever panned for or mined for gold, once you find it, you get taken over by this gold fever thing. Sure. And it is actually very dominant inside. You think, nah, I'll never get gold fever until you actually find a large enough chunk or nugget.
Yep.
And then you'd be amazed 6 hours later how much mountain you just moved.
It's kind of like
you barely remember even doing it.
It's like going to Vegas and winning some money. You're officially an addict, a gambler.
You can move 5 8-gallon buckets and only get specks.
Yeah.
That's heartbreaking, Sharon.
When they look at them,
God, that's soul destroying.
But that's what I mean. It's hard work to get these minerals out of the soil.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's really hard work. Hell, it's hard work just getting to the place where it's buried, let alone digging it.
Imagine a miner. Imagine a miner from the 1880s where all he's got is a pick and an iron tool, and he's hammering, and he only makes 8 millimeters a day going, and that's why they use explosives, and why explosives were so important to mining, because they can move a whole sack of rock. But think of all of the challenges that they have. You go far enough down, you get pockets of CO2. You can die like that with CO2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We used to remember why they took in the wee cages with the birds in.
Rock falls, landslides. It's a very dangerous game.
And the amount of
Well,
timber
when we
used up
stayed
in
in
the
South
local forest.
Africa, they had dad work on the mines. So, yeah, we knew that.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what mine it is, whether it's gold, coal, any of those mines, they're all dangerous. Copper mines, I wouldn't want to be in there. And some of them get so hot, they go so far down that they have to have all of these air circulation machines in there.
But that's why it's so insane when you see all these ancient archaeological sites and everything is so huge, or the caverns underground even, or like Longma. I just seen a post on about Longma in China.
Mm-hmm.
And now those caverns are underground. That whole temple thing, whatever it is,
And they look
underground.
like they've
Can you
been
imagine?
scooped.
Right.
And how many people would be invested in working in those caverns to build such things? You know, and the manpower involved. But thinking about the people that would have been able to live there, 10,000, a community, like you said, all on the same mission and same path is survival of their communities.
Well, we also have to remember that we are not.
Society would have to do that.
We're not the first high-tech civilization, people.
Gosh,
They
no.
have found new information linking mankind as we know it in the Americas 250,000 years ago, where the standard empirical science says, 10, 12, 13, 15, 20,000 years ago, we came over from China along the Aleutians up into Alaska through this ice age melted corridor, and that's not the case. The imaginary date line of the Mayan and the Aztec and the Dugan and the people even before them is highly underrated. There's been a civilization there for 200,000 years easy. There's been other civilizations on Earth, people, and every time these planets pass by, they go through transitory.
Yep. And that's what people don't realize, is that these civilizations that end up on these different continents had to migrate due to a previous cataclysm that affected the planet. That's how they ended up in these
repositioning,
places.
an axis tip, a change in weather. Again, the African desert, in order to build the pyramids, the whole North Africa used to be a green grassland that grew vast amounts of food, including Turkey and Yemen and Afghanistan, and it was an all lush, beautiful area that fed civilizations. And then when the climate axis tip changed on Earth, the climate changed, and then we had the onset of the Kalahari Desert from China, which dumped all the way to Africa.
Well, didn't they say that we used to point to Draconis and now we're Polaris? So that's where that tip came in. Because if you look at ancient star charts, they all pointed to Draconis.
As of the solar system transitory path to the upper part of our universe, Polaris has actually moved from due north over to the left for the last decade or so, and our view of the Milky Way, of course, has direly changed over the last decade, 15 years as well, because we transited from one side of it to the other.
Like, I haven't seen the North Star, and God, I mean,
that's Polaris.
Is that that? Oh, there you go.
See what you do in order to find Polaris.
I've been seeing a lot of Thunderbolts. They keep throwing videos at me that I just have to watch. But they were talking also a video I've not completed, but our humans' obsession with the apocalypse. Where does that come from? You know, you have to ask yourself, why are humans obsessed with it? It's
the story, of Adam and Eve and all, in the Great Flood, it goes back through many civilizations.
But I mean, it has to be a collective something that everybody.
A collective fear memory.
It's a memory. DNA. Exactly, Gillian. Exactly. That's exactly what I was
because it keeps happening.
Is that it's something that's reoccurring, that the entire world deals with, the entire world as a collective has dealt with these things that happened before, and that memory, it lives on, and it lives on through Bible, it lives on through mythology. I hate
mathematics.
I hate where mythologies act like it's just made up shit. It's not. People back then, they didn't have the time for Hollywood, right? They're not making shit up. They're not making movies, right? They're what they're writing it with a purpose. What they're drawing and caves and shit. There's a purpose.
They had high intellect too. Think about it. They were more connected.
Exactly. So there's a collective trauma that we've all experienced, and we experience it every so often. And this is why we have this obsession with the apocalypse. It doesn't matter what religion you come from. It doesn't matter if you're religious or not. There's always that impending doom that's in our psyche, and it's like something that we're just kind of born with because it's a memory. That
not only that, Jesus. You got to think about it. We're told all the time there's life or death. It's what you do in between. And the apocalypse is part of that death cycle. It doesn't mean that the whole world is going to be destroyed. It's also your soul. There's a cycle there where you have to come to the conclusion of what it means to be you. And how do you fit in the world? That's the soul-destroying revelation. So you can read it separate ways. Yeah, we are facing changes in our climate, our earth, everything. And people have changed to go along with that. And that's the bit that we've got to sort of pick up a bit, is change the human collective's way that they think about things. Yeah. And it's really hard because we're dodging so much criticism because we're on a path of trying to encourage others to find the same meaning for what their role is too.
Well, look, our capacity to adapt to change is our superpower, but it's also been a double-edged sword because we're so good at getting used to and adapting. We tend to overlook a lot of these patterns. Not everybody's pattern recognition seems to be sharp, because there's a lot of shit that repeats itself over and over that humanity seems to just overlook or get comfortable with or adapt to, and then just kind of leave it as a back thought. That has been our superpower, because our capacity to adapt is the reason why we're still here, one of the biggest reasons why we're still here. But at the same time, it's also kept us in a blind spot. We have a blind spot because of that, because we're so used to it. All of a sudden we have all these crazy skies, and it's already in 10 years, it's already normal.
And you know what I've noticed? Like, as I said, I try and encourage my family. Like, we were in the car yesterday and I looked out the window and I went, look at that. Can you not see that? It is in your face. All the flames from the bottom of Napicity was just sitting there, but they were hard to see, but I could see them and I pointed them out. My kids just go, we can't see nothing. It's just clouds. And that's heartbreaking when you've invested so much time in learning what's going on in our skies. But these kids and some of these other generations have had so much fear put into them that now they sit there and go, we don't want to know. We don't want to know. Yeah. And on top of that, they've got this attitude of somebody else will fix it, don't worry.
That is one of the biggest ones, is that, and
somebody
again,
else will take care of it.
One of the reasons why I jumped at the chance of doing this podcast when they were talking about it, I was like, yes, I want to be a part of this, because I realized that there's only a very few of us that really have a grasp of what's really happening. So I felt it was my responsibility to do this. Like, it wasn't just something that I wanted to do. It is something I wanted to do, but I do feel very strongly that it was my responsibility to do, because that whole somebody else will fix this shit. Nobody's gonna do this. It's up to us. Nobody else can do it. Obviously, nobody else is gonna do it. But that whole attitude of somebody else will fix it is definitely very prevalent in society now.
What calendar is that?
Have you seen this one, Sam?
Sumerian sun disk.
So a little higher.
Close enough if you can.
I'll make it bigger. Hang on.
It's a Sumerian sun disk.
There.
I want to see
Hold
what
it
it
there,
says on.
Gillian.
I want to see the caption. What does the caption say?
6,000 years ago, Sumerians depicted a sun-centered solar system alongside symbols of DNA, medicine that still mystify us today.
Interesting.
But see, this is again, they had a different intelligence to us, a different level of understanding.
And I also feel like back then they had technology that was a little bit more in tune with the world instead of being.
But didn't they say that they walked with the other worlders as well, that they were here for a while, that they stayed with people for a while and then they leave?
Yeah, that's
there
like
were the early rulers, the early governors that existed for thousands of years were actually off-worlders who were kings of other civilizations than we have written in books today. And that's been going on for a very long time. And I'm not going to try to scare you for how long it has been as it is. But there's been generations and generations of civilizations. And this is like, for example, within the last 300,000 years, there's been roughly 80 or 90 or 100 passings of the Nibiru cycle over and over and over and over, including the collection of the commodities and the transition of the climate and the tip of the planet and the tectonic plates moving and the volcanoes and everything. And that way, each time that the passing cycle goes by where we have the discharge pattern between the two stars and the planets cross past each other, there is a rebooting of the planet, a regeneration of our inner gold and our silver and our mercury and our copper and our zinc and our lead and our crystals and our tectonic plates
But
moving.
just think how incredibly protective this planet is to be able to do that all the time. I mean, they're lucky that it's so fertile that it can do it over and over and over.
Well, it's actually getting larger over time. We're collecting space sand and space debris, and we're getting water. Now Earth is covered in water, and yet we're still producing these commodities that, echo. We're producing commodities that they come by and regularly count on, and now there's other factions that are also controlling that, and other factions that are also asking us to have a small faction of us to evolve, and that is what we're in the middle of the process of doing.
So we're going to evolve to wall, like something.
Well, there are higher races above the Nibiru and Saru or Anunnaki or whatever you want to call them. That feel that humans, they feel humans should have a right to evolve to the level of the Federation and be included in the future and the realities of the advanced societies that are going on beyond Earth. And there are many of them.
Avatar the movie.
Right.
Avatar.
Oh, yeah.
Avatar. What are they going into their society to get? The tree that it connects consciousness. That's what they're after.
Yeah, but underneath the tree is some really powerful kind of
source
stuff that they wanted.
Exactly the same principle that we're always looking for, source.
Or the movie Dune with the spice that feeds the universe, or
which
actually just replicated in so many movies.
Which is really the reference to gold, if you ask.
Right.
Me.
Yeah.
That's
which is why we talk about Star Wars, where Jesus and Rebecca are both interested. The idea is for you to realize there are so many other races out there, first of all, and then worry about the commodities and technology, et cetera, later. Once you realize that we are not these tiny little isolated things that society and academia would allow you, which is actually not allow you to believe. They don't want you to know or realize that there are so many races flying around Earth for nilly-willy right now that they have no control over, because they got here in 2009. All the G7 countries saw the arrival of the Norway spiral orb, the Federation orb, the Death Star, whatever you want to call it, which is why we occasionally slip and call it the Empire orb. This thing has been here since 2009, and then the Texas cube got here, and then the long box cube got here, and then they offloaded the destroyers, blah 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 blah, and then Nibiru's been around for 15 years. So people, there's so many other space creatures floating over the top of our heads right now. You have no clue. It's insane, and yet it is not gone viral.
We have not spotted the space tube in some time now. I'm wondering if his job has been completed.
Well, if one of how many space tubes, how many commodity ships, and have they moved them and into a receptive mode where we're not seeing them? We don't see everything, but we see most everything from collective. Because we have people around the world that are constantly mailing Rebecca stuff and me going, "What's this?" And so and we see just about everything that goes on out there. I do miss some things. Again, that green thing in the sky, I got to get a copy of that. I should go look for that and get it. But it's way down my personal page or somewhere in Montana Skywatcher, because I haven't talked about it for about a week. But anyway, there's so much going on, and it's just insane that the realization that we're in an embargo from an entire Federation fleet, and then on top of it, the people on the planets are passing, and we don't talk about that often enough. And it's still, again, week after week, does not get mentioned in the comments section on the YouTube copies on Nibiru Followers Anonymous. No one mentions the cubes ever.
This is one of those things. Like for me, like I know they're there. I've seen them. I've had, when I was in New Mexico, I saw a whole fleet of them, and I swear they acknowledged me. Like it was one of the craziest days.
Yeah. I have a day like that where there's not been any other day like it prior or since.
Yeah.
And I have it on video somewhere because I was down the road by the expressway, and it was just passing over my head, like coming at me over my head, an entire fleet. I was blown away. Yeah, I'll find it.
That day I took video, but all of it was just so blurry. I could not get anything clear.
Gillian has really good luck with capturing the fleet from sea level, which is amazing. And they're in Scotland, and she's had many pizza slices. And
other little goodies this week, Sam. Other little goodies this week.
But I gotta say,
my pictures.
When it comes to clear views of the cube, we gotta give it to Chris though. Like that one he caught. Oh, yeah. That was just.
Yeah, that was show 104.
Like you could literally see the windows in that freaking thing. Like the.
We're nearly waving at us.
I don't know if the windows, but you can literally see the little, boxy shit.
Yeah, which matched, a decades old photograph of similar. Yeah, that would show 104 at 4 hours and 20 minutes.
I saw it again. I saw it again this week too, and then
I think
like once I learned where it's located, because initially when you're learning about all of this, you're seeing the cubes all over the place. You're seeing the Skull asteroid in every part of the sky. And that's when I realized I'm not looking in the right spot. And so once I learned that the Texas cube is, near Attu's moon, the left side of the sun, and the long box cube is, in front of Ice Adam's yellow moon, that's when all of it started to click. And I'm actually able to, see him in the sky and say that is exactly what I'm looking at. There can't be anything else. And how is it there every single time this stuff appears in the sky and you can see it? There it is. And just like Sam has drawn it, and that Texas cube drawing is several years old now, and that cube is just waiting there for you to take a photo of it. All you have to do is learn where it's at. And I swear I saw it the other night. It was wild.
They were called communicators, comms. From my memory from Star Wars, when they're in the garbage compactor and Luke is trying to get hold of C-3PO, he's got the device, he called it a communicator. Looks like Doctor Who's, whatever you want to call it, he's, oh, gosh, I'm a Doctor Who fan, I can't even think right now. Yeah. What is it called?
I don't know, I've never watched it.
Doctor Who.
I can't even remember.
I only liked one version of Doctor Who. Or another example is the flip phone, like the communicator on Star Trek. Because we had flip phones too, where they flip open the communicator.
They brought them back now too. The double screen.
Yeah, flip phones.
You know, before you know it, you're going to have a computer in your glasses, and all you're going to have to do is talk to your glasses, and they'll provide you with visible, and then they'll do AI searching for you, and they have translator glasses now.
That's
look at that photo, people.
That's basically available now. Yeah, that is.
Yeah, you can get a pair of Ray-Ban.
In my 9. God, how long have we been doing this, Rebecca? Almost 10 years, right? Like I keep saying 7, but I think I've been living here in Salt Lake for 5 years. So it has to be, gosh, probably 9 years. This is not a computer glitch. And not to mention that there's 3 different frames that I caught. I slowed this down, and then I caught it in 3 different frames, all at different altitudes in the video. So this is not a computer glitch. This is not a lens, or this is not a camera glitch at all. And I've seen just about every lens flare you can possibly imagine. This is nothing.
And we all caught it for the first time in show 104 at 4 hours 20 minutes.
And not to mention that it's located. It's in the same location as you've been drawing it, Sam. It's in the same location.
Yeah.
Give or take altitude a little, but
right.
Of course that's perspective.
Yeah. Some of the angle of, depending on where you are on the planet, your angle of view may change, but the placement overall, right side, left side, is always constantly accurate. And size change.
And the way it's shadowed as well, like even the way that it's lit up,
right,
it is concurrent
on the left side of the sun
with the way something would be lit up, relevant to the sun. So when you take all those things into consideration, the fact that it was in multiple frames, in multiple altitudes in the video, you have it's shadowed, it's lit up exactly how you would expect it. This is no way. This is an anomaly. This is real. Like this is 100% real.
I look at it from the point of view of, why did they build it as a cube? Because they want to stand out against all the planets. They're show-offs.
Right.
That's what I would think. Right. Is the same thing, Sharon.
Because it can be very aerodynamic, right? It's kind of not that.
Well, the point everywhere, Yeah, that's why we get all those really fancy clouds coming off the side of them.
Yeah,
they don't have to have wings because they fly through wormholes.
Exactly.
And this way, it's a big parking garage with multiple decks on it, where they park star destroyers by the hundreds on.
Yeah.
So, it's massive. Not only that, we saw last week's show, we saw our tiny little moon, and then we saw the long box cube behind it, and it was so proportionally unbelievable that I had almost had a brain aneurysm looking at it. I went, no, is it really that big? I mean, is the long box cube the size of a freaking planet? How big is that cube?
That was insane. That was insane footage. I don't remember who it was who took that, but that was insane. Like, insane footage. And also
it's staggering.
Like, how big is that freaking thing?
And then I kind of remember, okay, we're looking through water.
Yeah, but I mean, it still has to be pretty big, though, Sam. Like, that thing has to be hella big. it has to
Star
be
Destroyers
really
operate.
insanely big to,
Well,
regardless of our fishbowl effect, all that, it has to be insanely big.
do the test yourself. Get a glass of water, get a piece of card, write an arrow on it, stick it behind the glass, and see what happens.
Right.
Whether it makes it larger or smaller. There's your science experiment for the week.
Yeah.
It's
Actually
just it's
changes
insane, and yet
direction too.
Yes,
we
it does.
know they're there because we've watched them over the last decade and 15 years, and we've been seeing the Texas Cube all week again. All week long, sightings every day coming in. There's the long box
And the
cube
skull.
every day for year after year
skull's
after
been
year now.
around. Skull's
Yeah, the
been
skull
very
again.
prominent.
Back to the skull. Yeah, and it's coming. It's coming back for Halloween.
For sure.
I'm just waiting for that news report to come out.
He's going to have big flames in his eyes going,
Who's gonna scoop the story
Uh,
first?
Not only that, it's actually closer to the horizon than it was last year.
Yep.
It's bigger this year already.
Yes.
Already than it was last year, which is going to be insane. And be ready for the reports where people are saying there's a flying skull going through the sky.
Of course there is. I've been seeing his eyeballs peeking at me over the clouds all week. It's
You
just
watch
the
people
head.
mistake it for Atlas.
They did mention it last year too, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah,
maybe
right
for about
before
a
Halloween.
week.
Yeah, right before Halloween. And it just that's the one.
Meanwhile, we had been seeing it also like 2 months prior,
Right.
every day for that, coming back. But then they mentioned
Yeah.
it right before Halloween, like we might be able to see it around Halloween. Meanwhile, we've been watching it for
We
2.5
caught it right
months
here on
again.
the podcast. Right before,
Yep.
it was like
Yep.
right around this time last year, we caught it right on the show.
Yep.
That was pretty cool.
And again, I sent Rebecca a video of that. Do you have that, Rebecca? That one video copy I sent you from, I believe it's from Joel.
And you'll only see it here in the one place on Nibiru Followers Anonymous.
Sorry, Sam. Give me 1 second. Yes, I'll get it.
I can see if I can,
I
grab
know.
a copy.
I'm sure it's here. Let's see. I see Jason, AccuWeather. No, I don't see it. Wait, maybe this is it.
Well, I will scroll up and find it, and then I'll
Absolutely effective programming. I mean that's
Well, I don't know. Which one it is.
everything around us. The other day I was really looking forward to the new season of what is that show called?
There's a Facebook.
King of the
group.
Hill. King of the Hill, right? I really wanted to watch the new season. And then I watched like 5
Yeah,
minutes.
it's Facebook from Jason Ouellette.
I watched 5 minutes of it and it was so politicized.
Jason.
No, I turned it off. I was like, I don't want to watch this. And then I remembered, I started thinking, I was like, but the old seasons were very politicized. And then I started thinking, I'm like, fucking everything is political. And I don't mean political, just political, everything that we see as far as entertainment goes is to sway your opinion or to program you in some kind of fucking way. And then I had that. I've always really known that, but at that moment, when you kind of see it and it really hits you, I'm like, shit, man,
penny drop.
Everything has been everything. I started thinking of all the shows I used to watch back when I used to watch more TV than I do now. I'm like, shit, everything has been in one way or another meant to program you. One way or another, all of it. None of it is free from it. That's basically its function.
How else do you control a whole world of people? I mean, that's a lot to manage.
Yeah.
Imagine being a boss of a big company, and then you gotta be drastic about how you're gonna control billions of people.
Perfect.
So let's watch TV and movies and music and ta-da.
Mm-hmm. Subliminal messages or straight up in your face messages, everybody's opinion, everybody's personality that they think they have all comes from what they were what they either the TV that they saw, the shows or cartoons, and unfortunately, we're all to some degree molded by it. Some of us are working hard to break free from that shit, but
Break
others,
free or die trying, guys.
but others, but others will fight to
Right.
to stay programmed.
Oh, exactly.
Right.
Many times, whenever I'd gone onto a job of engineering, firstly, they'd resent the fact that I'm their boss. 2, I'm a female. And 3, why should I share my secrets with you? It's taken me years to acquire these skills. I'm not just going to hand them to you on a plate.
Right.
Yeah.
There's that protective nature too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was giving Christopher photographs this week that he's never seen before, and then I was having this conversation going, I'm not going to share every one of my secret, files with you. Right?
You got to have.
I think that's where the emotional part comes from, Chris. Is the realization that everything you think you know is bullshit, and that's a tough one. Like that's a tough one, and then on top of that, like you have to live with watching it around you every fucking day. Like every day, I have to see the lies.
It's harder and harder.
Every day, I have to see the lies. I see. Recently, I saw a commercial to this new documentary. It was plastered all over Facebook and TikTok, and it was called Climate Trails. I'm sure. I don't want to have to tell you what it's about because said. But
Climate Trails.
I have to listen to this every day and know that it's like it's definitely a mind fuck of epic proportions sometimes, and the frustration.
I saw a new TV commercial.
Thank God.
There's a new TV commercial by Columbia Wear Sports Clothing, and it's apocalyptic related. So you should, you doers out there, type in Columbia Wear TV commercial, and you'll see the bottom of necessity at the end of
no way
of the video.
Oh, somebody was saying that they're even in video games now, and they are even in video games. I think I saw. Sometimes I'll scroll down TikTok and there's somebody playing live, right? Gaming live.
Yeah.
And I'll stick around. I'll watch for a little while, right? And they're in the freaking games. Like you can see the freaking planets in the games. Holy shit!
Zelda's a classic. Zelda's got the cube in it.
This is the Skull asteroid with that facial asteroid in front of it.
Okay, I saw this recently. Who posted this? Wow, holy shit!
I believe it was Joel, or was it
Jason?
I think this is
Jason Alexis.
Yeah,
Jason. Yes, I saw that. Yeah, I saw this on TikTok. I saw. Yeah,
and a couple of days beforehand, he also got really good captures of it as well. But now it's even closer in the last 2 days.
Huge right now.
Nice. Wow.
So now the lower area is the asteroid. Right, in the lower area, lower left, is another asteroid in front of the jaw, but this is the Skull asteroid behind it.
Wow.
Yeah.
He gets some really cool stuff, Jason. I really wish he'd maybe want to come on the show, but he has some really cool stuff. And
I think I mentioned that to him.
And he's really good with editing stuff to kind of bring it out, to kind of make.
And
it
he talks in his videos too.
Yeah, he talks
and he narrates. Yeah, I love that he narrates too.
Yeah. Is that the spiral?
And he would be a good addition to being a guest on the show.
Grand Theft Auto, yes, Audrey, that's where I've seen it. Grand Theft Auto, absolutely.
Okay.
Right. That is.
So I'm surprised Audrey would know that. Is
Yeah,
that something about you, Audrey, we don't know?
Yep.
I guess, girls be gaming too,
I know.
She's probably got DSTV.
A gamer.
Anyone with a PlayStation knows that they're in the games.
Where is girls be?
Oh, they're in everything. They're TV shows. I mentioned it 20 times easy. Time Team. The Time Team was like a 14, 15 year series, and it's all filmed in the UK and all around the world. and
What you got
they're
there?
constantly taking sky scenes, and you can see the planet in Time Team and all kinds of other videos and movies.
Oh, mysterious pipes.
Yeah,
I
they're
wanted to
saying
show
that
Sam
they're
this is also
fossilized
from
roots.
China.
That they're fossilized tree roots. That's so stupid. I mean, that's not a tree root I've ever seen.
Yeah, but think about it. If something
Pipes.
cataclysmic happened, like a volcano, and all the ash went up in the air, where does it go? It buries everything. So it's understandable that that's been buried by some sort of huge amount of soil.
We're living on top of the lake. Like I the mud flood is always comes to mind because we're living. Like, I think every cycle there's a mud flood.
There's just so much stuff. I could go on and on. I mean, it's just insane if people don't believe that this stuff is quite real. I mean, people are just ignoring it.
Here's the thing: is that after you learn about the binary twin star and this cyclic stuff, history makes way more sense. Way more sense. Our geological stuff like this makes way more sense, and it becomes way fascinating once you understand.
Lost civilizations, climate change, destructive habits in past unsustainable occurrences in civilizations.
All this just
plate movements, tsunamis.
Yeah. You understand why there's certain belief systems. So many things become so much clearer, and also a lot more questions as well. But if you want to start answering a lot of questions, guys, if you're curious about the world that you live in, start learning what we're teaching you here, and then the rest just kind of falls into place. It has to, because you'll just notice it. Like, you'll start to see, oh shit, that's why this, and you'll just start making the connections automatically because you already have the information that connects this stuff, so your brain will automatically connect it,
Hello, dinosaur.
I see Esri Colette is saying a comment. Good music score. Yeah, these are far older people. These are previous civilizations where people just kept living there and doing more. Esri Colette says, I mean Wormwood, the planet, or the plant. Oh, okay, the plant. Okay, I didn't even read that properly. Wormwood is the asteroids.
Wormwood can be poisonous in large quantities.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Natural lava too. That's
look at that crazy thing.
Lava.
That's crazy.
We've got a big one off the coast of Tasmania called the Arch. There's that big foot. That Michael Tellinger.
Yeah, guys, there's lava tubes all around the world that we don't know about.
Have you ever stepped on mud barefoot? Like, that is exactly the way it looks. Like, that mud that will come up over your toes. It's exactly how that footprint there is.
Look at what happened at your Burning Man just recently.
Oh, it was great. I loved it again.
People were in traffic for 17 hours. It rained for 3 days straight. They said the mud, it was like clay. You couldn't get rid of it.
Yeah.
It was everywhere.
Right, the clay collected up out through the lake bed, and only the dust was covering the clay, and then they mixed into the clay.
They literally brought the clay onto the airplanes with them. It's like all the rented RVs full of this crap is.
Yeah, they need to move where they're going to have it next year, because that climate's going to just
be right back in the same spot.
This is very Star Wars-like in actuality,
right?
Where they dig into sandstone.
Look like Luke's home.
Sure did.
Spoilers,
on Tatooine.
No spoilers.
Yeah. Gotta go fix those generators. Uncle Owen won't let me leave.
Moisture farmers. Moisture evaporators.
Yep.
And the original Star Wars books were written about the two androids, about R2D2
Exactly. They were the
and
focus.
C3PO.
And their adventures through the galaxy.
And then they were extended from there on. Right.
Yep.
And their adventures. And then it morphed into more.
And it took one person's idea to come up with that. Is it Tolmec?
Olmec, yeah.
That
Olmec.
these faces are carved out so perfectly that if you took one side and overlaid it on the other half,
but apparently they were round to start with.
with.
Apparently they were round to start with, and then the Olmec came along and carved their faces.
Really?
From the geological side of it, what the archaeologists have found.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's whole regions of very large, rounded granite stones that are deposited there from some glacial occurrence.
Perfectly round.
When then you could always see the level of where it's been added that's a little not as technologically advanced as others. Right?
That's not copper tools, guys. No way. And that's not even sandstone. That's something much harder.
No, that's granite. Yeah, that's granite.
What I'm saying. That needs diamond.
I've got to go cut pizza. I'll be right back.
No worries.
Ronnie.
That one's sleeping.
Yeah, they're amazing. They're huge. They're bigger than you realize, those heads.
But notice their features. Notice their features. They've got the spread out nose and the large mouths.
Right.
What do they look like? They look like Maoris, don't they?
A little bit,
Africans as well.
Yeah, they've got that feature. So these are the survivors after the cataclysms.
Incredible.
Yeah, I wonder what boats they managed to get on to sort of sail the ocean blue. And the ocean must have been really pissed off as well. So,
well, see, that's the thing. This is why I'm always going to different museums, and especially when I go to places like Fiji and New Zealand. You go to learn their tribal history, and in a lot of the museums, they actually tell you that New Zealand was found because they had to leave their homeland. That wasn't through an exile, it was because of a change in their environment. Their land was sinking and they had to find new ground. And the Maoris apparently got in their longboats. How on earth do they navigate over those huge oceans in these tiny, tiny little boats? And what were they using? They travel mostly at night time, so they navigate through the stars. And the Maori legend was, not only did they see the clouds as an indicator that demonstrated that there was land there, but they also said, just like what we know with the electrical universe, is that islands themselves are linked electrically, and they were actually following the underwater lightning that they were using to navigate between the islands. So that's a very interesting concept as well.
Wow.
But you don't hear about this in your history
No,
books.
absolutely not.
All the stuff
I have never
suppressed.
I didn't never heard of that before.
No.
There you go. And you have to get this stuff word of mouth.
Yeah, you have to get it from the elders because they have the tradition of passing history down to their next chosen one.
Correct. And a lot of it's oral because a lot of the old civilizations
That's the word I
had
was
no
looking
language.
For. It's just very late at night. I can't remember some words.
That's why I can't
why they
stress.
drew their pictures.
I can't stress this enough. Like you have to. You can't just take somebody's word for you. You have to teach yourself. Like you really have. You have to
have that curiosity to go and
find
out yourself.
Well, in this age of technology and information, ignorance is a choice.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Correct.
And what I mean by doing your research, I don't mean Facebook memes. I mean actually do your own. You know, and don't get your information just from one source. You know, if you
Get
ain't
books.
if you ain't looking at the coin from all sides, you're making you're completely. It's a disservice not only to yourself, but also to the
Be back
people
in a minute.
you're spreading this information to. Like you have to be leave your biases out the door and look at every perspective possible and before you make an informed decision. You have to look at all sides.
Racy, you would be absolutely amazed how big these spaces are. That's Darren That had
Oh,
25,000 people, animals, air ducts, water facilities,
And the
storage
water
cabins,
table at the bottom of
chapels.
that, right?
25,000 people went underground because of something that was happening in the skies.
right. And like, how long did it take to build? I wonder. And
Exactly. And there's something
you
like
know,
80 levels to Darren.
yes, it is incredible. There's level upon level upon level.
Yep. Yep.
25,000 people fit in this thing comfortably, and
Yep.
it's just, they've got meeting halls, and
Mm-hmm.
it's it's wild.
It's phenomenal.
Well,
It's absolutely phenomenal.
it was built right over a water table, right? I believe like
Yep.
there was a water table
Yep.
right below.
Oh,
Like
Yep.
it wasn't. It was built like they knew where to build this thing, where it was not just amazing in that, but they knew where. You know,
Again, look at the information that they had back then. They were more inclined to work with nature, not against nature. They could pick
right.
up the subtle energies of the earth, like ley lines, water courses. This is how we had these people get into water division and divining, because they knew where the subtle energies were to look for them.
you know.
This is why they have these as sacred sites and places where people would commune, because the frequencies and the energies. Imagine the acoustics in that place as well,
Jesus.
Yeah.
because you're surrounded as well. Imagine the acoustics that's going on in there.
Unbelievable. Yeah, and mainstream's reasoning for this is war. Like this was made, I think.
Yeah, battles above them. Yes, battles and all the rest of
Not
it.
to
But
stay away from the Romans.
That's stupid.
Yep.
That's stupid. That's you're digging your own grave is really what you're doing. If that's
Right. I mean, wouldn't the Romans have been able to take him out? Like,
well, the
that
Romans
is,
tried it
Well,
with
but I
Britain.
think
They couldn't conquer Britain.
well,
That's
not
why
only that,
they
it's
put up
far
Hadrian's
older.
Wall.
It goes. It was originally started, a couple of thousand years before the Romans.
wow.
But think about
So,
Britain too. Why did Rome want Britain? Because that's where all the knowledge was. That's where all the Gnostic teachings were. And Rome wanted it.
they also had a very serious gold and tin deposit in the southern
Yep.
half of England, and the tin
Which
was
is very
seriously
important for
important to the Bronze Age, right?
Yep.
And the gold deposits. It has a great deal. It had a great deal of gold.
Yep.
Which of course has
Look
been
at that.
owned by
That
the
looks
crown.
melted.
Oh my God, that's melted.
oh Lord.
What energy
Sorry.
weapon is that?
Yeah, hey Rebecca, I think we summoned Girls Be
Yeah.
Gaming too.
I know, as I was putting in the comments, I
We
was
were
like,
literally
you.
just talking about you. Hi,
Yeah.
glad to have you here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was
Look at the
saying.
erosion around it. So how old is it?
Yeah, what about this one in China?
Oh,
Long
that's
Yule
what I was.
caves.
I mean, you can see how nothing much changes in a building in 100 years. I mean, the house I'm in is 100 years old, and it looks about the same, I'm sure. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you look at some of the modern houses and they're crap. They fall apart.
Yeah, look at these.
This could definitely be many thousand years old.
Easy.
Many.
Easily. Look at it. I mean, gee, that's weather.
Look at the discoloration.
Yeah.
And the plants
Like
growing
melted.
everywhere. Yeah.
Melted, yeah.
Look at the
Wow.
big Buddha. My
It's
goodness.
beautiful. The perfection of it. Look at it. Look at the hands.
Unbelievable.
That looks like electrical as well. Look at that. Look at that.
And that was someone's concept in their mind.
Yeah, but these people were one step removed from cavemen, Sharon.
They're not primitive. Come on.
Chisels and hammers. That's all they need.
Yeah.
Well,
and the attention to detail there. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's Hathor's temple.
Unbelievable.
Luxor.
Yeah, look at it.
Hathor was the cow goddess. A mosaic.
That is a mosaic floor in Italy or Greece. Does look possibly Greek.
It looks Greek.
That's Peru.
Wow.
Right.
That's amazing. Look at it.
The nibs for straps.
Yep. Same on there.
No mortar, guys. It's all Jesus, like a freaking Lego.
And it's round. Look how round
Yeah, look
it
at
is.
it. It's amazing.
It's got dimples.
See, I really think this is where my journey started. Right before, I would say years before all this journey began, I was always been obsessed with this kind of stuff. Like,
hello, Aaron.
I've been watching this kind of stuff for as long as I can remember, and it's always fascinated me, and it's always made me wonder about our current mainstream's version of the world. It just never sat right with me. I never bought into any of it. I mean, all it takes is looking at this stuff to say that everything that mainstream science has presented us is full of shit, like all of it. And I don't even think that all of it has been full of shit. All it takes is just looking at this stuff.
Same here, Laurie.
Wow.
My daughter's English finals were based on A Brave New World.
I don't think that's a coincidence.
Immortus.
No, but back in my day, it was 1984. And probably Sam too. He was probably shoved into the corner and said, "Here, read this." 1984. It was all
George
literary
Orwell?
stuff. Yeah, George Orwell's 1984. We also had to read Animal Farm.
Well, Animal Farm sucked.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
but
don't
this
forget
is what I mean.
Working by Sturkle or To Kill a Mockingbird, or I could go on. And don't forget the Iliad and the Odyssey.
Everybody got that one.
Yeah.
Iliad and the
other
Odyssey
one
was an interesting read.
Of Mice and Men, Lord of the Flies.
Oh, Lord of the Flies was horrible too.
Yeah, they made us read them.
Yeah. Do you know what was really gross? The one that they gave us in South Africa was Story of an African Farm.
We had one like that called Kunadu. It was a stolen Aboriginal girl and how she was mistreated by the stockmen.
Yeah, it's pretty much about mistreatment of children. It's just gross.
Stolen from their families and misplaced because the white people know better. Again, prejudice.
How to make sure that they divide and conquer everybody,
Hey, Alex.
Now remember that Rome was formed off of slavery, and so was even all the way going back to pre-Roman and pre-Greek history. There was a huge conquer and enslavement of the people for the property. So
That's
we've
right.
lived in a cruel, nasty world for a very long time.
Yeah, we have. And not much has changed. I mean, a little bit.
Energy into stone. Kind of. What about those oop arts that you've got where you've got the stone that's been squished and pushed into a small slot? How do they make things like that? That's my question, Aaron. Göbekli Tepe?
Yes.
Yeah. I was just going to say the animals are Göbekli Tepe. That's almost like...
I still think those are constellations.
The huge
I reckon Göbekli Tepe was like it had a whole bunch of the animals that were it's almost like it was almost art-like. It was as if it was a inventory of what was there.
Species were there. Yep.
Yeah,
I
as
get
if they
you.
were decided that, okay, there's a species.
Wow.
This is what we put here in this garden.
Look at that. Oh
Look
my
at that
gosh.
thing. It's incredible. Look at the color of it. Amazing. I want to
All
go
those
see all these
stones
things.
locked in
How can we go see all these things? Actually be there with them and touch them. Amazing.
If
Get
I
yourself an
if I
airplane.
ever came into some money, this would be how I would live the rest of my years. Would
Oh,
be
yeah.
traveling from one of these sites to another. I
Have a
find
bed and breakfast. I know how to clean it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I would
I
love
can
to
do
be able to
skirting boards.
I would love to be able to teleport to each one of these ones. You know,
Oh,
Stargate.
God, yeah.
God,
I'd happily
wonderful.
clean one of these things, no problem. I mean, it'd take me ages, you know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my. Look how high up that is.
Look at the disc. Look at it. It's like you could just
Again.
beam straight up through a portal through that, you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Again, showing frequency and vibration.
Yeah. Yeah, well, clearly that would be one of them geometric shapes that it makes.
All the shapes have some
Wow.
sort of symmetry related to harmonics.
But that's, I mean, anybody who doesn't think they used harmonics must be
Look
like,
at the top of the towers.
look at
They
those
look like
things. They're like point,
plasma
like,
collectors.
you know.
Plasma collectors, just like what Tesla was saying. Free energy.
Yeah.
They look like batteries.
They're like, yeah, like coils or something, like storage.
Yep. Capacitors.
That's the word.
Yeah. And every one of these served a function. That's what we don't get told. The high sophistication in these all had function.
Yeah, it's a perfection. It fits into something, man.
Well,
Symmetry. Look at
they
the
were done with
symmetry. It's perfect.
intention. They were done with full intention and full forethought. You know,
Exactly.
Of course.
it wasn't
they
something.
Yeah, they must have
just-
pressed them out with a template, you know, like an instant template. They must have just like, you know.
Create matter with your mind.
Hmm.
Use the force. Look.
Be one with the source. Can you imagine? Oh, my word. Can you really imagine? That would be incredible. Wow. They say our higher selves are like that. We're one with that. So
Yeah.
we're just experiencing. We're a little vibration. What came down to experience being human. Interesting. There's so many new concepts that we've been exposed to since we started researching this stuff. That you just get giddy with all the stuff that you actually have forgotten that you know.
Just amazing structures.
Just look at the layers on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Teresa, I'd love to see that too. Look at that. That's like something out of Lord of the Rings. Look at it. Rivendell.
Even the stairs were carved.
Beautiful.
Imagine the guy that went to that rock wall the first day and with his chisel and hammer started carving into the wall there, and his neighbors walk by and go, "Bill, you're crazy. What the hell are you doing?"
Well, what about that place in the US, the Coral Canyon or whatever they called it?
Yeah, what that? You mean that guy that?
That guy that made that.
Yeah, the one that was waiting for his wife or something.
Yeah, it was something to do with that.
He just that thing's I can't tell you how many times I saw that just trying to figure it out how he did it, but.
Well, same thing with Mount Rushmore. You know, we have the technology to do things that we think are important, and we actually leave a mark on our society.
Mount Rushmore's hollow anyway. There's secret back
Yeah,
doors
probably.
in the back of those things.
God
just
like Table Mountain, man.
Yeah, tunnels everywhere. Look at the nose.
Yeah, probably. Now South Dakota has a great deal of gold as well. So
Look at the
remember,
hair.
the Bureau of Land Management sucked up all the really rich in the United States and made it private to the government for the government to mine it.
California sold all its water off to those private business people, so
Yeah, there's been some really interesting nasty
nothing
stuff going off in Arizona where we've been feeding the cattle in Saudi Arabia, and then everybody in the nearby area was have permits for. They just overpumped and nobody ever monitored them, and because the Saudis got their shit for free.
Correct.
So we're feeding their cattle while we're bleeding our Southwest dry.
Yep.
All for money.
Doesn't matter.
No. Those are just poor brown-skinned people that live down there.
Yeah, of course. They don't matter. Can't see them. Don't matter. That's what society's like. Turn their back on everything.
Oh, and the Environmental Protection Agency has been gutted, and many step backs on environmental changes, which do not make the news, but it is happening.
Then you got Miss Greta Thunberg going to Gaza again on another ship that's funded by the not so nice people that they're trying to protect them from. So funding on both sides, dudes.
Oh yeah, it's just a big game. There are times in which we have some of those vacations, and yet at the same time, I don't want to be a hypocrite or be traveling around the country, buy U.S. bonds. I don't want to do any of that. So
no, Petra. I'd love to go to Petra.
I had to renew my driver's license the other day, and they want everyone to go digital. I said, "No, just give me a piece of paper, thanks." And then they said, you get a new card with your identity on it. And I said to the girl, can I use the same photo from 5 years ago? And she goes, of course you can. You don't want a new photo? And I went, no, because probably in 5 years' time it won't be old and grey. I still want to look good.
Yeah, you know who you are, but...
Yeah, but you hand your license to somebody with an ID and they look at you and you think, that's not you. How come you're different? A lot younger there, dude.
I don't really want your passport picture because you probably all look like criminals on the passport.
Well, you're not allowed to smile. You've got to remove all your... you're not allowed to wear glasses or anything. It has to be you. Your stony face. We call it resting bitch face here.
Okay.
We call that where we come from, too. Where I come from, that's what...
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, look at this amazing stuff.
I know, I'll need to go to bed soon.
Me too.
You working tomorrow?
I've been up since 3 a.m., guys, and I'm running on fumes now. For times I thought I was gonna do what what's his name did, just all of a sudden start snoring.
Thomas.
I'm gonna play Gillian's video.
Thomas. I was like, I don't want to put Thomas.
Thomas.
Yeah, I just wanted the guys to see how amazing those big blue planets were here. I mean, that Yuri one, I showed it to Chris, and he said it really is cool.
Oh, yeah, that one's great, Gillian.
I love that one. I was like, I want to make a poster out of it and stand on a corner.
Right.
Look.
Name this planet.
Spot check, everybody. Spot check. What do you get to clean if you can't name it?
Okay, I have 2 reels for Gillian and her video of pictures. So let's play a reel first.
Gillian Watson. So
let's see what this is about.
Just so I can call it in Gillian. Tara's gonna drop by too.
Yeah.
I'll wait and say hi, Tara.
Check at these. Look at these. So cool.
This is what's been happening. Like they're so blue and so dark just above the sun.
Yep.
Look at that striper there. Look at that thing. And then that glowing. Oh my word. Look at the big butts everywhere. Look how huge that is. And it's silver. Beautiful silver. That's
Yeah, 'cause
Yuri,
the kid-
right?
Because the kids were
Well,
asking
some
me
has been
yesterday
Yuri,
why
some of it's
Wow,
been
look at that.
attachment.
Oh, wow, look at those dark
Yeah.
circles. You've
the
been
kids were
catching
asking
them
why
too,
the sky
Gillian.
looked so smoky yesterday.
You've been
We haven't
catching
got
them.
any smoke here.
You've been catching them. Wow. You've been really
See
cool
how it looks
stuff.
all misty and definitely
Planet.
they're
Look.
definitely
behind me.
they're
Look.
definitely
Wow,
their
look at that
atmospheres are
behind
close.
you. Wow, that was a good one.
Look at that.
Doggy. Rainbow.
Awesome.
Yeah,
look
we
at
have
the
to reiterate
golden.
for our new people. Don't look at the white, look at the blue. Don't look at the clouds,
The
look at the
dark.
blue.
That's all
the
its little asteroids in front of it there, that golden, incredible. And the mistiness of it just made rainbows. It was so adorable. Oh, thank you. You have to send me that, Rebecca. That's
Yeah.
adorable. Yeah, look how tired I look. I didn't sleep more than 2 hours. I was lucky.
We knock ourselves about, don't we, Gillian?
Oh, my sweet Lord. Look at it.
Wow.
It's
This
beautiful.
one right here. Wow, that is so cool.
That's the side of
Look
Yuri.
at how much closer
Yeah.
that blue looks. Wow.
Yeah.
That is awesome. That is so awesome.
Yeah.
It looks like a big one in the back as well. Look.
I think that square right beside the long
Yeah.
line is the skull.
Okay. Cool.
So much
Interesting.
there. It's like they're all there.
If you look at the
them,
monthly
stuck
site
in
drawing, you'll see why.
Yeah, all this.
Yeah.
All these
Yeah, that's the
stickers.
skull
Look
with the asteroid in front of the. But you can see the two eyes sticking out from the skull with the asteroid in front of it, next to that long
Yeah.
straight line.
Yeah.
Which is another asteroid going away from you, which is why it's vertical. But that
Do we
blue,
know-
everything in the blue area on the left is Yuri.
I don't know if I've asked
That's
this.
right.
I might have asked this before, Sam, but do we know what planet the skull asteroid belongs to?
It's in between Yuri and Atu.
Okay.
It's dead center in the middle between Atu and Yuri.
Look how big it is. It's just incredible. Look at these guys.
Wow. Wow.
Just can't fit it all in one screen.
Nah.
No.
Then there was on the right as well something, that little hazy
And
bubble
that's
there.
the reason why we see the skull asteroid occasionally is because a lot of the time Atu was in the way, and the skull asteroid was between that and Yuri. But when Atu goes past us, then we look up and we see the skull asteroid because we're looking in between Atu and Yuri.
That's right. Mm.
Look at the dusty thing above the sun. There's like another one.
Well, I mean, it's creepy enough to say it belongs to Yuri. I mean, Yuri's a creepy one, you know. So.
Well, it's got that
you
damn
know,
Yuri's
asteroid
away.
field underneath it, all the object cluster group, all the asteroids, the salamander asteroids, the Dan asteroid, all of that stuff is this massive asteroid collection underneath these two gas giants.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Look
like
at
our
that
solar
tail.
system had.
It's got a wee tail on it.
Got me cleaning my glasses here. Ion tail. That's Atu's moon.
Yeah, she was so purple.
It looks purpley, yeah.
Yeah.
Mostly normal sky.
So that's our normal sky. Nice. Ooh.
That is Yuri also.
There's lots of little lights in there.
Yeah, you got the purple up there.
Yeah, I'm thinking bottom of Atu's moon at night.
Double
Kitty cat
rainbow.
on the right.
Is that Grace?
Stella, that one.
Ah, Stella.
Yeah, Stella the star cat. She likes to look.
I can't. I wouldn't want to catch myself out there screaming Stella down the neighborhood.
Oh,
Stella! You know, from the old movie.
I'm going to pull Tara up a second. She's outside. Let's see what she's got. Hey, Tara.
Hey.
Hey, y'all. I should have
Look at
got
that.
it
Hey.
5 minutes before, but you were doing Jillian's reel.
I know, it's okay.
Okay.
The
Right.
sun
Right.
just went below the
pretty.
horizon, and you know what? I didn't think I was going to have anything to show y'all, and this popped up in like the last 30 minutes.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what's happening. Where I'm like, nothing's gonna happen today, and then all
Yeah.
of a sudden, bam! Just things just go
Just-
crazy.
Yeah,
Just
sunset
this
seems
side,
to be
everything
unreal
else is
lately.
invisible.
Yeah, it's like puffballs. I mean, those asteroids under Yuri are just
Just about everything that I've seen this week, I was not expecting.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like I'm just
Like
oh, this is
Yuri's
a boring
crawling all over our
day, and
heads.
then all of a sudden, everything all hell breaks loose. You know.
The dark area in the upper
I
right
gotta take
corner is
pictures.
Nibiru.
But it's been really fun doing
wow, Saru.
In the right
I got a
corner,
few
On the right hand
pictures,
side.
Mhm.
and you can see in the pictures better than you can even on the video right now.
Oh,
That
yeah.
well, because the sun's down now, but you can see like the sun flattened out on the top. It's pretty crazy.
nice.
Can you
So
pan
yeah,
a little
this and
higher, a little bit higher? Because they've
Yeah,
been a little bit
there's-
high up off the horizon.
the only thing I can see right now stops right here. And there's some stuff over here to the south that I was going to go to the other side of the building and show y'all.
You definitely got something above you there.
Can you see
That
the
one.
dark shadow in the right corner, Tara?
But that
yeah.
whole sky is
That's
probably full of
Saru.
Saru.
Above
Oh,
the
yeah.
tree.
That's
Yeah,
Saru.
Saru.
Wow.
It's just
Right
dark.
there.
Yep.
See,
No,
that's
it
where
shows-
they've
it
been. Just right of the sun.
It shows.
Go ahead.
You can tell on my panoramics too. Like when I do like here to here, you can see how much darker it gets and see how dark it is up there
Yeah.
Yeah,
from there to there.
big shadow.
Yeah.
Here, we'll go over here
Yep.
real quick. There's more to
Yeah,
see
the
on
camera
this side,
definitely-
but not a whole lot.
Yeah, camera definitely captures so much more detail. Look at the
Yeah, it's
shadow,
the
the
colors,
cutoff.
the dull. It's amazing how dull the light is.
Yeah,
Uh-huh. And people
That's
don't
why
notice it, but I
straight
can.
away.
I can-
because everything's being shadowed. Just
It,
right.
it's so unbelievably obvious. How can they not see?
I know, like
Well,
light when you
Don't
come
know
out.
yet. Some people honestly don't know yet, but once we teach
Right.
them, then they can see.
It's,
I hate,
you know,
I hate
it's
sounding
not like.
arrogant like that. That sounds horrible.
Well, I mean, yeah, everybody here that's been here for any length of time, we're used to it and we know about it consciously. So I guess therefore our subconscious sense is more sensitive, maybe because it's some of it I get that people don't discern it, right?
I
Like,
do too.
Mm.
Right.
I do too, Tara. There's
You know,
some
they
of
see
it
the
that's
sun.
really. Some of it is really subtle, and if you didn't know any better, it'd be really easy to miss.
That's the last thing anybody would really think about.
Yeah, that too.
Like,
Rebecca.
oh, I bet
Yeah.
that's the planet. You know what I started doing in the comments of like the meteorologists. I don't want to like, mess with them too much, but I'll go in the comments and I'll say, those look like they could be clouds from another planet, or
Yeah.
stuff like that.
It's
I'd be
general
like, hey,
random
what do you
stuff.
look
Yeah.
like?
Or you just
Have
drop
you
the
gone
hint
into
and say, whoops,
responses, Rebecca?
asteroids.
Yeah.
So
Have you gone
for
into
reference, you guys,
responses?
this is. Oh, I'm sorry.
What?
What now?
Have you gone into responses?
No,
Rebecca?
just the bot trolls laughing at me,
Just
telling
going.
me
We don't really register what that means.
no.
No,
For
let's
reference,
just
you
laugh
guys,
at
this
it.
is south.
Let's laugh at it.
Yeah,
And that's
funny.
almost southeast. So what is this? Like the edge of Uri over here?
Yeah, the bottom of Uri, and then those are that white area is the asteroids underneath her of the salamander asteroid group right there. And you can see the
Are we
dark
looking at the
shadow is
skull?
Uri.
I can see it. It looks like I'm looking
It,
at the
it,
skull in the screen,
it
but
is
not in real
behind.
life.
It is behind the elongated top one on the left. The skull is just behind that frontal asteroid, leaving a trail.
Thanks,
Cool.
Charlie.
Yeah, it's there. I
That's
can
what
see
I
him
thought.
staring out
I
at
can
us.
see it. But it's
Yep,
hard to
dead
see. Like
center.
I can see it in the screen, but not in person.
Yeah,
So
you
weird.
you got the skull right there, dead center.
Aaron wants to
It's
know
just
what to
behind
look
that
for.
white cloud that's going from left towards the right.
How do you recognize the skull?
Is it like? Do I have it in the center now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aaron's asking, what do
That's
you
what I
look for? There's a number of things, Aaron.
The eye.
The dark areas. That's the first thing you want to look for.
Two dark dots side by side. Two dark circle ovals
that look like big eye holes, and then
Yeah.
sometimes
Yeah.
you'll see the mouth too.
And
But once you see it,
you
it's
get a
like
chance,
jumps out at you.
you
Don't
Ooh,
worry, when it's
yes.
October, you'll be seeing it so clearly.
yeah, if
So,
you get a chance,
yeah.
you can put up the monthly site drawing, Rebecca, when you get a second after she's done here or whatever.
Okay.
And
Yeah, there's
show
not a whole
more.
lot. It's fading fast. So I want to go back over here and see
Yeah.
if it's changed much.
Well, you definitely have something there. It's just a little bit more distant. But
Where are you,
When I
Tara?
came
That's
out here
gorgeous.
an hour ago, it was just shadowy haze. It was just the sun, bright and shadowy haze. And then
Is
this
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 home,
popped up.
Tara? Is this where you live?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
This
it's beautiful. It's absolutely
This-
gorgeous.
See where they're
I love
doing
the
construction
houses.
across the street? That was all wooded woods, and they knocked it down and made me cry.
Oh,
And they're
Oh.
about
What
to
are they
build some
building
crap
there,
over there.
Tara?
Yeah, they're building. I don't know if it's gonna be houses, more
hopefully
apartments,
they
or
don't
what.
block
But yeah,
your view. You got a great view there. Hopefully they don't ruin that.
right?
you know, the best place.
it
I'm
will be
up on a
ruined.
hill. I don't know if y'all can see the depth, but I'm up about probably 20 feet off the street. I'm like, I live in the perfect place for flooding. So yeah, there's. I'm telling y'all, I moved here about 6 months before I found you guys,
Well, that's
and
cool.
I live in the best place for the views.
Things
Oh, yeah.
happen the way they're supposed
like-
to. You got the right view.
Mm-hmm.
You got the
It was
perfect view to
too.
learn.
I totally know it's not coincidence, not even a little bit. And you know,
No.
unless you guys think I should hang out for a few more minutes, unless you think we'll get much change, I'm gonna change to my laptop and come back on that way.
No.
Yeah, you can do that.
Thanks for sharing,
It's not a
Tara.
whole lot. It's just the side. Oh yeah, it's been a while since I've got to share live. I didn't think I would. There's been times, y'all know, there's been times where I had a whole lit up sky. But
Oh yeah.
yep. Say night night, Skull. Who's
What
gonna
is
be
that now,
coming to
skull
visit?
guy?
Sleep tight.
All right. I'm gonna sign off and I'll come right back on my computer.
Okay,
Have a
Tara.
great-
Yeah.
Cool.
All righty.
Thank you. That was gorgeous.
Yeah. Do y'all need to go now, or can y'all hang out a few more minutes while I get back
Okay.
on face to face?
No, come on. Come
Oh,
on.
go ahead. No,
I'll be
come on.
Okay.
Yep, you're good.
All right. Cool. Thanks,
Fine.
y'all.
Bye. And Aaron, I'm not sure if you asking if we see faces or if the skull looks like a face, but let's look at Sam's drawing of what the skull looks like. And then we can look at skull pictures if that helps out. But other than that, we really don't talk much about faces because Sam, his head starts spinning.
Pareidolia.
Yeah.
He's like,
Well,
no faces allowed. No.
It's because like big craters on passing rocks make impressions in the magnetosphere, so naturally that's how we
A lot of-
see faces. We
Well,
don't think
we
about
had-
that at first because you kind of figure that out. But
We had a serious in Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2. We had serious early things where people would start talking about faces. The next thing you know, they've spent 8 hours talking about angels.
Well, see,
And
that's what it does. It opens the floodgates to a bunch of bullshit. Like, this is why I don't like to entertain those
Okay.
things. Is because when you do, it just all of a sudden you'll have a thread of 1,000 comments of the craziest angels and
Can't.
demons.
yeah, but gee, don't you want to see 1,000 comments again? Because now we only see 10.
I mean, you can't just go with whatever you think something looks like. Like, you
Because
know,
that gives
I mean,
Carol Ann
that looks
too
like a
much
butterfly.
work.
It's a giant space butterfly. You know,
It's
it's
a
like,
fuzzy
no, it's
bunny.
not. But
There's
So
1,000
Big
words
somebody,
that
unicorn
Carol
with
Ann has
rainbows
to
on.
correct.
I
somebody
do think
commented on
it's
one of my time lapses that it might have been Santa Claus, and I'm like, huh? Like
What?
I've heard some crazy
could be.
shit, but I think Santa Claus is like what 4 months away, dude. Like, first of all, you're like way off on
Yeah.
but Santa
I've
Claus.
got some sleigh
Maybe?
dogs for him this year if he
I didn't
doesn't
even
want to
answer
use
him.
the
I didn't even say
reindeers.
it. I'm like, I don't think that you really want to learn. I think you're just being a dick and just use my mouth. I think you're just being an asshole and just making stupid comments because I didn't even answer it. I didn't. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, you just
But when
try.
you entertain that kind of stuff, sometimes it just
Don't give them your energy, man.
no,
You're feeding the
it's
troll.
distracting. Like
Right.
it's distracting. It takes so much away from the topic that regardless of because I mean we all have pareidolia to some extent, right? But if you kind
Well,
of
it's a natural thing. You were born with it to
it
look for
is.
your
It is.
mother's face.
It's the way, like the way birds imprint on their mothers. You know, it's
Exactly. You needed it to figure out your
Okay.
mama's moon
yeah,
face going
yeah.
up into your
We
bottle.
seek out faces. That's imprinted. That's the way we imprint on our parents.
Yeah, but how come?
Yeah.
Why do you think all these decades? I mean, I'm like in my 50s, and I just randomly one day, bing, it started to happen, and I started to see them everywhere.
It
Me
was your
and
way.
hundreds, thousands of other people at the same time frame. Nobody mentioned that for decades. I never heard anybody say, "You see that face, 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 face." Now it's everywhere. Why do you think everybody just lit up seeing faces at the same time frame?
Because we are seeing circles in the sky. Like we are.
I mean,
seeing
they're
circles.
there. There really
We
are faces.
Yeah, but that's the precursors. That was the stuff that was sent first to waken you up before you get bashed
That's
by
what
the
I was
bad
just gonna
shit.
say too, Jillian. Is that like for me, like there was when I think back on it, there was this one something that just was the precursor.
Yo, stupid
Wake me up,
human, wake up, man! I'm coming to get you. Whoa! You got
Yeah,
a cloud of
I
all my
feel like
brothers up here.
because a lot of the faces are like made up out of clusters of asteroids.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, they're in the asteroids.
There was an old member. I don't want to mention names.
NASA release.
I don't know if he just. I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while, but he always used to describe it as "look for the eyes." And honestly, I used to get annoyed by that until I had a discussion with him, and he wasn't saying that literal. He was just saying like, "Look for the round things." I'm like,
It's
well,
the
that's
dark
a little
holes in the
confusing.
thing, man. Dark holes.
I still don't care for it. But I see his point. Like look for the round things. I guess that was his way of saying look for the.
I'm not ready for winter.
Hmm.
I love winter. I can't tell you how much I love it.
Just wait, man.
After living
You
in Las
guys are going to be
Vegas,
up to your necks in snow.
Yeah, we're going to be swimming in snow this year.
Yeah, I know it. I've been telling everybody we're gonna get plenty of snow this year, and thank God I'm ready for it. I did put away my snow tire fund, so I'm ready.
Cool. Wow.
The socket area, yes, that's exactly it, Carol. And I think
Eyeballs.
what he meant, yes.
Ooh, Photoshop. Ooh.
Yeah, boo.
But as kids, you used to lie on your back and look at the clouds and go, "Oh, that one looks like a puppy dog. And that one looks
I
like
got
a
a little
butterfly."
puppy dog. Kitty cat face. Oh, look, there's a Nessie in the sky.
We're watching you.
Peekaboo. Peekaboo. Oh, is he going to light up in the sky here? Come on, I want to see his skull.
Gosh, that one looks angry.
Eyeball.
That sounds fun.
Look at that.
Now, some of these are asteroids.
Cloud faces.
I absolutely agree with them, if not most of them.
Wow.
I never believed this one from the moment I saw it.
I have a problem with this one too. I feel like
Yeah,
I feel like the nose was added.
Probably was.
Yeah.
I feel like it was real, but I just feel like they added a few things to it just to kind of
I'm gonna go ahead
exaggerate.
and bring Tara on too.
Okay, those are cloud giants, really, in reality, guys.
Yeah.
We're gonna go with the,
Oh,
the Greek legends.
Hey, Tara.
Look, it's a gorilla.
hey.
I'm a shirt. Thank you, Sharon.
American Indian kitty cat.
Meow.
Yep. Oh wow.
On this one, yeah.
Someone eating pizza.
I mean, we just have to.
How's the transfer, Tara?
What now?
How's the transfer? Because T. Racy said hers is lifting.
I haven't washed it yet. I've just worn it twice. So
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I'm afraid I'm definitely not drying it.
Right, if you
I'll
wash it, hang dry it.
inside out. Yeah.
Turn it, turn it inside out and cold water. Okay.
I might hand wash it just to be safe.
Yeah, hand wash.
Yeah, cold water too. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And
I
anyone
love
that
it.
has any trouble with the shirts, just let me know and I'll send you a new one.
Well, if I get any more, like I want to help you with supplies or something, like whatever I can do from on this other side of the world.
Oh, look, I really appreciate that, but it's my project and I am doing this to not only just to bring the message to the world and give you guys something that you can wear with pride, but also to bring this message that Sam has been banging his head against the wall for 15 years to get.
Is that why I got all those
recognized.
lumps? There's a big one over here and one over here. Oh, yeah.
That was another thing I used to look into, where they used to examine the skull.
Your bump spread around.
Yeah.
Sometimes the skull looks like an alien face to me. That's like
a really creepy alien face. I agree with Tara.
It's another reason why
I don't really see a human. I see it more like a freaking alien. Yeah.
That's another reason I think Sam's right. I think that it was made to like scare us, talk to us. I don't know what.
Yeah, well, okay. Wormwood is the same legend of Wormwood is in that same group of asteroids. And if you were trying to, if you were trying to move a populace by, fear, then, what society previous to ours could have been involved with that? Because, it does really look carved and yet not. That thing might be, 8 million years old for all we know, after the last time it was carved. So, who knows? A lot of it's just supposition, but yeah, there's, and what's really freaky about it is that is, again, the only item from the binary other half that NASA has even publicly mentioned. And then, of course, they gave us the wrong orbit and all of that was bullshit.
Wow. Those are great, Gillian. That's really crazy looking.
We could see the Skull asteroid this year at a very low, close Earth pass. So that last one, a couple of things ago that we saw the fairgrounds in, that could be this year as well. Because last year it was kind of cool, but it was higher up and still smaller than it was in previous years. So we'll see what this year brings. And again, keep your eye out for the Skull asteroid. It's going to be, we're going to be rocking and rolling this year. And October, September is going to be insane.
Sam, do you are you convinced that it is an asteroid? Like, is there any chance it's something else?
Well, the NASA release photo and all of the captures that we've gotten over the years, they all literally match. It's a rough.
And there is because it's in between Attu and
Yuri.
And Yuri. So there is it does have a steady placement.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Right.
So,
it is an asteroid in the between the two gas giants, and it's really big. And the first time I ever saw it by eye was 2015, and Atu was directly in front of us and over the top of us, and then I saw that thing come out from behind, and I just went, "Oh my God!" And I never dared believe it, even though we had numerous captures over the years, and I kept going, "Oh man, what the hell is this?" I saved the pictures, but we weren't even publicly talking about it on Skywatcher at all until I actually saw it by eye myself, and oh shit, that thing's real. So,
Sam, there's been a few that I don't doubt you anymore because I've seen your level of accuracy, but there is some things that I'm like, I haven't seen it yet, so I seeing is believing as far as
right.
I go. But there has been a couple where I went, and the school's been one of those. And last year was when it really hit me because I caught it at night, and I'm like, holy shit! Like,
yeah,
this is real. Like,
yeah, you get the little wiggly in the knees, and my God!
Yeah, and that's what happened to me with Matim this year. Well, I was like, I have yet to see Matim. I know Sam's seeing it, but I'm not seeing it yet.
Right.
And then all of a sudden it's there, and then the progression of it. Yesterday, I think, was probably at the peak. That video that we saw a while ago, that was just undeniable. But I was like, that was another one that I was like, is Matim really back? What if it's just an asteroid, or what if it's a blue something, right? And then it kept coming up in the drawings, and until I saw it, I was like, holy shit, right in the same place that you had a really close Uri pass. And then I saw it, I was like, holy shit, right in the exact same placement that you had it. And now it's cutting off the sun as it's progressively
coming towards us. And I believe there is, like, again, in the middle of the month, there's this partial eclipse of the moon that is out of the blue. And I have a funny feeling that is going to be Matim cutting in front of the moon.
Cool.
No, it couldn't be Matim cutting in front of the moon. It couldn't be, because if it's a partial, that would be the shadow of Earth causing that. So, I take that back. We should see some event where literally Matim is cutting in front of the sun. However, that's what I really mean to say. The top half, the bottom half, the side, middle might even be an actual out of the blue eclipse of the sun.
I was going to say so. Judging from its progression over the last over this cycle, I wouldn't be surprised if it does eclipse.
It's getting bigger. It's getting bigger.
It is. So I wouldn't be surprised if it eclipses a sun.
And how it's been coming in, it should visually. Well, that's really old. That's like 2017. It should visually cause some cutoff inaccuracies, which is what you caught and filmed this week as well.
But on that trajectory, it's going to be interesting to see how it progresses. I'm gonna.
Yeah. Well, remember, even the Saturn used to be really tiny in front of Nibiru, and now we barely even see Nibiru, and all we see.
I remember the pictures of Saturn when I first came, and they were about just a little half taller at best.
Right. And then, just even in the last 2 years, it's been so progressively huge that it's even hard to go back to 2022 or 2023 and it's like, wow, God, that thing got huge. And it's coming at us, and they're going by, and it's happening way faster than I'm ready for. And it's just amazing. Even this summer alone, and Christopher even noticed the transition where it was in the northwest sky, and then it was in the north sky, and now it's in the northeast sky, literally at sunset, where all of that, it happened so quickly.
With those bottom ones, I like those. Yeah. TRHC, we would love to have you on the show. Hopefully, hopefully you
Yuri.
Sorry, you guys.
Come on.
I spoke too soon. Guess what? A lot more crap popped up outside post.
I told you it's been like that. It's been like that. Like you don't expect it, and then
go.
And then all of a sudden,
you want me to go back out there and
yes.
Okay.
All
right.
Get to work.
Let's see. There's not a lot, but yeah, like the
Entertain
moon's
me.
out too. The really pretty moon's out.
Yeah, look at my
Yes.
moon. Look at this, Tara. Look at this.
I've finally kind of gotten to where I can work my pro settings. Okay, so I got to disconnect from here.
Check out all those little light bulbs.
Kick me
Look at
out.
the moon.
Hold on. There we go.
Yeah, I
There.
got a picture of T. Racy. I'll get that. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Dogs.
She's like, oh no.
Look.
Look here. Look there.
Look.
I know. I was like,
Dragon.
overload.
I have
There,
to
look.
pause them to see them properly.
Yeah, pause them.
Yeah, I pause in between each photo and examine them.
Yeah. I'll pause it right there. We'll look at this for a long time. Yeah. That's a good picture.
The sleepy person. Look at that. So this thing here was just sort of dropping down, and you could see pock marks on it.
And above
It
it's
wasn't
all
as close
misty
as when I
looking.
seen it for the first time in South Africa. I'd just seen it for the first time. And Jesus was having a hernia wherever he was. And some lady called Yolanda in the Netherlands was having a freak out because she decided it was great big rocks flying about us.
Ooh.
We got the light rays going on.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Underneath
And you know that
Nibiru. On the right hand
never
side,
saw that in my
in the
life.
upper right
And
is
people
where Saru is.
don't think it's anything. I'm like, it drives me. This is one thing that drives me the most nuts. I've never seen shadows on the sky. I've seen rays of light. Rays of light shoot through clouds, but not shadows.
Yeah, this is the light shining underneath the planet Saru.
We already had stuff come out and disappear again, just like that. But this popped up over here, and here you can see my moon.
Well, I mean, if you know the basics of how light works, you'll understand that shadows in the sky, they're just, there's a certain way that there's certain laws of physics, I guess you could say, that prevent that to just be nothing. Like there's light work. Yeah, there has to be something there to refract it. There has to be something there.
I don't think all that was up when I was out earlier, or maybe it's just moved.
Hey, does anybody want to know what Saru means?
What direction is that?
Yeah.
That should be east.
This is southeast.
Oh, yeah.
What does Saru mean, Julian?
Yeah, I was going to say.
What
It
does
means-
it mean?
It means the true king, the legitimate king. It was a title
is
of
that-
power in Akkadian. In ancient
that what-
Mesopotamia, titles like Saru were often used by rulers to denote their power and authority. One of the most famous rulers to use this title was Sargon of Akkad.
So does that mean that Saru is more important than Nibiru?
So,
Saru is an Akkadian word that means king or ruler.
Hmm.
Saru.
I see far over here, so I can't see.
Yeah. Usually, as I say, in the
Interesting.
southeast, it's usually at
that's the skull right there that you're looking at.
That right there.
Above the house.
Yeah, right there.
I'll see it better probably from the other side.
sunset.
What's that rising up
Samuel?
in the far south?
That's
Samuel?
asteroids underneath. Yes.
Which one was bigger, did you say, Saru or Nibiru?
Nibiru is bigger.
But Saru is shallower waters.
Yeah, it has shallower waters and it's got more island-like than continent. There's multiple
So
islands.
actually, a lot of stories tell us that Nibiru had lots of continents. It had 11 continents or something. How do we know that's true?
We'd have to actually take a visit.
So Saru's got more like islandy.
Right, and it's got less deep oceans. That's why it's green-blue rather than deep blue.
So if we would see maybe say, for example, mountains and stuff on Saru? Would there be mountains that would be sticking out lots of water?
I didn't see too many mountains on. I saw more island-like. I mean, I didn't see land masses that often in the early years, but I didn't now on Nibiru you can see mountain ranges, but I didn't really see any mountain ranges per se on Saru.
Wow, so she's more like Water World then.
Well, again, that was like 15 years ago, so I mean, memory is fading over time, but I have a pretty good idea what I was looking at, but I didn't, I mean, there's hills and jungle. Sarah looks more like jungle-like islands, whereas Nibiru looked like more land masses where they could have polar regions and, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. There weren't that many opportunities to actually see land masses, but I mean, for a long time, we were watching them regularly.
Yeah, because I remember those pictures that we got at first. Remember when we could see those cameras and we got those shocking pictures of land masses
of the actual land masses, because the light angle was just right way back in 2011 and 2012 and they were smaller, and we could still discern that they were rounded planets with land masses.
Yeah, I remember when you made that picture of Nibiru and it had the big landmass on it. Oh, just made your stomach drop like a hole in it.
You drew that from memory from that one picture, right, Sam?
Yeah, that was a cool picture. I would love to see that one again.
What, the original drawings of the planet?
That's what you were drawing, right?
Yeah.
When I did the original drawings of the planets, I did them completely by memory. I didn't copy them off of anything. I just drew them.
No, but I mean, well, memory,
Nibiru,
like memory from like your
vision.
Vision?
Yeah,
oh, okay, all right, gotcha.
I never copied anything off of the internet.
Because there is that picture, Sam. Remember the one with the island you see, and
the big finger-like island on Nibiru.
Yeah, that's upside down. And I wonder if that was in my mind, because it's literally upside down from reality. And I just, to this day, and that was the first one I drew, was Nibiru, but in my current opinion, that thing should be switched upside down. I don't know why.
I mean, it would help by not flipping people off.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I need to go in there and Photoshop that and turn it around.
Rotate it, put it in one of them filters and rotate it.
And then reprint the name over the top of it, and remove the old one. Yeah, those are asteroids. All of those things you're filming right there, those little wispy things are asteroids.
The shadowing.
Is that in the center? Is that possibly the spiral? I'm not sure where the spiral is these days.
And the spiral would be low to the horizon and should be on the right-hand side of the sun.
Or maybe that chunky bit on the top there.
That's what I was talking about, that thinner thing right
there.
Yeah,
that's
kind of
it's got that loopy look.
Well, there's a lot of little ones too now that are way more visible, that needed naming, but we could never keep up with them because
they're just close enough now that they look bigger.
I don't like the process of naming these asteroids, because then we're making shit up. And I did Lorraine and Pappy and Casper because people asked for them, but I don't like creating that stuff. But yeah, those gray wispy little things right there above the tree and next to the tree are asteroids.
Yeah.
Indigo, and I was thinking the same thing just today. Are you sure, Andrea? Just today?
Well, you obviously had a premonition. I mean, we all seem to get more and more connected too, even when we don't talk to each other. That's another really cool thing.
Yeah, it is. Hey, Sam. So before I take off, I was, and before I forget,
we can still see
I've been meaning
the
to ask,
rays, which is really cool. It's starting to fade now. But this is, I mean,
You're
the sun was
frozen, Tara.
over the horizon over 30 minutes ago.
You pick,
So
yeah,
see,
there you
like,
go.
there you go.
Moon is
Kind
super
of
pretty.
froze up there for a little bit. I don't know if it's me or
Yeah, the camera's having trouble picking up the different lighting.
Yeah, right around this time,
Here, I'm
right around
about to
the
be still for a
lighting.
minute.
Yeah.
It's transitioning from light to dark. You're kind
Twilight.
of yeah.
Boom, boom.
Anyway, Sam, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So you went kind of quiet. So in one of the
He's zooming in.
one of your old interviews, you're saying that you
Keeps hitching me up because I'm away from my Wi-Fi.
that you
Should
thought
make
that
it-
these that they were on an 18-hour cycle. Do you mean like their day was like an 18-hour day? Is that
Their rotation, their visible similarities from what I saw yesterday. They progress.
I
The
mean,
movement
would that be because they're so much bigger?
It changes and changes, but not on a 24-hour basis. It changes faster than in one day.
Yeah, that's what I said, because you're saying what happens. Yeah, what happens today in the afternoon won't happen tomorrow in the afternoon. It'll happen more like
Earlier or later. Yeah, earlier.
Yeah, that's what you were saying, and that's right. I've noticed that. Like, I see these. Like, you could really catch their orbits on a really noticeable thing. But you're right. It's not a 24-hour thing, because there's times where I'll see the same thing, but it's earlier.
Right.
Than,
Right.
Yep, I know what you're talking about.
Look,
Then
18 hours from now.
18
hours from now, if you go back to you should see the same thing 18 hours from now rather than 24.
And when I heard you said, I was like, yes, that's right. 18 hours would actually be perfect. That makes so much sense when I heard that.
And that's why, when we go that week where we don't see the transition, where all of a sudden, boom, they change so much. It's like, how the hell did that happen?
Yeah.
Because you're looking at 10 days rather than 7.
That's crazy. And it's because, and I agree with Tara, it's because they're so much bigger that they're on a shorter day span or whatever.
It's the same as our moon cycle. It's extended, Jesus. It's slower than us by 6 hours.
Yeah, that's.
Hey, y'all, I'm gonna sign off and come back. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Look at all those.
Oh, good.
That is, yeah. Hey, Matt. That is interesting. I've been thinking about that since I heard you say it in that interview, but I never put that together until I heard.
I found that out because I kept trying to, I'd see something one day and then I go look up the clock and go, oh, I got to get out there again, and I go, man, I missed it, darn. Yeah. So I learned it a few times in a row that it was happening faster and faster. And
today it went too fast. That there was 2 times I missed stuff, and I really wanted to kick myself because one thing looked really bizarre.
Well, that's going to be very helpful. That's going to be very helpful from now on. Now that I have that burnt into my brain,
Watch your time lapses again and the actual spin of the planet, and you can actually see how fast that movement is.
Yeah, and sometimes it's like sometimes you'll see the progression, and then when you take into consideration that it's not them just moving, that's both of us. And you could kind of see
it's like
when I look at the time lapses, you could kind of see that it's not just them coming. Like, you could see that we were kind of meeting each other.
It's a dance.
But sometimes in the time lapses, and you can see all the clouds going the different ways.
Yep.
Who's there? Hey, Matt. Matt's here. And here is T. Racy sporting her T-shirt.
Racy.
Yeah. If it falls apart, I'll send you another one.
Oh, shame.
Welcome back, Tara.
It was all trial and error.
She looks like she's a lot of fun to hang out with. That's all.
Right?
Yeah. I wish she lived closer. Seriously.
Well, she's all lived closer.
I just said, when is some of the other regulars that we see each week faithfully in the chat going to come say hi? Stop being shy. We want to meet you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I saw
all the 40 other people.
Right.
Don't be shy. Come and say hello.
Matt came on. Thomas has came on. Come on, guys. Come on.
Yeah, where's Thomas? Hi, Thomas. If you're out there.
I've not seen Thomas.
This is
laying low lately.
How you doing, Zane?
Daniel in California.
Urban yet.
Good
You
talk.
know what it
Yeah.
is.
Oh no, Matt doesn't feel
No,
well.
that
Hope you feel
sucks.
Oh
better.
man, we're sorry to hear that.
Sorry, Matt.
You.
How it started
So we
for
know
me
that.
a couple of weeks ago when I got sick. My head just
Uh-oh.
so much
Somebody
pressure.
else is getting allergy.
Yeah, it didn't last very long, so hopefully it doesn't, that bug or whatever you're dealing with doesn't last too long. It hit me hard for like 3 days, and then it just kind of went away.
Oh, I've been getting terrible
Allergy.
headaches.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna play a video because I need to go feed the kitty cats, some outside
Yeah.
kitty cats.
No, I'm
Love
gonna, I'm
that.
gonna,
Yeah, I
I'm gonna
need to
sign off,
go.
guys. I'm
I
real.
need to
Oh,
go.
okay.
Yeah,
Everybody's
good
taking off.
sleep.
I
Hi,
think a lot of us
Gillian.
are going to
Hi,
sign off
Jesus.
right now.
Jillian.
I'm falling
I
asleep
have to go.
here.
It's 22 minutes past 2.
Oh,
gosh.
no. Go to
Good night,
bed.
guys.
Night, night, hon. Sweet dreams.
I don't know why I look so
Signing off
tired.
too.
Good night. Really nice to say hi to you, Terry, as always.
You too.
Talk to
Have
you
a good
tomorrow,
night. If
Gillian.
you work and be safe.
Night, night, guys.
Matt,
Bye.
you've been
Love
posting
y'all.
some really cool
Bye.
stuff.
Love you all.
Bye.
I'm gonna
Bye.
throw it
Bye.
out there, Matt, before I get off. You've been posting some cool stuff, so keep it up.
Yeah.
Trying to find the out button. Where the heck's the out button? Hey. I know I like to do this to
We're gonna have to
everybody.
paint it a different color for Jillian. All right, guys, have a good night.
Bye.
Good
Oh,
night.
Nancy, I hope
Thank
you're
you.
nice and
I'll be-
safe in your new house.
Thanks for
Yeah.
hanging out longer
Everything's
for
good in
me.
your new house, Nancy.
Have a
Love
good
to
night.
you.
Oh, bye.
Yeah. Take
Night,
care,
night,
everybody.
everybody.
Night.
See you next time.
Bye.
Have a good week, everyone.
Night
Bye.
night.
Are you
Love
leaving
you too,
Sharon?
Nancy. I hope you're safe.
Yeah, I've been called.
Hope your house is
Okay.
nice.
Good night,
Good night,
Sharon.
Sharon.
Hope
My-
Nick is
Yeah, my
good.
daughter came out of hospital yesterday, so
I was
Oh,
going to
Gotta go
ask.
check.
I meant
Oh,
to
we're
ask
so glad
earlier.
that
How's
she's
she
home.
doing?
I'm so glad that you said she's home.
good.
she is too. She's so happy to be in her own bed and away from all the geriatrics. Oh.
Poor
Anyway,
girl, yeah, you
everyone,
can't
have a
eat
great
sleep.
week.
You're lying there going, oh my God, what's happening now?
Especially when you hear
Look,
nurse, I want to get out of here. Take me here. Wait, get out, get me out. So all the people with dementia were really bothersome, but what can you do? Anyway, take care, everyone. Have a good
Good night,
Right.
week.
Sharon.
Good night, I'm
Our
going
love.
to night.
Bye, Sharon.
If I can find my way out. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Boy, we're also friendly. Hi. Bye. Bye.
Bye, hi, bye.
No, we have like a whole committee.
Get out of here. No, we don't play that. She had some really powerful words to say today. Sharon really blew me away this afternoon.
Oh man,
She
I'm
was
gonna
talking about the apocalypse within ourselves and all that. That was awesome.
That's all
How you doing, Tara?
This. Wow.
Thanks for coming on the show. It's good to see you.
I have not been posting much because still kind of getting adjusted to work. I still have caught things, at least some when they're out there. I've got a lot of stuff from like 2, 3, 4 weeks ago that was really good, and I haven't posted it. I don't know about you guys,
I
but
do
that
the same
happens to
thing.
me sometimes. And I've got gold in my gallery from over this last year, stuff that I just ended up with so much stuff I never even got to send it to Rebecca, post it anywhere. And I'm like, I get lost if I try to go through it all. I'm like,
I know, it's overwhelming.
now I recognize things better, not perfectly still, but a lot of certain things I recognize easier. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't know what I had in that picture. What?
That's fun. That's fun when you're going back and looking and you're like, oh wow. I've done
And I finally did it. I know you guys know I've tried before, but this is the best I've ever done. I have had 2 cigarettes in the last 2 weeks, and I have not had one since Monday.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
Pancakes is really helping me.
Yes.
a
Good.
lot.
Good.
I'm
Yeah.
determined.
There's nothing to go back to. You know that.
This is the first time I've ever felt
Right.
confident in I'm doing this. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. So I'm
Right.
happy.
Yay,
Right.
good for you. Good for you.
Right. Good. My mom, she smoked for 30 years.
32 for me. I
30
started young. I was
years.
a
And
nice
oh my
rebellious
God.
teenager.
And she quit. She went on a road trip
Wait.
in some little podunk town in Arkansas. Some strange guy sold her a bag of stuff to smoke in a pipe. like stick that in your pipe and smoke it, you know. And she did is like supposed to detox like all these natural herbs,
like pollen and stuff like that. There is stuff to help detox.
You know what she was smoking, but it actually worked. It totally like curbed the addiction, and
really cool.
That, yep.
Hey,
I don't know.
There's so many
whatever
things
works,
that.
man.
I
I'm all for it.
I was so glad because that was
awesome.
rough.
You know,
okay.
Like, it's these days you're a pariah too. Like I never wanted my daughter to know that I smoked and see it, and she's still pretty young. And thankfully these days it's not cool like it was in the 90s. Still 90s, 80s on past. But you don't smoke. What's the matter with you?
Yeah.
Oh, back when I was a tiny kid, that's when you could send your kids in the grocery store and buy cigarettes for your parents.
In the hospital.
Here, she wants, Winston or whatever,
Yep.
It's like
things
have
have
changed a lot.
Or there were the machines that, like on every corner, and you just put the money in and pull the knobs.
Wow. Yeah, my mom smoked 3 a day. A day.
What saved me is I did the opposite. I went from like a pack a day smoker in my late teens and 20s to like a half a pack. Over the last 10-15 years I've gone down instead of the other way.
Well, you lucked out
I think that's what saved me, and I know it. I'm in my mid 40s. I'm playing with fire. I want to live to see grandchildren and great grandchildren. I'm gonna live to 111. I better quit smoking.
It's a miserable death. I've seen it. The damage was done. She had a lot, heart failure.
Yeah, you get to a point where you can't heal from it, and I think and hope and pray that I'm going to be ahead of it, and I'm young enough and healthy enough that I can reverse damage. So
yeah.
We're in the Pacific Northwest currently. If you go outside and breathe, you're smoking a pack a day, whether you're smoking or not. There is so much smoke here; it's horrible. I mean, we all have sore throats, and my nose is burning, and my eyes are burning, and it's horrible. And you cannot see a mile away. And we do have smoke alert warnings on TV and on the weather service, and it is hazardous to breathe the air outside. Not bad for you, but actually hazardous.
Smoke them if you got them.
Weren't you saying, Sam, too, not only like the pollution and fires and stuff, but also that there's like less oxygen, less
we know that the Amazon is in drought. And the Amazon produces a majority of our oxygen for the planet.
Makes sense.
And we know that that some of our atmosphere is being ripped away by necessity in a weird sort of odd way. And there's no way I can prove that it takes it away and leaves. But I mean, I think it is mixing and creating more water. I'm of the firm belief that literally the water covering planet Earth is from the close interaction with the passing planets every cycle. Because if we're a rock type planet, why are we covered in an ocean?
You think that's where we got our water originally?
Yeah, I do. I do think this is a planetary passing transition thing. Well, I mean, look at the rain bombs that we see regularly from necessity. I imagine some of that is atmospheric gathering, but what if there's an electrical byproduct of jamming space gases and oxygen together? When you take hydrogen from space and oxygen from Earth and jam them together, you get H2O, and you get rain, you get water.
Right. And apparently
the time lapses, you see like the swirling. It's like there's a vortex that connects, and
the snorkel sucks up the early atmosphere on the first onset of the pass. The snorkel forms. Then you see the rotational, gigantic, super enormous tornado from hell. And then as it starts to lift away, and right at the end of its pass, all of a sudden it rain bombs. Weird. Felt like somebody just tapped me on the shoulder. Weird. Hello, whoever you are.
Hello.
What happens? I
wanted to say hi to us too.
Just put their hand on my shoulder. Whoa! What? Okay. Excuse me, no ghosts during the live show, please.
All right.
No, please.
They wanted to say hi to us, I guess.
Yeah, well, as long as I don't get my face slammed into the keyboard again, and then that's a good thing.
No, we're not allowing that.
No.
Yeah, that's too bloody, too bloody. Too many paper towels, and you got to get your gun, and it's horrible.
Okay.
Did you say you got your gun out?
Say what?
Did you say you got your gun out?
The last time, yeah, I did.
Oh my gosh.
Just that reaction. Wow.
Hey,
I don't blame him, honestly. If I
had a bullet, I had a bullet chambered and the hammer cocked back in my 45, and I came back this way because it was right next to where the kids were sleeping. And I mean, whatever it was, and I could smell it and couldn't see it, but I could feel it. And I got facial slammed into the keyboard, and I broke away from it because I was sitting on a chair with wheels on it, and I was able to use my legs to push the chair to roll out from the grasp, and I ran across the house, and I left a blood trail all the way to the other end of the house. And I grabbed toilet paper and my 45.
Wow.
Then I came back, and by the time I swept the house, I mean there was blood dripping off my elbow, and I wouldn't remember. I would chalk it up as lunacy had I not bled all over the house.
Yeah. Getting cut.
Yeah,
getting any kind of facial
like that to heart when you talk about be careful what you wish for. With like, I can't more and more. I count myself thankful that I don't I have my gifts, but I'm not that connected, so I don't want anything coming to visit me when I don't want it to, for sure.
And that's the thing, you don't have any control over it either, and they don't use doors. And I mean, it couldn't have been a poltergeist experience because I'm feeling it like like a spider landed on me, and you can feel the web on the back of your neck. And I kept feeling it, and then all of a sudden, next thing I know, I'm being grabbed. And I watched my arm depress, and I did the hand check, and I'm thinking, am I having a muscle spasm? And I'm looking at it, and the middle of my arm squishes in by itself. And the next thing I know, I'm kissing GHJK, And
that's stuff from horror movies, dude. Like, wow.
Yeah, and it was in the middle of the night when I was talking to a lady in Hawaii, and we were talking about alien implants. And I had removed mine many years earlier and was telling that story. And it was literally like somebody showed up and tried to retag me or sample me or whatever. And I ended up with a cut on the back of my head, on the left side behind my left ear. And I was bleeding like a sieve all the way across the house. The next morning, I could not even find the wound.
What?
Wow.
That is weird.
Make you question your sanity. Like, that's crazy. That's awful.
Yeah, and I'd have blown it off except for the fact that I bled everywhere. I mean,
that didn't disappear, right? Like,
yeah, no, I mean, I spent 45 minutes cleaning it up, and I had carpet spray on the carpet, and then the kitchen there was a direct puddle going all the way across the kitchen floor down through the hallway into my master bathroom, and that's where it really came out. By the time I put the tissue on the back of my head, it was pouring off my elbow. It wasn't a drip. This was a gusher.
Like, oh wow.
Scalp wounds bleed really heavy.
Scalp wounds are the worst.
Yeah, look at the cut in on the top of this picture. There's a cut in on the upper left and on the side left.
I've gotten a couple like that, similar to that recently. One or two
today. The Tim and Yuri and Mary Moon and asteroids and all of that that's going on.
Wow.
Now look at the upper left. That's the edge of Matim. And that's what go ahead.
Okay. I wasn't much in the chat, but I had it on my TV and was watching and listening to stuff around the house. And I saw earlier showing some pictures of like more of seeing the separated two suns captured. Have we figured out like times of day or certain areas that it's showing up more?
I think it's in the morning.
In the morning.
I think before, I think it's captures are running in the early morning, just after sunrise. Between like 7 to 10 a.m.
Awesome.
I'm guessing.
Which I haven't been getting a lot, so I need to get out there in the morning before work and see.
Yeah, I stopped going out as early as I used to either, but then I haven't been going out because of the smoke.
I can't believe that your air quality is so bad that it's you might as well be smoking a pack of cigarettes a day. That's just insane.
That's
Well,
the
yeah, it's
other
literally
one
you
of
go
the
outside.
pushes for me.
You were to be outside. Yeah, the air is actually when the sun shines, everything's yellow, yellow and orange because of the
I'm
smoke.
the last person that should smoke, and I've always had like mild asthma or exercise-induced asthma or asthma that get worse with allergies and stuff, but not like bad, not even have to use an inhaler every day type thing, even
That's
with all my
your-
years of smoking. But it's gotten to where my inhaler's not even helping. I'm wheezing out of nowhere, even not smoking. So yeah, there's stuff going on in the air.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of volcanic ash, and there's a lot of smoke in the air in your area as well. Everybody around the world is being. I mean, Spain's on fire, Greece is on fire, Turkey's on fire. There's big, huge ass volcanoes going off in Kamchatka, and they're just pumping all sorts of shit in the atmosphere. And Campy Flit Gray is on warning again, and the side of Mount Rainier is currently burning. It's the eastern side of Mount Rainier, and it's putting out a considerable amount of smoke. And I was wondering if that's volcanic related, that it all of a sudden, the side of Rainier starts burning.
Sure.
Because by the way, the series of earthquakes in Mount Rainier continues.
Oh, yeah.
There's a new one in Nevada, and there's a whole string of them going on in Utah. Again, L.A., San Francisco, Juan de Fuco Plate, Alaska. I could just get the undersea one in Kamchatka at that fracture slip that caused the 8.8 or 8.5 in July. Is still going on. They've still got many aftershocks going on, and those could be even a precursor to something bigger. And the Mid-Atlantic Shelf had one today, and again, Missouri had a 3.0, which is the New Madrid, which is more serious than even LA. So there's a lot of activity in geologic going on right now. It's really amazing. And there was like 57 in Southern California today alone.
You talking about everything that's up from fires and volcano eruptions and all that's pushed up in the atmosphere. It made me think, ironically, if the theory is right, what we were talking about with like nipicity in the storms and the rain bombs and the snail tails and all that actually interacting with our atmosphere in some ways, aside from the flooding, in some ways it might be good because maybe they pull some of that crap out. Maybe in one way there it helps us. It's just the thought that came to me that otherwise we would be more saturated.
I don't see us being robbed of our atmosphere so much as the possibility therein. Otherwise, we'd be all, mostly dead by now because, the close past numbers of nipicity that has been going on since 2018.
Right.
We'd be, only in lowland areas. Anybody in the mountains would be dead, et cetera, less oxygen at higher altitudes.
I was meaning more the interaction and maybe possibly, even if it's minute, pulling some of the crap out, or the fact that the extra rain.
No, I don't think we're going to be. I don't think we're going to be lucky enough to have a Hoover filter. No.
Yeah.
No.
That would be nice, though, right?
Well, maybe a little ozone clearing static that will allow the dust to fall to the ground quicker. Negatively charged.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, I wish we had a filter. I got mine running in the other room. It's driving me crazy. It's so loud.
Beautiful.
That again is the bottom of Uri.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Do we know if this is just a compilation of various people's pictures, or if this is? Did she say
I
whose
have
it was?
no idea where this even comes from.
Idea.
That's
There's
the
some really
Saturn
good
yellow
ones.
moon. The yellow blip on the side could quite easily be our second star or the blue asteroid. Yeah, I'm really sure that we've got two stars up there, and the big one's headed our way. I think at the altitude, I think this is a glass refraction.
Yeah.
Bottom of Saru is the yellow white. This again is that's Atu's. No, that's the side of Uri and Atu's moon.
So that detail up at the top towards the left was really cool.
Yeah, the upper left, there's Matim. That dark circle there is Matim and Mary Moon.
Yuri?
This is Saru.
Oh, really? Red is, you think the red, that dark red's reflection off of Saturn?
That's base cloud shadowing. This again, that was also Saru, one before that. This is the edge of Saturn, that white line. Again, the edge of Saturn.
And you were saying a while back, Atu has a ring? Is that right?
Yeah, Atu's ring goes around Atu's white moon.
Okay.
It's encompassing Atu's white moon. And we know that because we, went back years ago and it was much smaller. We saw it, 50, 60, 80 photographs where it was, there it is. So, which also helped us, to figure out that we believe that the polarity, this also could be the bottom of Saru.
I mean, that effect right there, that's so amazing. But the only way that makes sense is that there's something back there.
Yeah, and the light is shining
Yeah.
underneath something.
Like that's just the basics of science that we learn, how light works. And I've never before seen it in my life until recently. And it's crazy how people are just like.
Well, normally with cloud tops, it would be laterally coming towards you, not fanning up away from you.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite one to this day is when the sea trails lay shadows on the passing planets.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh! Like I've got some pictures actually from last summer that was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like they've given up to. I mean, I haven't been out as much, but for a long time, that was kind of just a go-to. As soon as there was a lot to see, that's when they'd come out. Trying to confuse it. And
they're
to see them
doing
for
it
weeks,
here.
Days. Yeah, but they still do it here when it's really crazy. It's a telltale sign. It's like, they can see it. They can see it. Oh no.
Yeah, I think this is the bottom of Matim there, although we didn't see all of the round. And that is again the bottom of Uri. And feed those kitties. I wonder if she can hear us talking while, she's got her headset on. It's wireless.
Not sure.
I'm telling her she'd get better numbers if she just put a live cam on her cat dish.
Right. The cats of NFA.
Yeah, I've thought, I wish I could afford to have all the equipment to run a live webcam just on my bird feeder and the number of deer that walk through my yard.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, and we get we currently have a buck that's got an injured back right foot, and it's been horrible watching him all summer long. I thought he would be dead by now, but he's got this horribly deformed foot, but he's actually walking better for the first time in about a month. And it's sad to watch him. He's always trying to steal my bird seed.
Oh, wow. It's like this stray cat at my old place. Oh, go ahead.
And I have to open the window and say, hey, quit eating my bird seed, and then I have to go out in the front door, which is the back door of my house. It's reversed, and then I got to go out the door and go away, get out of my bird seed, that thing, sort of thing. Regular guests, and we have a lot of deer running through the yard every day, night and day.
That's cool. No, there was a stray out in my old apartments. There was a lot of strays in my old apartments, and I fed a lot of them. And a couple of them were socialized and come to you. And one was a kitten that my friend and neighbor saw it get hit by a car in the parking lot when it was a kitten. It came back out to try to help it, and it was gone. And he survived. He's a tough one. He's small, but he's got a deformed paw because it never got fixed, right? It was broken, but he's tough. He's scrappy. He's small, and he gets bullied, though. There's another lady there that takes care of a lot of strays.
Don't tell us these horror stories.
Well, no, he's tough. That's why I named him Thunderfoot.
Thunderfoot? Cool. Thunderfoot. I like that.
Because he's tough, it's survival of the fittest, right? And you would think that, but he's over. So it's a good story in the sense that he's very sweet, and
that's the one thing nobody takes into account when they think about history is the number of animals. If you think about the number of horses the Roman Empire used, or any of the armies throughout history, from knights to God only you name it, all that were all killed in all these wars.
Millions,
gosh,
right?
it's awful, right?
Yeah, millions.
I didn't sign up for that. Those pics were awesome. Yeah, whose were those?
Those were all in Singapore. I'm in a group on Facebook that is Singapore. Everybody in the group, and so I was going through there the other night. I have another group. I've made a slideshow of Taiwan and Australia. So I got those, happening.
Hey, I still miss Italian skywatchers. I still miss those guys. I still think
that was the weirdest thing. I'm like, you couldn't appoint somebody else to just, moderate it wasn't hard. It wasn't an out of control group, but
and their collection was so good. They were giving us. We had a sister site group called Italian Skywatchers, and we were talking to them regularly, and we had dozens and dozens of really good members who were submitting stuff, from Milan and from Rome and etc. We had a lot of friends, and all of a sudden, the admin was having troubles with their family because their family thought that she was out of her mind. And she was forced to quit her page, and we lost one of the better sister sites out there that we've had over time, because they're at the equator, the equator in the Mediterranean. It was just unbelievable, the difference in the shots they were sending in, and I still miss their material. I looked forward to the Italian folks. So if you're in Italy and you're listening to our show and you want to start a Facebook page, start up a new Italian Skywatchers, please. And if you're somewhere else and you want to start up a Skywatcher on Facebook and you want to sister cite us and group up with the information, that way we can continue to share our information with you and your information with us, then we can grow this and be bigger and bigger and bigger.
So, Jesus, is he out of all of the regulars, on the panel and people that post regularly, he's probably one of the higher elevation of everybody, right?
Right.
Is that how he gets the kind of really awesome, spectacular views where his videos and pictures look like you just touch it, it's all right there?
Elevation does help a lot. The closer, and I've said this for years, the closer you are to sea level, the harder it is to see, because you're looking through a lot more air and a lot more particulate and a lot more sea trails, water vapor, and the higher up you are, the closer you are to it, and the thinner the air and less junk in the air. And a lot of folks in California were going, dude, I don't see what you're seeing every day. I wish. And that's because they're at sea level.
So that's probably why Italy has such great views, because higher elevations, also closer to the equator, and that combination maybe that
Now, another example of that is that we used to use a lot of Mexican and Caribbean live webcams, because they're in
and they kick y'all out
the Gulf of Mexico, not Gulf of America, which is what Google's calling it now.
Is it?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's another one of those presidential signatures.
Renaming things.
Stupid, yeah. Anyway, yeah, the Jamaica shots and the Mediterranean shots and Matthew Wee, where he's over there in Malaysia, and the folks in Indonesia and Korea were getting such good shots for so long. And we had some folks in China for a while, and they vanished too. But after the Ukrainian thing, we lost a lot of Eastern folks. Like
I'm in
vanished.
China group, Singapore, Taiwan. I'm in, group Thailand group. So, and they.
Of course you are. You're in everything.
I know. I'm every. Yeah. There's a word for that. Anyway, yeah, I'm everywhere, but their skies are just as great, if not a little bit better than what we have here. So, but yes, I'm in every sunset group, every meteorologist, storm chaser. I just, Hey,
DJ is at 6660. That's up there.
Wow.
What is that? Oh, elevation. Ah.
Yeah. That's up there. I'm just under 5,000, 4,000 some. I 300, 700, 4,000 something.
Yeah.
And then Jesus is at 5,000 something or 4,009. I'd have to look it up, but 6660 is quite high, and it's actually kind of thin air up there. That's above the tree line at 5,000 feet.
T. Racy sent me a link of a picture of a Borg. So I have that to show you guys. She wanted me to show this.
Okay.
So everybody can get a visual of what these cubes might look like. Oh no.
You did say Borg.
Borg. Yeah.
The Borg cubes are not. That's two different things. That's fantasy and not science. And she did a vanishing act. Ooh, magic gone. Wow, look, how do you do that? The magic of television. And then the little green pixie comes out with the magic wand. Tinkerbell, yeah, and 1970s Disney. Anyway, she's back.
I know. I'm not complaining, but there's a lot of things I have to click on just to get to my pictures.
Sabrina's talking about being not fell.
It's complicated.
Hope it gets better, Sabrina. Hang in there.
Drink plenty of fluid. Get your rest.
Yeah.
And she's just saying she's had a rough time of it.
No, right. Yeah, well, that makes several of us, like several people, are just really going through it right now.
Now this is the Borg shot. Yeah.
Better.
This is the Borg shot.
Comes and goes. Right.
Sending good, happy love vibes your way.
Now this looks more like what we're seeing in reality. Yeah. Solid but small piece weld.
Catch up on that sleep while you can, girl. I know it. That's
what
I'm doing most of the time.
That's transparent, and you fly into that in many places where the other previous picture is way better in close reality.
Is this just a like AI?
It's a Star Trek. Yeah, it's a Star Trek AI.
Okay. It does seem familiar. Like it's probably.
Well, there's been one parked overhead for now on. Yeah. Ever since 2019, it's been parked next to Atu's moon.
I am
like
curious why we have a cube and a rectangle. I'm confused why it's not just two cubes. Anybody else wonder that? Why we get the long box and the cube?
Well, maybe they welded two of them together. We don't know.
Could be.
But we got pictures of it going all the way back in 2008, prior to the Google space blackout.
Maybe the long box is meant for longer, different spacecraft.
Or it came
they-
from another
they house
galaxy
them, right?
different from the original. Because the Texas cube got here 2 years before the long box. Even though it was sighted all the way back to 2008.
It would be so cool if anybody on the planet had some kind of like imaging, video, pictures of when it just came here.
Well, there was. That's why it's called the Texas Cube. Yeah, the Texas Cube was sighted live over Texas coming out of a wormhole.
Did anybody capture it on video though, like that we can see,
Yes,
or did it get
yeah,
buried?
yeah, there was live video of it. It's gone around twice, and it's been filtered and removed.
Like the Norway spiral. You've seen that pictures that we share in the group, like a spiral in the sky. Is that the spiral? We probably have it. Let me get it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. If somebody did capture it, I'm sure it's been buried and like.
it went live, and we were watching
arrival photos after the show.
Yeah, I still have I have two of the originals the day it popped out of the wormhole.
I still can't believe that image you got live, Chris. Like, what were you thinking when you were standing there looking at it like that day? When it was just so.
We were talking, and I was walking around the neighborhood, and the sky was just a trip, and it was just weird. That afternoon was really weird and creepy, and I was taking as many photos as I could because the sunset was just insane. I'll send you some of the pictures. And my phone died.
Crazy.
Right?
Wow.
And I had to walk back to the house, and for like 30, maybe it took like 20 or 30 minutes to get back home and get back on the show. But I know I saw the cube, and I was upset because I didn't think I got any pictures of it.
So you didn't realize what shot you got?
Oh, I know I saw it because I saw the sun was setting, and I saw it like glowing. It was crazy.
Wow.
It was crazy, and I didn't get a picture of that. I didn't get a picture of it doing what I saw. It was glowing, and then it turned red and pink, and it just all the colors of the sunset around made this thing glow. I know it was the cube without a doubt.
Maybe it was light reflecting off metal or something, causing the color.
I don't know.
Or was it like
it happened. It happened really fast, right? Like it just. I can't. It glow. It was like glowing. It was weird. And my
they
phone
turned off the cloaking mechanism, and they went, "Oops."
I was just because I had just bought like an external battery, to keep my phone charged while I was walking outside. I left it at the house, so I was like kicking myself, because I didn't bring it with me, and I would have took pictures of what I was seeing, but I couldn't. And I was like trying to walk home as fast as I could. I thought that it would stay that way. Maybe I'd get a picture of it. No, couldn't. And then while we're on the show,
for me, miss live with y'all, I would have been so like stoked.
Right? I thought I looked. Yeah, I thought I looked through the pictures that I took to see if it was in the pictures, and I didn't see it. And then we got on the show and we watched the video, and lo and behold, there was cube. The picture freaks me out. It was just, I can't explain how I felt that night. Never seen skies like that in my life, and it's just this whole event, everything that's happening, what we're seeing in the sky is just, it is so bizarre, and it's so cool at the same time. And these, like the object cluster group in front of Yuri, it's always in the same place at the left side of the sun. it never fails. And then Sam draws his monthly drawings, and the
There it
different
is.
changes that come each month, and I just, it's insane. Like,
Yep.
it's just so crazy.
I was just typing in the chat, like, you know, like you can't get much better than you capturing live with your phone, moving around, you know, live feed on a podcast. That's one of the big important things. Yeah, it's not one of the moons or planets or whatever, but it's a big part of this.
Yeah.
And it's there, not a cloud, not it, no doubt. Like, if you look at that and think, oh, it's not a cube, then you're blind or you're deluded or you're in such denial that there's no hope for you, because that's about as much fact as fact can get. That proves
the really cool thing is we all saw it together, coming on the live show, showing it for the first time, and then we captured it and went, hey, oh my God, you know, and Gillian and I are both jumping out of our chairs screaming, look, there was the cube, there was the cube. You know? So
funny.
You know, then we made Rebecca go back, and then that's when we got the screen capture. And again, it's show 104.
Kind of an excerpt out of that part of the show. I think I'll have to go back on my YouTube channel to make sure.
Yeah, it's show 104. 104, 4 hours and 20 minutes.
So you or somebody may have eventually done this or had the idea, but I'd like to think that I helped with this by starting the idea that if we can get out live and show stuff when we have stuff to see, because for that reason, not only just teaching people what's what when you can see it live like that, but so we can capture stuff together and like, boom, it's real, y'all. Like, I'm not imagining it. Sam's not programming my mind or your mind or anybody else's mind or faking it or, you know, drawing pictures or drawing drawings after pictures. It's the other way around. It's
and that's why I don't even do the drawings in the same room as the computer room. I draw it at my living room table, and my computer room is completely, I don't copy anything. Not only that, I draw it all beforehand before it happens. So
I commented in the chat a show or two ago, Sam, what I would really love to know is how it actually looks in your mind. I wish I could see that picture.
I'll get out my brain USB port. Yeah.
Because, you know, you draw it, but that's not the same as real life, right? Like, but you have this picture in your mind. You get to see what it really looks like.
Yeah, all the colors and the land masses.
You gotta stay a little jealous of that.
And the planets.
Because I can imagine.
You know, I don't walk the decks of the long box cube, but I sure get a notion of what's going on up there.
So when you do your forward seeing, is it? So it's not the same as astral projection, right? But
it's not really something you choose to do. It's something that sort of kind of talks to you, and then you go, "Oh, okay."
Do you usually have to be in a state of meditation when you're, you know, like?
No, not really. No, it's just, you know, and like I said, it's not like you're choosing to do it. A lot of the times, you'll get these little epiphanies of, you got a question. A huge portion of the time in the early years, I would be questioning something, going, God, I can't figure this out. I wonder what that is. You know, and then I'd go play Star Wars, and then it was just sort of like snowball dump on me. It's like, there it is. Oh, I get it. You know, well, I let go with my brain, and while I'm in the middle of the, you know, fighting stormtroopers, and then it dawns on me. It's sort of like you got to let your brain go, and then all of a sudden the information comes to you. And that's kind of how source
So
is.
you get a super stress event going on, and then once you relax, all of the things that you needed to have come to you during that.
Yeah, you stop thinking about it.
An interview or something like that.
Yeah, and then the answers come to you over simple problems that you've been thinking about all week.
Right.
So a lot of it comes to you in bits and pieces at different times.
Right. And if you're trying to remote view somebody, and you actually get to that calm state, and that's what you got to do. You have to hit calm, and then you get all these different pictures that flash through your mind, which is actual forced remote viewing, which is what I was recruited for. You know, they gave us a target, and then you sit down and you hit the meditative state, you get relaxed, and then you just start drawing what you see. Now with remote viewing, you'll get 100 pictures, and you can maybe remember 12 of them, and then
It's
you got
like
to sort of,
flashes.
yeah, they just come at you, boom, 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 just like scrolling shit at you, and then you have to kind of like grab this one, that one, this one, that one, and kind of make sense out of it. So it's not 100% accurate, but you
So
get.
it's not ever like you're just standing there looking at all of it still and have your time to just be in awe. Like,
Well, yeah,
like
that
that would
comes
be
to
awesome.
when you get enlightenment as to what's really going on above you. It's there's a definite euphoric, audible, visual something in your brain, like knowing that the people in these craft in the Texas Cube are up there and above you right now, and you don't have to go outside to look because you know they're there. Yeah,
It's annoying. Yeah.
It talks to you.
Yeah.
And sometimes you don't want to hear it. A lot of the times you don't want to hear it. And the random smells where you don't have any connection, and yet you're smelling either good things or bad things. And sometimes they're bad things, and you don't want to smell those either. And, there is truth to ignorance is bliss.
Absolutely.
So I have a loaded question for you, Sam, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer it or not.
I'll give it a shot.
With us being, a factory planet, and a lot of the crafts and beings here being here for commodities, is it mostly the creatures, beings, people, whatever you want to call them here? Are they like workers themselves, or is there like civilians, and are there people that are aware of this and us and ever trying to fight against it, or how we're treated here, or
actual agents? There might be a tourist trade of extraterrestrials we don't know about. I do know that there has been an altering of certain genomes in the last 40 years for the half-breed mixtures. I can't go into too much detail. I know information about that I can't talk about. I think that there have been factions introduced into high positions that are controlling some of what's going on within the human race. And then I also know that we're sold farther down the river in our worldwide relationship since literally the 60s. We would be a totally different world if we would have been left alone in different ways. I mean, there's many scenarios that could have been evolved, but I don't agree with the outcome that we're living. Sure. I think we've been manipulated for greed.
Oh, I agree. Definitely. There's no doubt there.
I can't go. I can't finger point because then I'd vanish.
Sure. Yeah. But do you get what I'm saying? Like, is there any type of rebellion or opposition within their civilizations? Or
well, now there was, the faction that was on the dark side of the moon. There was a group of Greys that were tired of waiting for the transition, and they broke free and then started working for the government many years ago. And that was where I met one of the Greys, the one that worked for the U.S. government, although there are other factions of Greys that do not, and they work for other races as well. They're servant class because they get along in different atmospheres where the host or the different race may not fare so well in Earth's atmosphere. And so it's a lot easier to have them work for them, and that's why we're here also. So because we're natural and we can live here, and we don't suffer the extra climatary issues from being from another planet.
So much makes sense that our bodies weren't originally meant to be here. Like with
my favorite one to this day, and the most ultimate, absolute, unquestionable issue is that we have 24 chromosomes, except we have 23 and a half chromosomes. Our 24th chromosome is clipped in a lab in a petri dish, and nature cannot do that. And that is the genome clip that makes our lives short, and we cannot self-heal or ascend.
And that's by design, right?
Correct. Well, if you created an alien race, you would have to inset some levels of control that they don't take over you. Same thing with that we worry about with AI, for example, that we worry about AI or Skynet from Terminator. The fact what our onset, we have an off, humans have an off switch, and we also live short lives. And so their fail safe is the fact that we don't live near as long as they do. So even if we had a rebellion, they go, oh, okay, we'll just come back next cycle, and
we can't self-heal like they can.
Yeah, we won't worry about it
as much. Yeah.
And if we could self-heal, we would live very much similar lifespans like they do, because our offshoot, our chromosomes is a mixed blend of 12 other races, and they did not expect us to have a soul.
I was about to say that. I was like, they already got that one big surprise now.
Right.
Watch
yeah.
us
And
figure out
we are
they did to us. That would be
we are
pretty
kept
awesome.
in check with not being able to self-heal and having very short lives.
Mm-hmm.
And we're self-replicating biotools. We're genetically bred to want to mine that yellow stuff out of the mountain and give it to them when they show up every 3,654 years to feed their economy.
I feel sure that we are, as humans, we're also in a place of evolving. I feel it. I feel like more and more people are starting to become aware of our sixth sense, basically.
There has been a plan in place for well over 2,000 years so that we could, because you don't just snap your fingers and evolve. You have to upgrade and upgrade through generation after generation after generation of manipulation of a herd in order to get them to have the traits that you seek. Now, there are other higher races above the Anunnaki, the Nibiruans, the Sarowians, who have decreed that they believe that, in all honesty, we should be allowed to evolve. And that is partially what's going on. Now, the economy for the nearby Anunnaki or the Nibiruans or Sarowians or whatever you want to call them, now that economy has to keep going because they run their entire society based off that. It's like if tomorrow we quit using oil. We couldn't do it. So, that just even a basic example of that. So the decree is that some of us will be allowed to evolve, not all. So we have to earn this. It's not free. And in some cases, everybody has their own time period. And in some cases, it takes generations. And other, it might be in this lifetime where we evolve now. And I can tell you the transition is not going to be easy for anyone because it's painful. It's very uncomfortable. It's a mental mind screw like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, I mean, even
and then if not everybody's doing it, that's a big divide too.
Yeah, and then you're still an outsider, an outcast, no matter what. And it's not something I would wish on anyone because it's a complete abrupt change from everything we know on Earth.
Yeah.
And that's why I always say, be careful what you wish for. Because, it took me 20
said it's that apocalypse within yourself, basically. I mean...
Yeah, inside, yeah. It took me 25 years just to think I was not crazy. And I put it on the shelf and I never wanted to think about it. And I just, it never went away. And then it came back up when I, saw the planet by eye, went, oh shit, they're here. And then I wanted to talk about it. And the only way I could talk about it and get people to gather the information together was to actually, my NDA at the end of my non-disclosure agreement. And I thought, I can talk about it now. And I really talk about it now because I was told I couldn't. Had they not told me, I would have never even thought about it twice. I would have chalked that up as some silly thing that I turned in my junior year in high school as some,
never realized how important it was, huh?
Right, exactly. And had they not abducted me in more than one faction, including the U.S. government, after the moment I turned 18, they came and took me and told me it was my national in the national interest that I work for them, blah, blah, blah. And when I knew they were lying to me, I gave back the house and the car keys and said, no, thank you. And I tried to work for them, and it's just the lies that were in the background. I couldn't deal with it. And I finally made them make me go home. And they could have made me disappear just as easily, but they threatened me and said, you can't say shit about this for 30 years or else.
30 years.
I feel like there's a reason why they let you go with that. Like there's some kind of, you may know, you may not be able to say.
I do. I do know.
You have a protector somewhere or protector.
Well, they were also interested in my offspring, and on an Air Force base, I can't create those.
So you were still an asset even if you wouldn't work for them.
Right, and they still view the possible future assets of my children, and I was directly told
it's
that.
Gotta be a sucky feeling too. Yeah, like.
Well, we all get the cards were dealt in this poker game of life, and so I am emotionally involved, and I'm also logically disinvolved because this has beaten me into a psychosis all of its own. And there are times I might sound really callous and just general about some of this stuff. It's because I've known about it for 40 some years.
Yeah,
now.
it's not. Yeah.
And it's like it's like old hat. And so I'm a bit disconnected.
There's many times you could never talk about it again for the rest of your life and probably be happy if it weren't for the fact that we're all getting to witness all this.
Well, but the thing is, I don't think I could shut up now that I've opened my mouth. I was thinking the other day, I was, taking notes, and I was going, I want to quit, but there's no way I could.
Well, I can only imagine outside of your, immediate family, your daughters and stuff, like, how good it must have felt when you first started talking, and two, the first people, I don't know who they were, don't need to, but the first people outside of your immediate friends and family that listened, that didn't say you're crazy, that
was quite a few years
listened and learned, and you actually got some validation and some camaraderie.
I just recently earned that level of comfort. It's also a level of discomfort as well. It's a double, both sides of the coin always. I just recently got to the point where I'm comfortable with what we know. And I went through a lot of ridicule from a lot of people, but I am so strongly aware of what it took us to get here and how many times we've seen these planets over, 15 years. That this is in cement, this is inside steel, this is we're not guessing, this is freaking proven long ago, all the way back to the first pictures of tiny little Yuri with the stripes and itty bitty little Atu, and now and they're majorly over the head, top of our head 15 years later, still going on, and it's all matched. It's never been wrong. This information is always, and you can ask Rebecca, the story has never changed. We have never lost track of what's going on.
Right. And how could you?
I've said it before. I'll say it again.
Something like this. It's just.
Yeah, there's no way anybody. I couldn't be the greatest screenwriter of all time.
Right. It's like
we all can't believe it when we see it and know it and studied it. You guys studied it for years. I mean, you discovered it, and you said yourself sometimes it seems too crazy to be true. Like
every day,
but it's
every
there.
day.
It's true. Yeah.
1980 till today. And what blew me away when the government, comes and taps me on the shoulder and says, they're having coffee with my parents after school. The NSA and the FBI. Oh my God, what have I done? I got half a joint up in my bedroom. Holy shit!
Oh no!
I'm going to jail, man. And then they talk to me about, we're interested in you, and for this, would you come for a job interview? And when I didn't take the job, my dad was so mad at me.
He had no clue, though, right? I mean, not really.
No. He was. My dad was like, "You got an opportunity to work for the government, and you're not taking it." I was like, "Dad, they're lying to me."
You only knew, yeah.
Yeah, and and what was
everybody else, it seemed like we're crazy. Yeah, like.
Oh, I told some of my friends over the years, when we were having science discussions, and I said, well, in my model of the solar system, we have two suns, and they went, yeah, right. What the hell do you know? And I went, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I couldn't correct them, and I'd come up with a little hint on the side, and then I told my little brother about it in mid '80s or '90s, maybe the early '90s and late '80s, and he just laughed at me and went, "Yeah, what do you what do you know?" And I was like, "Okay, all right, you just go ahead and run with that." Because I tell people stuff all the time, and they just look at me like I've lost my mind, and it's like, okay, you run with that.
I wonder if one of the differences in those that are different or can evolve or what have you are the ones that are not as programmable, like that.
Well, those are the guys that stop and listen. Yeah, there's something that draws people to listen. Okay. And and we all have our awakening, and not everybody's going to do it at the same time. But that that was part of what the Pleiadian told me as well, is that people will recognize you for something that's bigger than they realize. It's larger than life. It's kind of, and this is why I regularly say it's kind of like it's magic. There's a level of magic to people recognizing me and the story that I tell, and people believing me. Because we got here on facts. We're not making any of this shit up. We've got thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of photographs in this 15-year period to back up everything we say.
Speaking of my own personal experience, I myself in the last, I'd say 5 years, of course getting older, but I didn't set out to look for a change, an awakening, a spiritual enlightenment, any of that. And of all things, I feel like I sound nuts when I say TikTok did it, but because that connected everybody, and we all know that's why they've tried to shut it down here, because of all the social media and the screens and all the things they distract us with. They messed up. They messed up big time, because they allowed a bunch of people from different cultures, different sides of the world, all over the place, to see each other and connect in real time, in real life, and share truths outside of the lies that we're told every day. And I know that the U.S. isn't the only one that tries to lead us, of course, through our media and fill us full of a bunch of bull and program us this way that they want us and the other way. And it happened pretty darn quick. I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but I didn't get on TikTok forever because I thought, oh, it's a silly app where people post funny videos of themselves, which it is. And I had no clue what world was there. And COVID, right? The world's shut down. Everything's crazy. I get on there and finally I'm like, what?
Exactly.
What? What's that? And I start finding things about this and that and our government and space, and people believe there's a flat earth, and people believe this, and people having alien sightings. And I'm like, and so I made a comment before, like, I can't even fault the flat earthers, because some of them captivated me and led me here. I was never a flat earther, but they have some compelling stuff. And, I wonder if a lot of their stuff is related to this and they just don't know how and why, because they're catching anomalies. They're catching stuff that doesn't make sense. And that part is true.
But it's
Has
such
anybody ever thought about that?
Small, finite exterior point of view. And it's so limiting. And it's like that, protective wool blanket that keeps you nice and warm and safe, because you're on this little tiny flat thing that, is being, it's small, and that's safe. And the moment your mind starts reaching out to the fact that we got 8 planets here, or 7, and then Nibiru, and then 2 stars, and then extraterrestrials and galaxies out there full of all millions of extraterrestrials, then it gets a little scary. Yeah, but that is actually the truth of we are a tiny rock. We are a grain of sand on a massive beach.
Damn, you took the words out of my mouth. I was about to say grain of sand and you said it.
Well, I do that.
Totally. I literally was a millisecond behind you. Yeah, but things like that, led me here. And that's the other thing. Like, when I first found you guys and started taking pictures and studying and looking at the pictures and looking at everything and still trying to figure out what I thought and what I believed and getting my footing, right? Looking things up, trying to look up things if I could find anything that was legitimate. And all of these half-truths, I think I did find some kind of teaching, some kind of scientist that was like NASA related, like from 15, 20 years ago, talking about, hundreds of millions of billions of years ago, we might have had 2 suns. I was like, really? Along with finding that,
well, if we would have had a supernova,
the system is rare, and all these other things that you can find the truth to that back this up.
Yeah, we didn't have a supernova that would wipe out all life on Earth by one of our stars dying, nor did we have. I've never believed in the Titan breakup things that would account for the Kuiper belt, and I think that there's some of that, but I believe the Kuiper belt has been out there since the original formation of our solar system, and I think that's part of our natural electron status or electrical status of our individual solar systems. And the examples of that is the secondary binary star system, the solar system of Nibiru has such a huge, massive asteroid field as well. And it is in the middle of their planetary groups, and it is attached to their gas giants, just like ours are. So there's similarities. And so that throws the Titan theory out the window. Still pondering the existence of Mars and how the top of Mars's atmosphere at one point in time was burned off, and it's visible like that. They think it's an electrical discharge pattern for the canales of Mars. And so I think there's a lot more that we don't know about that, but
I'm sure,
on and on and on. I could, keep talking in circles about that, but pretty much for the most part, I do believe that our binary solar system is highly stable with minor, asteroidal, again, like at this Atlas or this 3I Atlas thing, that's got me pondering. A coma or a surrounding bubble around a 22 kilometer object, 25 kilometers, whatever, that is the size of the sun and is supposedly filled with CO2 gas that's self-illuminating. And it's not a comet. It's not an
trust anything they tell us. That's the thing.
Right. This is why I'm still examining it. I'm going to have to keep examining it for a while before I come to any level of conclusion. The fact that it's intergalactic, meaning that it came into our solar system from outside, and it is going to go behind Mars and around, I believe, Saturn here in the next by October-ish. So it's going to be very interesting. And if this thing gets anywhere near Earth, are we going to be included in its CO2 bubble? What are the ramifications behind that? What does it mean? Are we going to, are we being lied to? And so, this is a really interesting object that is.
Is it something made up as a distraction because of the other stuff that is there affecting us?
Yeah, that you have a point there. Maybe it isn't 3I Atlas. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it is. I doubt it's a planet, but it is a self-luminescent object. And of course, we have to take into account their, saying, well, it's 25 kilometers across, as a pointed spear tip flying, rock flying through space that glows with a massive size of the sun.
Manhattan.
Well, yeah, but the surrounding atmosphere around it, supposedly CO2. We don't know. I have to go read. I have to keep looking. This coma, this gas surrounding bubble around it is bigger than the sun. Yeah, what the hell does that mean? That's just unheard of, in everything that we witnessed to this day. The size of the sun there's a bubble around this tiny little object comparison, the size of the sun around something that's the size of Manhattan. So what the hell is it? And if it is got a CO2 bubble, is it life that is exhaled, or because life puts off CO2 or life puts off oxygen, one of the two. Microbes, plankton put off oxygen, and other ones, plant takes in CO2 and then exhales in oxygen, back and forth. I mean, what is this? So, it's going to take some more study, I think, and it might be gone by the time it dawns on me what the hell it is, if ever.
With what we've been told and what supposedly is the truth, but we don't know. Do you have enough information that you could try to remote view it? Is that something you can do with this type of information, or does stuff have to come to you in a different way?
Studying all the information I can get, and with remote viewing, it's sort of you chew on it, you ruminate, you chew on it, and you chew on it, and then all of a sudden, being the little, the dinner bell,
like you connect finally. Like
TV dinner is done, it's your turn to eat or not. We'll see what happens. It's got my attention. I know it's more than we're being told.
So it's a process, is what I'm hearing.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I don't always have instant answers, but every once in a while, boom, you immediately know what it is, or like 6 months from now, I go, duh, I was so stupid. And that was the deal with the green asteroid.
When it comes to you. Yeah.
I stared at the green asteroid. I wondered what the hell it was for so long. How could this thing look like a virus with all these little green nodes around it and around that big, larger green core? And I was going, what is that? Is it a space virus or what? Is it a life form? And it turned out to be just a whole shitload of smaller asteroids that was enveloped in the immediate atmosphere of the green asteroid.
Speaking of the asteroids, these people that have captured these amazing views of the red or the blue or the green all lit up and beautiful. I don't know if I'll ever be able to see that here where I am, but what do you think or know makes up their colors? Is it their chemical makeup, or is it that and a combination of what reflects on them?
No, it's the asteroids in some cases are self-illuminating, just like this 3I Atlas does. And it has to do with the static charge between the planet that it's attached to, and it becomes like a lightning rod between, when there's electrical connection between Earth and another planet. Those asteroids become static charged, and their electrons get accelerated, and then they actually physically put off a light that we humans can see, and that is accordance into their color. It is what they're made of and what color they emanate when their electron mass, the gases around that particular, because there are gases around asteroids and there's gases around moon and planets, and what those gases and what the metallic or non-metallic or dirt or sulfur or whatever or salt they will put off because of the interaction with that static charge, just like 4-foot office tube lighting. When you accelerate the electrons inside that gas, that's where that light comes from. And that's why the green asteroid is green and the red asteroid is red and the blue asteroid is blue.
So, what was I going to say? Darn it. Oh, this is kind of related, kind of not. Did Rebecca, Chris, did either one of you get to see that post I did a couple weeks ago? It was just a few video clips. It was like pre-dawn, and it was cloudy, and I thought I heard the sky making weird sounds, and the sky was flashing. It was like lightning, but I couldn't see any bolts, and it was flashing orange. Did anybody watch? I did like 3 or 4 different 3-minute videos.
I can see that.
And you don't have to show it or anything, but yeah. I was just curious if it sounded like some kind of weird thunder, like somebody dragging metal across the sky. Wow. And it was just one area. It was to the northeast at like 5:30 in the morning. And it looked like lightning, but it just kept flashing orange, like a very faded orange. I've never seen orange lightning before in my life.
Right. No, I've seen videos like that, like on TikTok. Like people get some strange illumination just in one spot, flashing. It's like strange, right?
Like it looked like somebody was shining like a siren light in the sky almost, but it was backlit. And
we saw this week. I got to get that video. There was green flashings above the clouds in the sky. Look at really green glowing griffins flying that were attached by string. It was weird. And I've got to watch it a few more times before I can even barely understand what the hell, because we've never seen anything like this. And so, yeah, there's a lot of weird shit going off in the sky. And I think some of it might be extraterrestrial involved.
I literally got in my car. I was like, okay, because they've been doing doing rehabilitation construction on my apartments. And I was like, okay, it was windy, and I was like, there's some kind of metal being dragged across the concrete on the other side of my parking lot and the apartments. I got in my car and I drove around and I couldn't find it anywhere. And it was weird. It was very weird. So when y'all get a chance, I think I posted it just in Nibiru Holics.
Okay.
Because it wasn't a typical sky post. You have to turn it way up too. So I'm sorry, the couple of times I say anything is like, but to hear the sound, because there was wind sound, there started to be traffic sound, but you can hear it. It's like every, sometimes it'll go like 5-10 seconds, 15 seconds. You don't hear anything but normal wind and stuff. And then you'll hear it. It's like this weird scraping metally sound. It was weird. I was like, okay, I finally heard something, but it sounded like something that I don't know, like was going on up there.
Like that from around the world.
It was like 5:30 in the morning.
There's different tones. There's scraping. There's like ship horns or whale song in the sky, or the dragging metal across. That sound has been for many, many years, and I've been expecting more of that to occur. So.
It makes sense.
I'm short of breath here. Whoa. It is so smoky here. My eyes are burning. Get
Chris,
the asthma inhaler going.
How's your day been? You tired? Yeah,
Me?
you look
No,
like
I'm
you're
not tired. I just
no.
I don't know. Sometimes I get a little stiff, and
yeah, y'all been sitting here for a while.
Yeah, it can cause
Get there.
Yeah, me to contemplate my life decisions sometimes, but I'm fine.
Me too.
Oh
man,
we did a full office shift sitting at a desk already, so with no light.
That's why sometimes I just have to like stand up, and I'm not sitting in the chair, so it's just the chair.
I don't know how y'all do it, y'all. All of you, there's been a couple of times I've been on that I was on for several hours or most of the show, but usually it's not more than half, and y'all are troopers for sure. But I can say, and hopefully you don't mind me, Sam, because every time I come on, I'm the thinker. I'm like, but I've been thinking about this, and hopefully people watching enjoy the things I ask about, because they come to me, and sometimes I don't even know where. So, yeah, you get it. Y'all get it. But the more I've been around and helping and taking pictures and watching and listening, I can say for myself too, the more things come to me, the more things click, the more things make sense about things that when I was a kid, I hated science. I don't understand how I understand what I understand.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Sure.
Careful, you're learning.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to me, science was always very, very easy, and I was always looking around at people going, "Why don't you understand this? This is so simple." Mm-hmm. And I just, to me, it's normal.
Most people don't know science that much.
I remember the basics I learned. They're there back there, but
what science is the basics. It is not that complicated. And I always tell people, if it's simple and it fits, it's true. If it's complicated and doesn't make sense, well, then, you're missing something, or it's a lie. So, and it's just, science is basic. It is 2 + 2 + 4 + 4, whatever. And it's just that simple. And again, Chris says this all the time. We just are taking comparative results And when we get the answer over and over, well, then, there's your fact right there. And that's what we do. And we've been doing it for years now, people. And it's time everybody listens, because we're on our 131st show. And this should have, by God, gone viral long ago. And that rhymed.
Yeah, it's really, I don't know, like, I'm excited for when the time comes, even though I'll be sad too, because it means they are finally really, really going away, and a little scared because we don't know exactly how it's going to go. But I'm excited for when things do become more apparent, like at the right time, when things are illuminated and you can see,
I hope that
see red ice atom.
Say that we're able to pay attention to when things are going away, depending on when and where this second star goes. And are we going to be having to, live at night and hide during the day? Or
True. Yeah.
We don't have that written down in any, Nibiru passing manual, how to survive passing Nibiru. And of course that would, include all of the planets, but or Planet X, that there's a generic for you. I'm very concerned about this second star. Where's it going to go? Are we going to survive it without, frying our eggs on the sidewalk? And
I'm going to say something positive.
Yeah, I don't want to go there, but I mean, we already see, the event with our crop issue, and then on top of the world trade disruption from a certain administration that is trying to affect the entire planet with arrogance. Anyway,
True. Well, no, not to say that things aren't going to be hard, but something just came to me out of nowhere. I wasn't even thinking about it before.
Okay.
The last cycle was a few thousand years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about, of course, we know that there's been a lot of hidden tech, but in general, as far as I know, unless they hid it from us, people didn't have the housing structures we do in general, right? Brick homes with, they didn't have central heat and air. They didn't have running water that we know of in most places.
Oh, yeah, they did.
They didn't have some of the things that we do. We can't fully deal with the catastrophic weather events, and that's the suckiest part of this, that, people don't have the warnings to get out of certain areas. And even if they did, they can't necessarily up and move their whole life.
Right.
But in general, I think it just now hit me why I feel like maybe more than in past cycles will survive, and it will not be as catastrophic.
Well, they have to have that anyway.
What we have.
In order for the larger secondary solar system to maintain their economy and their supply of the commodities,
They need to keep us here. Yeah.
Some of us will automatically survive because the conditions are harsh, but then you want a stronger herd anyway. And if you polluted the shit out of your planet, well, then you got to stop.
Nobody'd survive. Yeah.
Right. And so you got to stop how production goes, and then you got to wait for the earth to heal, and then it'll come back, and then we just start the whole damn thing all over again. And then humans will start with the Copper Age, and then the Stone Age, the Copper Age, the Bronze Age, the Steel Age, or the Iron Age, the Steel Age, the Techno Age, and it's just a normal scientific equation. And if you take the emotional out of it, then it makes sense. It's all logical. 2 RC guys kind of was banned on their comments and were removed. I did not see that. Did you do that, Rebecca?
I did that.
Oh, what did I miss? What did I miss?
Oh, it's
Don't be the troll.
Consistent. There's somebody on the backup channel.
Oh.
I don't know who they are. They're commenting through the backup channel, and I lost my access to that with my old phone that died, and I can't get logged in anyway. But they just have nothing but negativity things to say. I mean, they're not interested. They're not interested at all.
Wow.
So,
by the way, for the record, do you know how rare that is that Rebecca ever bans anyone?
Idiot. Well, you know what? This is not the first time they've said something. This is like the 5th or 6th time they've passed through.
I was not noticing. So.
I got nothing to say. I got nothing.
Darn it! Nobody ever lets me play with trolls anymore.
Well, it was there, but
they took away your fun.
They took away my fun. Dang it. Anyway, yeah.
Anyway, it's not even worth. I know.
You know, I don't get that. If something bothers me or offends me or I don't agree with it, I just don't watch it. I just don't pay attention to it. I let people have their whatever and move on. Like that, it really saddens me that people are so lonely, sad, or bored that they can't do anything better but to mess with other people because they need attention that bad.
Yeah, and that is somewhat sociopathic behavior, because that's when you get into the childish emotional displays where they make it their sole purpose to go after you, which wouldn't, in normal circumstances, no one would bother. You know, so yeah, and by the way, we have a lot of psychos on our planet.
No doubt. And part of that's because, you know, they can't help it because biologically we've been poisoned to such a degree that I don't know how any of us still function the way we're supposed to at all.
Unfortunately, physiologically abused as children and bad genetics as well. But a lot of it has to do with how we are treating each other here on Earth. But if you look at it throughout history, we're at one of the most safest points in history that we've ever lived in. I mean, if you know, talk about the Trojan Wars or the Roman Wars or the Greek Wars or the Battle of 1812, even
control viruses and plagues and
black
not clean drinking water,
bubonic, tuberculosis, Spanish flu, So we're screwed. We're humans. We're on Earth. We're screwed anyway. You know, the saber-toothed tiger is going to come eat our faces off.
Well, I guess in some ways it's kind of, you know, for those that at least learn certain truths, you know, without getting too religious or anything, but certain truths to know that this. One thing I've always known, despite my religious upbringing, was I've always known that this is a school, like for whatever reasons, that and that aliens were real. From the time I was like 5, I first knew what an alien was. I knew it was real. I didn't have to see it. I didn't have to meet one. I just knew they were real. And
the arrogance alone, I think that we're the only ones who, you know, every one of those stars out there at night has a solar system attached to it.
That is mind-boggling. And we don't even know if it's still there by the time we see it. Like, that's what's even more crazy.
Yeah, the light that we see sometimes takes millions of years to get here.
We should be looking at the past.
Right. Light years. Yeah. You know, 150 light years. It took 150 years for that light to get here. And, you know, everything we're looking at is in the past. Yeah, they found recently, they found a better than large Earth water planet, and it's 150 light years away.
Wow.
So they say. I mean, you know, it's probably parked right next to us right now because we know that's what Nibiru's like. Much larger, better than Earth type planet. And we don't even,
just like how we might have had 2 suns billions of years ago.
Well, you know, a large percentage of all solar systems out there have 2, 3, or 4 stars.
That was the other thing that kept me going and kept me interested, because I was like, nobody ever taught me that. Never heard that. Didn't even know it was a thing.
That is the standard rule, not the exception. And Earth with 1 star would be the exception, and that is 83%, or the other.
That's what I thought I saw too. 83%. Yeah, it is 2 or more.
Right, and so, and then of course, then you have to take into account the standard binary planetary discharge pattern between the 2 stars, and that explains the whole passing of Nibiru. And that's always amazed me when people talk about the Anunnaki and how their kingdom came and then it went. Well, it does it.
The cycle.
It does it cyclic, exactly, and nobody gets that part. Everybody said, "Oh, it happened once long ago." I mean, Brian Talbot of Thunderbolts Project. By the way, thank you for posting that again this week, Christopher. I was listening to it again this morning.
Cool.
And if they would only add to the fact that this planetary, I love the way he discusses the what was once in the past, and that our skies are different, and perhaps back then they were different. And that, he broached upon a subject that nobody contemplates because it's happening again, and it is happening again. And the way he describes it, he doesn't even realize that it's a regular cyclic binary. Instead of a one ships passing in the night event through some distant galaxy or whatever. The way he describes it is so far off, and so we know it could have happened, and it did happen, but he doesn't realize it's happening more repetitively than what they realize. And it would be a ton of bricks being dumped out of a garbage truck on them if they got this, that this happens every just under 4,000 years, and it does, because all you have to do is go back through history and see the breakup of the Bronze Age. And science knows that. They go, the breakup of the Bronze Age. Hello, civilizations moved, people vanished, writing systems changed, agriculture, living conditions drastically changed, all in that last cycle. And the time before that was the Great Flood of Noah, blah, blah, blah. And then before that, and before that, and before that, and before that. So yeah.
I had another cool thought. Just maybe all of us are the first people in the first cycle here that there will be recordable, viewable documentation of a cycle in a close passing for people to somehow view, if technology doesn't get way beyond too much, and it can get saved and downloaded onto the next newest technology. Maybe in a few thousand years somebody's watching this.
I sure don't want to get out my steel and my hammer and go carve it on the side of a mountain. That's for
right?
Sure.
Because that's how they had to record it. Now we have this way to record it.
Yeah, I was just thinking, okay, Christopher, get your ass up on that big slab of rock and start chiseling.
We're gonna have to meet. That's what we're gonna do when we have our retreat meeting.
Right.
We have to leave a mark somewhere.
Yeah, cartoon.
That hammer and chisel out. I don't know if they'll know what I'm trying to convey, because I can barely draw a stick man. So,
well, if they take away our internet, and all our electronics devices would fry through some Herring or Carrington event, and then our so then we're gonna, okay, I got this chunk of rock and this steel rod here. I better start, 2 sons. I'm gonna
bury some books somewhere.
Yeah,
that would be nice.
Yeah,
including Sam's drawings.
I am waiting
till he's gonna put together. There we go.
I'm waiting till the girls are 18, and then I might actually sit down and actually try to publish something. And I will, of course, do it in a metaphor generic, where I won't share too much classified. We'll see what happens in the years to come. I don't plan on sharing any classified, frankly, but
I don't think any of us would want you to and put yourself or your family.
We're all, and that's part of what's the discussion in the background has been. We're all doing this. We're all endangering ourselves to a degree.
Life's not worth living to me if you can't be genuine and honest and do something as important as try to tell people.
And that's why I came out with this information, rather than just remain in hiding, which I did for many years. I mean, I went 20 some years without even having my name on a mailbox or on a power bill or even on the phone. And then when I moved out to Lowell, I finally just decided that, okay, I'm gonna be real, and if they want to come and get me, come and get me. Because I was hiding out, and then Reagan came into office, and then all of a sudden I haven't really seen any activity from them after that. And it was like, oh, thank God, maybe I fell through the cracks. Then seeing the planet first, close passing planet, it was larger than life, and I went, oh crap, they're here. I knew, part of me had to say something, especially since they told me not to. And damn it, I waited my 30 years, and I'm now sharing this information. And I put my own face up to it. And I could have come out as a cartoon character, or some guy wearing a anonymous mask, and I didn't want to do that. and I didn't want to make a bunch of money off of it, although I do need donations to keep going. But I wanted to be as honest and open about this as possible, and that's why we didn't go into merch, selling massive amounts of T-shirt or supplies. Of course, we haven't had any offers from any companies per se, really either. But I would probably turn it down. Now we've had offers from other people to form different things, and it blew up. We didn't like the way it was turning out, so we finally had to come around to our Citizen Science podcast. We don't get great ratings, but we don't get bad ratings, although we are being shadow banned. I'm sure of it. So we're just plugging along at 131 shows later.
That's pretty awesome, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's consistent. Yep. Like, it's not like we have shows that tank or something. They're all watched pretty well consistently.
So, yeah, in case something happens and it fries all the electronics, we got to chisel some stuff somewhere, and we got to strategically bury some stuff in a few places all on the corners. We got people everywhere, so like.
Hey, Norman.
And then we got to get out the garden tools and start growing that crop of wheat and barley, because you can't grow bread without having good beer, barley and hops and corn and sweet potatoes and potatoes and. God, I'm still steaming about Idaho and their water problem 2 years later. I mean, they shut down freaking Idaho, man. They're not growing half the potatoes they could be growing right now are not growing because they stole the water for the capital city of Idaho, which is all the way across on the other side of the state for, stupid reasons. I was counting on Idaho potatoes if shit hit the fan. But, because we just migrate south for our, summer take-in of Idaho potatoes that are grown wild and naturally because there's nobody else. I'm joking. I am thinking apocalyptic scenario, which is mind-bogglingly stupid because there's no way you can envision what would or could or will happen. And I try to avoid all of that crap. Oh God, I try to avoid that.
You can't let that overtake you because then it robs you of enjoying anything we do have, what we do have.
Yeah, you move from neurosis to paranoia, and then schizophrenia.
And you know what? At the end of the day, whether that's our end together or we all get to live our lives however long, things happen for a reason, and it is what it is. Like when it comes to things we cannot control. So, and
do you eat?
As well enjoy what we have.
Do you eat the dirt grubs out of the ground in the desert for protein?
Yeah.
That swamp water that's brown. We're so thirsty we drink it anyway, like horses, and we don't care how much grit is in our teeth.
Point, but there's amazing things people will do to survive, right? Like.
Yeah.
They really did instill in us good when they did their.
Well, I strongly suggest to everybody, if you don't have survival skills, if you're not good in the mountains, if you're not good in the forest, you better damn well learn quick.
We're learning it, yeah.
And it's amazing. How I'm running out of time. I've got a couple of decades left if I'm lucky. And that blows everything I thought of 20 years ago because I imagined myself being much younger than I am now. I thought this was going to come out a lot sooner.
Yeah.
I thought 10 years ago this was going to go viral. It didn't. And Rebecca, she's always, week after week, she's always hopeful. She's always the shining light going, yeah, we're going to make it. We're going to be fine.
Right. Yeah. I really don't think a whole lot about it. Even though I know.
I don't know that it will go viral just because I have to give it to them, when you think about the fact that they gave you the 30-year and they basically said, they won't believe you because they did a really good job of putting out there so many other things that make it all confusing.
They have their conspiracy theory ideas in every language all around the world. Like every language, they're talking about sea trails and
let's not even talk about QAnon.
Sun Simulator.
I know.
Earth.
So it's deep as far as the cover-ups go, and so they're not worried. I don't think they're concerned about us.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that the rise of flat earthers has come about in the last,
right.
Don't forget the great orange savior. Don't forget the great orange savior. That is my favorite conspiracy.
Well, then also, the religious connotations, or then they've got everybody on the bandwagon for
the
apocalypse in one way or another. That's why it's this, and that's why it's. I mean, like, I feel bad for people that don't have what we all do that are here, because it's hard enough to digest as it is. But like,
if you ever go back to the original Mad Max movie, and you see how it's a cult classic, but when they made it in Australia, it was so wholly rejected for how violent and how volatile, and there's no way that our Earth is ever going to turn into this big dust bowl. We're driving these hot cars around with all this gasoline that we're trying to hoard in the post-apocalypse scenario. And now if you look back over the series, it went to, Thunderdome, and then it went to the new Mad Max stuff that they just came out with again, and all of that. It looks so much more possible now than it did when it came out in the 80s. And it's insane how far we've come and how numb we have become to the horrors that in 1980 that they thought was so cult shocking. And now our actual world is very similar to that in a lot of ways, including, the desert jihads and how people are violent here and violent there around the planet, and how our resources are screwed up, and our crops are dying in Africa, and North Africa is turning green while the Amazon is turning brown. Whoo! Yeah, this is crazy. It's really crazy, and scientists, and they're all the meteorologists are going, yeah, this year's climate changes are vastly farther than we've ever expected. Like,
there's another one, the whole climate change one, and the ice caps are melting, and
well, they are.
That's just to name that. But they've turned it into why things are happening, and
they're supposed to, for one, because we are coming out of an ice age. This is our 14th or 15th ice age, depending on which scientist you listen to. But we're coming at the warm-up cycle. And by the way, again, we'll remind everybody that this September in Canada is the highest recorded temperatures in September they've ever seen. Also in Montana, the highest recorded temperature in September ever recorded. So we are getting warmer and warmer and warmer, faster and faster. And we're also getting colder and colder and having more extreme weather and higher winds, higher rainfalls around the world, higher cyclonic activity. We're going to possibly see a Category 6 hurricane in our future. And our weather's retrograding, doing all kinds of shit that we've never even heard of, that it could never do, but is. Go ahead, anybody.
No, sorry. I mean, don't you think it got cooler sooner?
It's cooler for us here. Like, you might be having the hotter temps, but
this
has been a mild August
night now.
Well, I would say that our calendar year, because I've noticed this too early in the summer and the spring, that our solar placement for spring and summer were really early this year. And I think that if that second star is closer to us than 93 million miles, which is our yellow soul, which is now behind it, wouldn't we see a seasonal change faster? So this fits. Our seasons have changed sooner than calendar because this second star is getting closer to us.
I was just about to say, here in Texas, July felt like our August, and I was scared to death that August was going to be hellfire, and August wasn't as bad. So that makes total sense.
Yeah, and we had, we've had years where we hit 40 below in December when we normally hit 40 below in February. And we've seen that over the last decade where it's changed. It's all changed. And of course, that has to do with, we know that the arc of the sun is completely wrong. We know that where the sun comes up in the morning is wrong, and the time it comes up is wrong. And everybody looks at all of that as separate, but it's all connected. Because, you know, we're got another solar system mixing in with ours, and it is affecting us. It's affecting our schedules, our temperature, our weather, our magnetosphere. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Nothing. No, I'm just thinking about the cold front. I wasn't expecting it to get this cool till October. You know, I thought, well, we got one more month, one more. You know, I could make it. You know, and then out of nowhere, it just got nice and cool. It's
like gotten cool here, but it's been a mild. It was a milder August than I expected.
It was like,
and we got some cool down coming.
Right.
Yeah.
60s, 70s today. Like, I love it. I know. It's like, what is the wind? I mean, the local meteorologists are, you know, calling for more snow, more cold than usual. So we'll see.
I was seeing pictures of glacier, and it had snow in it, and I was going, what? No. And maybe they are recent and current glacial snow in northern Montana.
Wow.
So I'll have to look that up too. It's, you know, we're all the rules are no longer what they used to be. The rules have changed, people. Your weather has changed, people. You know, where you could grow crops one year, you're not going to be able to next year, or vice versa.
So that's going to be the key, is adapting.
Yeah, we're gonna see climate migration. You know, the Minoans vanished. The Sumerian race and the disruption of the Sumerian, because there was a pre-Sumerian and a post-Sumerian with the Bronze Age breakup, which was also the cycles.
Another bad thing about them keeping this hidden is because not only about people's lives being saved, but people could be working on strategies to figure out what parts of the world might be better to move farming and things like that. Now, not waiting until things are more catastrophic.
You're giving credit to logical thinking. If you were to announce to everybody that this second star is coming towards Earth, what do you think they're going to do?
Panic.
Yep.
Chaos.
Yep.
Yeah.
The evil people will rob the good people, you know, and we'll see basic feudalism erupt right in front of our very eyes, and then the disruption of governments and everything else like this. So there's a part of governmental greed, but there's also a part of a governmental reality that they can't announce.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Because the people who are not ready for this information then won't freak out and destroy everything else. And
so
then they won't break in. They won't break into their deep underground military bases too early, so they'll be able to have their places to go crawl in and hide.
I used to think they didn't want to say anything because of the alien factor, like it was too scary. But then, no, I really think it's because people would just freak out about the possibility of a catastrophe. You know,
or when they find out there's asteroids right there, and they
right. I'm not going to go to work. I'm not going to pay my taxes. Everything would just.
I'm heading into the hills. I'm going to grab my rifle and I'm going to rob the convenience store on the way out.
Yeah, just be like.
You don't think it would be possible if it was released in a way that, look, we've known about it for a long time, so don't panic.
Well, that's why I believe in 1980 people should have been informed.
Yeah.
All the way back then. 40 years ago, and we would be prepared for it by now, and we would react different. And you know, we could even have underground facilities ready for the masses of the world. Right. But no, they have all of that, but only for a small number of people, and only the people that they deem are in their special club. And of course, billionaires, they can dig and pay for their own, and I'm sure they have. You wouldn't believe how many tunneling machines are unaccounted for around the planet.
Yeah, you know, some level of. If it comes to that, there's going to be some level of crap biting them in the, excuse my French, ass anyway. Like, so I don't think they're all just going to get away with going into their bunkers and be just fine and dandy. I think
All that, that boils down to the Time Machine by what's his name, and the Morlock and the Eloy, and all you have to do is look at the Chernobyl wolves. The wolves in Chernobyl are now immune to radiation.
Yeah.
And how they're trying to figure out how they became that way because they had to be.
Norma says really hot in Indonesia. It was really hot here too a few weeks ago.
I say white hot, like white hot.
It was so hot, right?
Yeah, I think the southern hemisphere. I think the southern hemisphere. When we go into winter up here, the southern hemisphere is going to fry this year, and we'll of course have Sharon. Which is what I warned everybody was going to happen this year for us in the northern hemisphere, and it did happen, just like I said it would. And record, temperatures 120 degrees on the East Coast, which used to be unheard of. They were lucky if they got 80 and 90s in the 70s and 80s in the early years before the second star got here. And that, again, is the only thing that's heating up all the planets in the global warming. Is solar system warming, and the only way to do that is having an extra star, people, which is more proof that this is shit's all real and it's all happening. And argue or try as you might to disbelieve it or fear it or want to hide your head in the sand, this is happening. And there's no other way to describe it. And it's all connected. You can't go this, and this because it's all just one thing.
Too many things link up and...
Yeah, the one thing is we're a binary solar system, and there's another race on those planets. And not only that, the Federation is here watching over it. And many other factions of small acclaim and some factions that nobody even knows about. There's people, just like in Star Wars, they fly down and get the commodities that they want because they're in their travels. Thanks, my son, to train my brain to better endure intense. I noticed that all of a sudden, the heat change was tolerable in the last few weeks because before I didn't like to be in 79, 80 degree temperature. But then the moment fall started feeling folly, all of a sudden 80 degree was like, hey, this is comfortable. I'm finally warm. And it was just all of a sudden the brain set has gone through already for onset of fall. It's weird. Temperature, automatic body transition to temperature, I think, is happening within me. I noticed it in the last couple of weeks. It's like, God, what wasn't comfortable a while ago is now seemingly comfortable. This is interesting.
I'm happy to say that I'm not getting the headaches as bad. I don't know about everybody else. I still get them occasionally, but last year, and I've never been a migraine sufferer or other than the occasional sinus headache or something, but I've never been a bad headache sufferer. But those bouts of those 2-day headaches and nausea and oh my God.
Yeah, I think there was planetary passes as well because everybody was getting nauseous and seasick. I had absolute, just total seasick for no reason. And I didn't want to eat. Yeah, and headaches. And of course, now I'm getting headaches from the damn sinuses. From the smoke, but yeah, I haven't felt seasick in a couple of months. And early, God, my throat is dry. Oh God, I have a sore throat. Just touched my neck. Wow.
So Norma is asking about the blood moon eclipse tonight. What do you know about that?
Is that tonight? Blood moon?
Yeah.
Is this the corn? Yeah. Is that the full moon's tonight? Wow, I'm aware.
There's supposed to be a full lunar eclipse too in Pisces.
Yeah, that's in a couple of days. That's like the 11th and 12th, I think. I can't remember. I posted it someplace. I'll have to relook it up. I think this is going to be a very bright, light moon. It's going to get very big and with a little yellow background, things behind it. And this is the pre-harvest moon. September already. God, it's September. Where'd the year go? Shit.
I know.
I'm worried about another birthday coming in 6 months. Jesus, or 8 months. or this is going way too fast. And again, it felt like 3 days, and here we are doing another show.
I know 2025 is like going to be almost over.
Stop! It's going too fast. I don't want this to go through here.
Something is weird.
Yeah, our times, the star coming towards us is making time shorter. I don't know what's going on. Relativity. Oh, maybe Einstein was right. Maybe he was wrong. I don't know. I was having some weird electrical disturbance last night at 1:30 a.m. and all of a sudden my brain wasn't working and I had completely random pictures inside my closed eyes because I was trying to go to sleep.
Oh, God.
And it was so freaky. I was going, and I actually had to sit up because I thought I was going mad because I was having these pictures that I was not in control of in my brain. Meanwhile, I felt the electrical jolt in my body and the house popped at the same time. Otherwise, I would have thought it's just me. But I felt this electric jolt at 1:30 in the morning last night where the house popped and my body jumped. And then my brain wasn't working for about 15 minutes. I was having these weird pictures of, like, say, for instance, looking at the side of a game board and mixed in with a magazine, mixed in with, that had no sense whatsoever. Like you took 3 pictures and cut them out of a magazine and then glued them into one. And I sat there for quite a few minutes going, what the hell is inside my head? And I actually had to open my eyes and sit up. But I felt an electrical jolt and the house popped. And then all of a sudden my brain wasn't working right. And I thought, oh, God, Tower of Babel syndrome, what's going on,
Yeah.
I still worry there might be ramifications we don't know anything about that might still yet happen or are happening and maybe we're not aware of. Like the Roddy Piper They're Here movie, There's so much crazy shit going on. I mean, this is part of why my week was a little rough because I'm weighing sanity here again.
I can't imagine, like, if 50% of the population just started, to become their real selves and be like that movie. We've been surrounded by them this whole time. I don't know what would happen.
Well, in a kind of way of reality, that is what's going on. Like, and I mentioned the 60s, but our entire life has been manipulated away from the truth through a series of other multiple factions here on Earth, correcting it for their benefit, not for ours. And then you can see that by the fact that a man can't go to work and support his family any longer, and the union workers and all of that. I mean, our transition from the 70s and the 80s to 2025, we have been so squashed into a little box where there's people out there working 3 jobs, for God's sakes, just to be able to survive. And if that doesn't tell you, and what's really amazing is that we freaking tolerate it.
Yeah,
we gotta stop this shit. This gotta stop.
I don't understand why people aren't completely having, just crazy fits at the grocery store.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see that.
You can't leave with 2 bags of nothing for $60, $70 and for a sandwich. Like for bread, mayonnaise, mustard, and like condiments, and some munch meat, and paying. It's just nuts.
Well, that depends on how big a sheep we really are. Are we going to stand here in the corral and go, bah, bah, I'm hungry, feed me, and then nothing happens? Are we going to tolerate it when it wins enough? Are we, Bernie Sanders has, stopped the oligarch movement. And it's one of the most strongly important movements in the world right now because he's not talking about politics just for the United States. This is a worldwide thing, people. There are several individuals around this planet that have all the wealth. When, if you ever seen the movie Elysium, when is enough enough? When are we going to say I've had enough? And I'm not advocating destroying any government. I'm talking about fixing government, not violently. But when is enough before we, the people, take our vote back and actually, self-educate ourselves for one? Because most of the people that did the voting that voted the wrong guy in did no homework whatsoever. the people who don't watch the news.
I mean, I think that's a great idea, but anybody who does that, is going to get put in jail. It's just, it's like a foolproof system. Like, I agree. Just go get them. What are you going to do?
I wasn't talking about one person. I'm talking about a mass movement. I mean, look at all of the mass protesting around the world right now that is already going on. There is mass protest going on around the world.
Yeah.
And, and then, of course, it'll blend into a food shortage, and then they'll blame that. And still maintain power while they eat every night, and we don't.
Right.
And again, go back to the 1970s movie Soylent Green, Charlton Heston.
No.
It just seems like a lot of those protests are like highly coordinated, like to give the impression, oh yeah, something's being done. Yes, and it was them coordinating it the whole time just to give the impression when nothing.
Protesting peacefully is the only logical way to show mass opinion.
Yes.
But again, voting is the only real way. And if you people out there do not vote in the midterm elections, I will be mad at you.
Oh man.
We have to put reality back on in November for the midterms.
How can you trust that they're
Upcoming
counting
next year.
your vote? How do you know?
I never did, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to try.
Okay.
Right.
That does not mean I'm not going to. That doesn't mean I'm not going to cast my
I
vote.
think there's a way to check to see if your vote was actually entered
I know.
in the correct way you did vote.
There is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I checked it the last time I voted.
Checkmyvote.gov.com. I got something like
Did
that.
What does that do?
And it'll show you what your vote was cast as, and then if it's
what you were
not what you chose, then there's a recourse that you can take to rectify it. But then
Right.
you can also, file some kind of, paperwork to say that this was false reporting in my vote, and this is this is not good. This is not good.
I know. I mean, but they could still just do whatever they want to do. I mean, you don't have a way. If you know what you voted, you can look online and say, "Yep, that's what I voted." You don't know what anybody else voted, and they can.
Yeah,
just
that's why I don't agree with the red state, blue state. I think it should be one man, one vote, and it's not, and that's where the electoral college is wrong. And that's really what's screwing us up because again, originally in the first Trump administration, Hillary Clinton actually had the popular vote, but did not have it in the electoral count. Comes from Republican gerrymandering.
I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, it's broken.
Yes, you're exactly right. It is broken,
Yeah.
and we have to be aware. We have to be slightly militant.
It wasn't ever made for our benefit. They can't stand us in the first place. It was made to do what it's doing. I don't know I mean, I'm trying to figure out every day how to, get around that.
Well, it became a rigged system again back in the 60s, and after 1947, etc. And the big secret that we're all living right now and talking about right now, and that is it is one of the greatest secrets of all time. And in 1947, 1962, 63, 64, there was changes around the planet, and it's been the money against the poor people all the way from then on. So if we find ourselves in the future not dealing with money, not dealing with cell phones or electronics and shit out on a shingle with no food, no water, we're going to have a lot of homework to do to think about how the hell we get out of this bucket. But think about it ahead of time. Plan ahead. Think, get skills, learn.
Right.
Absolutely.
Learn what it takes to plant rice. Learn what it takes to plant wheat. Learn how to grow corn. Learn how to grow tomatoes. Learn how to be nice to your neighbor. Learn how to be a better social.
Seeds. You know, like that's something I've been wanting to do is buy a set of seeds.
Yeah.
Yeah, get seeds, and they last a long time if you keep them in a nice tin with a little bit of, you know.
You know what's terrible is all the GMO fruits and vegetables.
I knew we were about to go there on that one.
Seeds, so you can't grow food. I mean, they hate us. Obviously, they just can't. They got us coming and going.
Yeah, and they got tons and tons of heritage seeds
water
stowed away in secret compartments everywhere. Well, we don't have any of that anymore, and it's all been we've been sold down the river, people. It's already way too damn late.
Yeah, it is.
So what are we going to do about it? I mean,
reset's necessary, right? I mean, like the one good thing to think of is that them getting knocked down too.
Well, I can attest to one quality change. You know, they did invent ghost peppers and habaneros, and I mean the chili peppers are doing fantastic, and they're hot as hell. And so I mean, you know, we have a good thing on the planet. I'm sitting here joking, of course. Yeah, you know, and it's like people. One person at a time is going to make a difference, and it always has been that way through history. Absolutely. You know, I mean, there was only one Alexander the Great, or one Leif Erikson, or, you know, one Toad the Wet Sprocket. That's another joke, but you know, and I'm not advocating for Napoleon and his behavior, but there was only one Napoleon. And there's only one Samuel Hofman, and dang it, I've told you all I can think of, you know, trying to get everybody to wake up, you know.
Yeah. On that note, since you said that, Sam, I'm like, I think my eyes were starting to close.
Oh,
so
okay,
I'm gonna head out.
I don't
want to pull a Thomas and be like, you know. So, but sorry, Thomas, I'm not.
No,
we never saw you snoring, or I don't want to fall asleep.
No, it was
cute.
Okay, well, you know, we're not really showing any videos anymore. We're gossiping. We could end the show. You know, we could.
Thank y'all for having me, and
we can do that.
Letting me run my questions.
I didn't want to end it for you guys, but
well, you know, you're.
No, I think that you were the catalyst.
Okay,
there you go.
I know DJ. He's like, don't go.
No, 3 more hours.
I know.
I mean, I can stay on for a while, but I haven't been on as many hours as y'all have, so I get it if y'all are done talking.
Yeah.
Well,
3 more hours, DJ.
That was cool. That soundtrack. I was only playing on my right.
We'll pull all weekend or next weekend.
Yeah, usually it's me.
Quick.
Yawning. Usually.
Does it drive anybody else insane when you can look up at night and see that there's a bunch going on, and no matter what you do, you can't capture it because, you know, your camera can only get so much when it's the dead of night?
And not only that, you can't go banging on your neighbors. You can't go banging on your neighbor's door and go, "Oh my God, look at that planet there! It's illuminated at night. Here you can see it for sure." Yeah, I would love to wake everybody up every time I see something.
I think I got a good picture of Casper. I got a cloud that looks like a big old circle.
There you go.
So, you know.
That we did some talk about that this week, didn't we? Anyway, go ahead, Christopher. We will talk to you soon.
Okay, guys.
Have a good night.
You guys, good night. Good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us, everybody in the chat, and we'll see you next weekend.
It's been fun. Yeah. All right. Bye, Chris. Yeah, I agree. Norman,
y'all ready to say goodnight?
You and me. Yeah, I guess so. I guess we'll wrap it up. I know that earlier in the show we never did make it through the list of saying hello, so I felt bad.
Yeah. I kind of noticed that, but I didn't say anything because
I couldn't.
I figured we were too far down the line already.
It was too far into the show. I had to start showing pictures.
We didn't even do a normal show. We did a more talking about aliens and Nibiru people than we usually do. And there are people that are always asking questions about, like, who's on the cube. And those are Federation for multi-race. There's a coalition of, you know, several races that work together in the Fed. That's why they're called a federation. Or, you know, a commission or whatever, any other name, any, road, all of that.
Like when I'm outside taking pictures and whatnot, I can see I have a lot. I have a video. I'll show it next week, but a very good one that shows the cube and the long box cube. Like, anyway,
Just
I'm always out there wondering, like, what in the world could it possibly look like? What do they look like? What are they doing? Why are they always with those planets? Like, they're always with Atu's moon and Ice Adam's moon. I don't know. I have a lot of
like,
questions.
how did they get their position and why is it there? And yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're
Anyway.
orbiting like
A lot to wonder
the moon, so it's easy,
I might
it's easy
freak
to
out,
pull
man.
up the orbit model of the moon around these planets, and they park next to the moon, and they sit in a stable place, and the cloud formations become an automatic thing that sort of hides them. But they literally, in April of 2019, came out of hiding, and they were blatantly not hiding. And prior to that, they were hiding in front of the sun. And so it was really hard to see them, and you only caught occasional captures of them. But when they came out in 2019, and ever since then, we have literally seen them every day or every week or every month for sure. And within the last 2 years, it's been nonstop every day. And you cannot miss the cubes. They're so definitely there if you know where to look. There they are, over and over and over and over. And that's what blows me. I mean, we are embargoed, for God's sakes, and the governments, I'm sure, are fully aware that this, Space Force with technology highly advanced compared to ours is parked over here, and then we're going to have no choice but to follow what we're told, and that's what's happening.
Do you think them being there and so much more and more blatant is part of the design, like to wake people up partly, or
no, it is
them
supposed to happen. It's supposed to happen this year. This is the year of quote unquote first contact, and first contact for me happened 40 years ago and all of that.
And a lot of people, like, I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Meaning, like, first contact to where there's no denying it, and worldwide we know it. Like,
right, and I think a lot of that the UAP congressional hearings of earlier this year and last year were important, and partially is getting people ready to realize that they are admitting that there are other anomalies out there occurring with orbs, and don't forget the Federation probe droid and all of that they filmed and released, and we've got captures of them as well, and so they match all of the stuff that we've been sharing for many years. So this is literally the year, and not only that, it is supposed to happen in August, September, October, and we thought it was going to happen by the end of August, but it obviously didn't. So we'll see. It could happen this month. It could happen for Halloween. It could happen next year. We don't, because the rumor is that it was supposed to happen in 2027, but they moved it up. Blah blah blah. And then Edgar Casey, Nostradamus, Baba Vanga, and all of that. They were all saying that 2025 was the year that we have first contact, worldwide contact, openly knowing that extraterrestrials exist. And I already know that for a fact, without question, absolutely without question. And I've personally met 3 separate races, so I kind of have an opinion that is hopefully valid. So I keep waiting for all of this to go, hopping and skipping down the street, and when we go viral, like Jesus would, I don't even know if I'm ready for any more fame than what we've got, but it's uncomfortable, but it's also really cool. And it's kind of important that everybody else get this out, because the only way that we're going to have a level of acceptance of truth and continued information is by being open and aware and public. But we'll see where we go. I can't even imagine a change if we were actually within the next 2 years would go viral, and all. What would we do? Oh my God! And that's an open can of worms. So we'll see. You
got a lot of people backing you up, like me, people that have been following for years. Like,
I read the YouTube comments from people, There, a lot of them are talking to Rebecca or whatever, and great job, Rebecca. And I've never seen their names before. I've never seen them on YouTube or anything like that, or I've never seen them on Facebook. And I'm going, wow, are a lot of people out there. God, if we could just reach each one of those people a little bit, even. And
that's why I keep telling people to come on and stop being shy. Come on.
Yeah, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful it goes public because we did not make this shit up. This is all real.
I feel privileged to be such a part of it. I guess maybe that's not what everybody does, but when I first came around a year and a half ago and I wanted to know about this, and I felt like I was bugging you, Rebecca. I was like in her ear, and I was like, can I come on the show?
Right.
Yeah. I don't know why everybody's not like that. I guess, I'm not a shy person, but I'm not gotta put on a show for people. I was so intrigued that I wanted to get to know you, Sam, on whatever level I could and get answered, because I'm a thinker, and I was definitely in a place of, she'll tell me where to go if I'm annoying her or I'm going past the line. But when there's other people that have been followers and watching the show and in your groups for years, and I guess that's the people that are just kind of silently absorbing it, or even people that post and stuff that maybe don't make all the shows, maybe because they're afraid to be as public with it. I don't know.
I just wish that even if we had our Facebook members all watch the show.
Right.
And that's not happening. And it's kind of sad.
Well, I think that we got to be some level lied to on these numbers. I don't think that they can be right. Yeah. There's too many people in NFA. There's too many people that actively post. There's too many people for them not all to at least sometimes be here.
It does seem like more of a YouTube.
Share. Go to YouTube. Go to Rebecca's Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube tomorrow. Grab a copy of this show. Send 2 or 3 copies, to 3 friends, or 1 copy to 3 friends, and then say, watch the first half hour. If you can't stand watching them 8 hours long, just watch the first half hour, and then maybe you're going to get addicted to the personalities of all these people from around the world who hopefully sound like they're know what they're talking about, and we're not a bunch of nut jobs, and we really don't have any trolling issues here, which is awesome.
What I try to do I can is, I don't know how much it has or hasn't helped, but I feel like it's had to have helped a little bit, is if I end up on a post somewhere or on a TikTok or on something, on a reel that's at all related to this, and there's people talking about all those same things that we just mentioned earlier, all the random, it's blue beam, it's this, it's that, it's a picture in the sky. I've gotten to where I tried to leave lengthy stuff in comments, and I've just started everywhere I go. Please check out Nibiru Followers Anonymous. Please check out Nibiru Followers Anonymous, so that comment is there, and as long as somebody doesn't delete it, that other people can see it at different times. And if somebody's of the right mind, okay, I'm gonna go look them up. To me, that's been the best way I've tried to find to,
and that's all we can do. One person at a time, one share at a time.
The word.
Wow, that was loud.
And hope to lead people just to your main page, because that's where the plethora of information is to get you going. I mean, that's what did it for me. I mean, I found you on TikTok, so
we just
I hope it helps.
Plugging away and keep going at it, and again, 131. Here we go. And we have talked ourselves into, being hoarse, and 10-hour shows and 9-hour shows and 8-hour shows and 7, 6, 5. I think we've got 1 4-hour show, but we can't do just a small show. We have to, try and vent because of all the crazy stuff. Hi, Michelle. I'm glad you've been on a few episodes. I was listening at first.
It's not
and
scary.
even if, you don't have a great opinion. Even if you haven't seen the planets, come on the show. You don't have to be a planet seer to be.
Ask your questions.
Yeah.
Right. It's simple to, it's easy to talk.
It's so much easier than not talking. And you can hide behind a little picture of yourself or a picture of a cat, or
just do the audio, right? Yeah, like
right,
I don't mind if
like
people
mine
come
does.
on and just do audio.
And I've got this for mainly the reason is my internet's so crappy.
Bandwidth.
Yeah. It's my upload. My download's great. My upload is really sucky in Montana. It's horribly slow, and so it'll kick me off every 5 minutes, and I'll be off, and I'll have to keep coming and going and coming and going. And video. Well, I got all high tech camera and everything. I have 2 really good cameras and a really nice microphone, but I can't run them all at the same time. Even though I have a fantastic computer, it's my internet. I mean, I'm not in low quality, knock on wood, computer. We finally got a good one. I'm on my 15th. Thank you, Lord, in the cosmos. But people.
Have you ever tried any kind of repeaters?
What?
Have you ever tried any kind of repeaters or extenders for your signal?
Well, I'm kind of stuck with CenturyLink, and they're the only game in town.
No, I mean, like,
it's a piece of equipment that
it's supposed to boost your
internet
signal.
Yeah,
in your home, it's just supposed to like make your already existing signal bigger. Yeah.
I could ask the neighbor guy. He's mega tech smart. He's got his own. He's got his own system in his house. He actually heats his house with his computer, and they're running their air conditioning as we speak. I can ask him about that and maybe get some changes. But then, of course, donations, people. I don't have any money to pay this guy, and
I don't know how well they work. The reason I ask is I have a couple because one of my best friends lives out in the country here, and they don't have very good service. And we were talking about it last time I saw her. And
I'm not on the phone. I'm not on a phone. I'm on a computer that's directly hooked into the wall, and
Right. It'll work with a plug-in internet connection.
Here's one is for $70. 70.
I found them on Temu for like 10 or 12. I have one. I'm
what do they do? Where do they boost
signal booster, a wireless internet signal booster, 15,000 square feet radius.
Right.
But it might not help. You're talking about you're plugged in. You've got your computer plugged in. You're not using Wi-Fi.
My download speed is accurate. I can run 7 pages open, no problem on my screen. It's my upload, me sending back to the internet, that's horribly slow in Montana. That's the issue. And I don't think there's a booster for that, because this is the carrier strength of the fiber optic cable system in Montana is really, really old. They have not, in California, they run 16.8 millibytes per second. And here we run 0.8.
Oof.
And they're running 16.8, and we do 0.8 in Montana is my upload speed. It's highly slow. I don't know how any business even runs in Montana unless they have their own server, which I think they probably have to, and then pay exorbitant, fees to whatever, business fees and stuff. If I had a better business internet, who knows? I think I'm also being limited in blocks. We know they push the button when I get descriptive about certain things they don't want me to talk about.
Oh yeah,
all of a sudden I pass out.
I've seen it too much. You start saying anything too in depth, you get cut out.
I get to the point, important stuff they don't want me to talk about. Then all of a sudden, for the first time tonight, I can't talk. Yeah, and we've had it happen over and over where I've been bumped off, and we just tell them to go get more donuts and coffee. Anyway. I digress into silliness. And it is so dry in here. Oh, that smoke is horrible.
Maybe you need to boil some water.
Yeah, I did that this morning. I was boiling water, and I had the fan running, and it's low humidity, and it's very dry, and it's very smoky outside. And even the girls have sore throats too. So that we go all week long. And I hope it quits. Or he blows
bad for the places that are
was your
burned.
neighbor, I would make you a hot toddy.
There you go, but yeah. I'm sitting here just not even enjoying breathing. You go outside and you can taste it. It's in your mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's burnt stuff, and then something else, like somebody burnt their, their car seat or something. I don't know what I'm smelling.
You don't know.
Somebody in one of my work meetings that's in Arizona was talking about from the dust storm, like in her home, being able to have like grit from like sand and dirt in her mouth.
Yep. That's what the Dust Bowl era is that is creeping on us right now. And it is climate change era going off, just like in 1938 and 39, which caused the Dust Bowl era, which wiped out crops in Texas and in New Mexico and in Oklahoma and in Kansas. And that, wiped out our economy for the Depression era as well, people. So we've got the economic bomb, we've got the climate change bomb, and the Dust Bowl era upbrewing of the desert Southwest. Not good, people. And oh god, boom, sinus headache. And we have the trade issues going on worldwide, and they're boycotting the shit out of the U.S. We're not selling anything. No wheat, no corn, no soybeans. They all went to other countries to fill that order, and we're going to get the economic kick in the teeth come Christmas time. And then the answer is, and I'm going to laugh, even though it's going to suck. I'm still going to laugh because we deserve it, because we voted something in that I don't think anybody was ready for. Anyway, I'm going to officially call it here because I can barely talk anymore. And you started talking about grit in your mouth, and I'm going, yeah, I got that right now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I know. Well,
I got grit in my eyes, in my eyelashes. My eyelashes are burning.
I think your best option is just go to sleep.
That's what I have been doing.
Maybe a shower might help too.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's not going to help you come out. But
I did that right before the show. I had a shower right before the show so I could clean out my eyes. And it does really work. And I did buy allergy eye drops. I've got some in the other room. I will use them the moment I get off the show. Anyway, I'm going to wind it up. And again, thank you everybody for listening. And I'm glad you were here.
Thanks for having me on, y'all. It was fun.
Tolerating my ramblings.
Message me. I'm glad you messaged me about coming on the show. So
it's been fun. Thank
anytime.
You. I'll have a good night.
Share.
I hope you feel better. I hope it clears out, Sam, and you get some relief.
Let's hope that those fires in Oregon. I mean, Mount Rainier is burning on the east side big time, and it's putting out its own weather. So it's serious, and it may not go out till snow.
I just know that every week when me and Sam meet up about 30 minutes before the show, and I'm like, well, how's it going? And the first thing he starts talking about is the smoke, like consistently every single week. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding. There's fires. They're still burning. Like it's been every week.
Months.
I get the feeling we're not going to stop seeing fires. Until
I posted the visual fires from the satellite on Montana Skywatcher 1 tonight. And they're all the way up in BC, all the way down to
they're not even
Arizona.
telling people about it at all. Not even a little bit.
They're not.
It's so much lightning, so many fires.
Yeah. And tonight, the East Coast got nailed with a really big, nasty electrical storm and high winds as well. And you'll be seeing that on tomorrow's news. And you should go look for that for your OMG Wow collection of weather. And so everybody check it out, and then we'll see you again next week, and we'll keep gathering all the information to share, and we'll be back. Same bat time, same bat channel on Saturday.
Thanks, DJ. It was fun. Hey, Matt's still here. I hope you get to feel it.
Hope you feel better. Yeah. Y'all have a good night, Rebecca.
Good night, DJ.
I feel better. I'm gonna sign off.
Okay.
Bye. All right. Bye, Sam. See you next week. And tell DJ bye. And hey, here we are. Michelle. Goodbye, Michelle. Good night. And little Sam. Yep. Thanks for being here. And Robbie is still here. Yep. There's Robbie. Indica Lynn, aka Jason. Good to see you. I'm glad you're still here. I mean, hey, I bet Carol Ann is still here with us. I bet. T. Racy, maybe she's still here. I don't know. It's like middle of the night for some of these people. That's dedication. That's devotion. You know, when people stay up all night, like Audrey and stuff. So anyway, guys, it's been fun. Show 131 actually turned out being pretty cool. So, and I already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 8 videos ready for next week. You saw me working a lot today. I've been rounding up stuff for next week. So I know, DJ, don't even get me started. What did we not talk about today? And you saw mittens here. Just making sure. But anyway, well, guys, I'm going to go ahead and hit the button and head out. And that's about it. So it'll be like next week in about 3 days. So that's how that works. So, hey, Carol Ann, it was good. I'm glad you're here too. Maybe next week you can join us. It just depends. I know it just depends. Like, you never know what's going to be going on. So I'm just thankful. In like 2 years now, every Saturday we've been here, and I've not had anything that's kept me from being here. So that's nice. So yeah, and me too. Tara, it was a treat to have. I always like it when she goes live. It makes me want to go live, but I took a video this morning though. I have to share it with you guys, but it was really good. At the grocery store. And you never know when you got people staring at you and you don't care. You know that feeling? That's what was happening this morning. I'm just like, I was invisible as far as I'm concerned. That's when you know you've elevated as a sky watcher. You know, when you don't care. Anyway, yep. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. It's been fun, and we'll be back next week. It's going to be September 13th for show 132. So I'm beyond it too, right, Tara? It doesn't. Yeah, it does not matter. I can't even begin to explain. Hey, look who's here. Experimental is still here. Wait, there she is. How do you do it? What time is it? I bet it's like 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 5 in the morning, maybe. DJ, yes. I don't know where you get those cute emojis, but yes. All right, guys. I'm out. I'm going to hit the button. See you all next week. Bye.